British BS that was going on.
Yep.
It's time. Okay.
All right. And I believe we are live, everybody. Okay. Looks good in the back end. Well, welcome everybody to today's live stream, which will be a very long one, I suppose, honoring the 3-year anniversary of the International Kriegsspiel Society. We are rehosting Grand Gettysburg as a 3-day event. So this Saturday and then the following 2 Saturdays will be full of live Kriegsspiel, refighting the Battle of Gettysburg. And I think this time a little bit more historical than the last time. Last time saw the British interfere with the corps there in that battle. So that was quite interesting. I'll be live streaming today together with Paul and Sean, who I'll let introduce themselves in a second. And as far as I'm seeing here in Tabletop Simulator, the umpires have already started moving pieces, so that's quite exciting. And what we're going to do throughout the day is talk a little bit about the battle, then join the players, interview some of them, see what their impression of the battle is, because as you might know, Kriegsspiel is played double blind, so that means the players are all isolated from each other unless they are co-located in the game or forming a staff or that kind of assembly. So it will be interesting to know what their perception of the situation is, their imagination based on the limited information they receive from their team members and maybe the umpires. So quite fascinating. Sean, let's start with you. A few words about you. You have some background with Gettysburg there. Let us know about that.
Sure. I'm Sean Barnett. I'm happy to be here as a commentator. Really looking forward to it. I'm a defense analyst by trade. I'm currently with the RAND Corporation, and I do a lot of work for the Army and the Joint Staff, and specifically related to Gettysburg. We were fortunate enough to do some work for the Army on with a Grand Tactical Gettysburg game to be used as a training tool for Army staff and officers. And I also recently, a few years ago now, ran a large Kriegsspiel of the Gettysburg campaign. It was an article on that was just published in the Military Operations Research Society War Game Journal. So I have a little familiarity with Gettysburg, been to the battlefield several times. I live nearby in Virginia, and so just really looking forward to this.
Awesome. And we have Paul with us.
Umpire LaFondios, Paul LaFontaine is my real name. I've been really graced to be able to hang out with these two characters at Connect, and that's where I met Sean, and Jan and I have done a couple presentations together. And today we'll be looking at Gettysburg, the decisions that the players make, and there's always some good stories that come out of these grand games. So I think, Jan, quite an amazing system. When I look at this is based on the Zeke tactical system, which is all of and I've been going through the different channels on how they're setting it up, and a very impressive system. Not that James's D6 system is not something that we're all very proud of. James is now umpiring his 100th game in the IKS, so he's certainly a notable involved today. But this is the Zeke system, which I think is many of the games that we play here that are ACW based are derived from the good work that Zeke has done.
Yeah, and it really shows. I mean, it's quite interesting. For me, Grand Gettysburg, the first iteration was my second Kriegsspiel, I guess. Or we did some in between to prepare for that. But I joined the IKS in June 2021 after they ran a small Lynchburg game for the Armchair Dragoons online or digital convention. That was when I got in touch with playing Kriegsspiel, and then I joined, and then Marshall put me, as he's the guy who just says, well, you're doing this now, put me in command of the Union Army, and well, that was quite a fascinating month to prepare to forge a team. and study the system and the tactical situation and so forth. And I think having been 3 years with the International Kriegsspiel Society really shows how far we have progressed as a community. And also, as you mentioned, with rule sets, there's so much development going on. All the systems are being tweaked all the time. So they're basically nonstop under development, and that's quite fascinating. And I guess just by the sheer amount of practice of running games constantly, be it play-by-post or live games, we have developed some very, very stable and good systems there. And there are always new popping up.
Yeah, for sure. I think what has been the most interesting to me is recently the exploration of the difference between the American Civil War and what was going on in the Austro-Prussian War, for example, which is the same time period, 86, and then the American Civil War ended in 1865, and yet the two conflicts were fought so differently in terms of their tactics and their use of the weapons that it is almost a completely different. Well, it is a completely different rules for anything from skirmishers or these rifle ranges. So getting to get this level of nuance in the different rule sets is really great to see.
Mm-hmm.
So Sean, when you did your simulation, you'd mentioned it was some operational. Give us some perspective on how the rule sets that you used or how you approached it when you're working
Yeah,
with.
for the campaign game that I did for the Gettysburg campaign, I used the great campaigns of the American Civil War as sort of the baseline for the rules, and there was a game called the Very Long Roads to Gettysburg that designer by the name of Ken Lee used to stitch together two of the GCACW games into a Gettysburg campaign that ran from the start in early June with the armies located around Fredericksburg until the actual Battle of Gettysburg or whatever transpires. It doesn't have to be a Battle of Gettysburg, of course. And then I wrote a rule set to allow me to run that game for multiple players. We had 29 in all, and to allow simultaneous movement as opposed to the sequential movement that's used in those board games, and ran the game with daily turns, and it was run by email, where the players would submit orders every day, and then I would adjudicate the results and then pass the results back to them. And the rules for communication so that distant forces could communicate, but with the appropriate lags created by the time to deliver messages. We modeled different forms of communication. We had riders, of course. We also had the telegraph system for the Union, which turned out to be pretty useful for them, and ran the game that way. And turned out we played, I think it was about 25 days worth of battle before the game ended in a Union victory. And didn't turn out there was actually no fighting at Gettysburg, but they ended up routing one of the Confederate corps, which is enough to win the game for them. I used the victory conditions from the long roads at Gettysburg to give everybody a reference point and sort of a basis for counting points, if you will. But that's how it turned out, and it was very successful. Players all seemed to enjoy it, and yeah, it was a great experience.
You created a counterpoint to the entire argument that Gettysburg had to be the place the battle took place based on the road network. You're a living example of how that is not the case.
Right. Yeah,
I love that.
the objectives that the Confederates had were capturing. Where both sides got credit for destroying enemy forces, and the Confederates also got credit for capturing strategic objectives, certain locations, the rail net, things like that. And so there's no particular incentive to go to Gettysburg. In fact, the Confederate plan was to go to Harrisburg and capture Harrisburg, which the Confederates, almost did in the real war, which would have been worth something to them. They could have gone to Baltimore or Washington. Obviously, you capture Washington, that's a great Confederate victory. So they had a lot of options to them. And then the Union was essentially preventing Confederate victory, which meant defending those important objectives and also defeating the Confederate Army when they came into contact.
Right on. Jan, do you have a timestamp on your? I've seen some movement. I'm wondering if we can let's do a couple admin matters here. So, is there a way we can do is keep track of a list of timestamps of something interesting? We can go back to this recording and.
Unfortunately, I don't think that.
Okay.
So I don't have the ability to do that in OBS, but I don't think that YouTube Studio has anything like that.
Okay.
I was wondering about that in the past too, because that would be very, very useful.
Let's see if I have
But
I'll just literally run a clock here.
Yeah.
Sounds silly, right? But okay. So I see they're moving. It looks like if you look on TTS, if you alt tab over there, they're Confederate forces up just east of Gettysburg. Or wait a minute, am I getting my cardinal directions wrong as a very poor commentator?
So the Confederates seem to be coming in from the northwest in 2 columns.
Yeah, I see that.
Yep, and then they seem to have, well, they have actually deployed on Culp's Hill and Cemetery Hill.
I got kicked out of TTS, so I'm going to have to try to get back in. Or if there's some other way to look at it, that might help. Unfortunately, I've got an old computer, and that may be causing issues.
Maybe part of the problem.
Yeah, I've used TTS successfully before, but
sure.
I don't know with the number of users or what, whether that's causing an issue.
When I was just in there, they were commenting on one of the umpires was getting kicked. I think Lakes Arena was getting. So I don't think it's anything specific to your computer. Just a small note. If we all mute the server, are you guys the notification sound, or is that just me?
Yeah, I'm getting. How do we turn that off?
So if you go to your for the server and right click on it,
say again.
if you go to the symbol for the server and right click on it, you'll see mark as red as the top, invite people, and then mute server. And you go to that mute server, and then you can just mute it until you turn it back on, and that will reduce that noise. We'll get the notifications, but we just won't have the sound.
Yeah, I have that generally disabled for Discord. But yeah, I guess I will have to make a small adjustment here on my end for the stream then, but I can stream TTS to this channel so that Sean can.
Oh, that'd be fun. Yeah.
Can watch.
Now, one thing I will commentate on is Jan is by far the most capable of us technically. I want to give him his props. So I'm not even going to pretend that Sean and I came in with a wrench and put all this together. So, Sean, we're here for our charm, not for our technical capacity, I think, by the way to think about it.
All right, there it is. That's super. That's super. Thanks, Sean. That's great.
Okay. Now to listen into some of the planning, wherever you go, Jan, you'll be able to listen, right? Because you're streaming.
Yes.
So it looks like the Confederates are deployed south of town at this point. Yep. On Cemetery Hill, and then covering the look like the Emmitsburg Road to the Baltimore Pike, and then further to the east, which is interesting. They've beaten the Union to the punch, which I guess was supposed to happen in this game.
Kingdom for Buford. What happened at Buford?
Yeah. Let's have a look. So Union forces are coming in from the south, and actually here are more Confederates. Here's the cavalry.
Yeah, blocking the move up the Emmitsburg Road.
Who do we have here? Stewart with the cavalry, and coming up, Third Corps, Sickles.
Dan Sickles.
Let's talk about why Stewart is here. So the way that this game has been organized is that the senior commanders for each side were able to do, were able to actually make moves ahead of time. And so part of the moves they made here was not sending Stuart on his big flanking ride. And that's why Stuart's here on the battlefield where he wasn't historically.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's probably a choice that Lee would have made in retrospect. If he had known what was going to happen, I think he would have preferred to have Stuart with him as opposed to riding around the Federal Army.
100%. Tenders coming in from the northwest.
Yep.
Then you've got the Union coming in from the west as well. That column coming in on the what's that, on the Fairfield Road?
Yeah, that's First Division. Which corps is that? Third. Where's the corps commander here? Steinwehr.
That would be. Does that be Howard?
11th Corps, yes.
11th Corps. Yeah, the 11th Corps is coming.
Yeah, that would be Howard.
Buford.
All the umpires are gathered in the umpire voice chat. So for anybody watching our recording who doesn't know how Kriegsspiel works, the umpires will all gather in the voice chat. They'll discuss the turn and adjudicate any moves. They'll do any combat. They'll go to the individual voice channels to speak with the players about the result. Right now I see movement on the 11th Corps, which is west of Gettysburg. We have all the umpires in the voice chat for the umpires, so they're at this point they are adjudicating the turn.
And they look like they may be shaking out on Seminary Ridge there.
Yeah, one division is deployed. The other one takes a turn to the north, so maybe they want to cover the left flank against potential Confederate forces coming down south. What's interesting though, there is Union cavalry coming up here from the southeast. That's Gregg's division.
The Baltimore Pike.
Yes. I guess they will be the first encountering this strong position of the Confederates.
Yes, gentlemen, we jump down to A.P. Hill's voice. He's the commander of the 3rd Corps. He's the one that's defending just south of Gettysburg. Maybe we jump down there and have a listen for a few minutes.
Sure.
And see what they're saying down there.
Sure thing.
You know, I do that. A.P. Hill's down quite a bit. So.
A.P. Hill voice. Yep.
Let's see.
Let's go there for just until it makes sense to come back up to the commentator channel.
Just cease building the work, and get ready to fight.
Okay. I will ask, roughly how far away do we estimate they are, based on the dust clouds?
See. You estimate that the infantry coming up the Taneytown Road, that's about 2,000 yards away, maybe 2,500.
All right. General Heath, can I get you to get your artillery, shift your artillery towards the bloody angle, focused on the Taneytown Road and potentially Emmitsburg Pike?
Fine, I just need you to describe exactly what Sean needs to do for that, because I'm not sure what to say.
Sean's just left.
If you can, DM me what I need to say, I'm in the car driving right now, so...
All right, no problem. I can ask Jeb to do it, maybe. Also,
yeah.
Sean's left, so we can't really issue any orders right now.
Jeb, are you there?
I'm here. Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Perfect.
Okay,
also,
so...
Jeb, I found your water bottle. You left it in my house.
I left that. I was like, uh-oh.
So, I'll mail it to you, though.
Sounds good.
Hi, General Hill. It's the commentator team here. We're recording just some thoughts on early in the battle, and we we see how you've deployed south of Gettysburg, and we just want to maybe get your all's thoughts on what you're thinking and what you see, and just how you see things opening up.
Well, what we're seeing is very minimal at this point. We were expecting infantry up the Taneytown Road. We're expecting a 4-corps attack, probably the 11th, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Corps coming on over the course of the day, each coming down converging roads. Based on early intelligence, we're looking at 11th Corps coming down the road from the Hagerstown Road, 1st Corps coming up the Emmetsburg Road, where we have Stuart at the moment delaying any approach from there. We are expecting probably the 3rd coming up the Taneytown Road, and with some delay, 2nd Corps coming up the Baltimore Pike. So we're deployed to receive them, and we are deployed in position, hoping to get our 3rd Corps artillery onto Hill 500 before we're substantially attacked. So we've been preparing works since sunrise, and I'm told that we have some works in place now, although we'll have to stop preparing all the logs and the like, since we are now apparently under attack.
Okay.
Pender is on his way down. He's crossing the Willoughby Run at the moment, and we should expect him here within the hour.
Okay. Great. That's super helpful. Best of luck, guys.
Thank you. We'll need it. Heath, did you at any point announce where your wagons were going to be?
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, as always, early on in the battle, participants don't really know what's going on, so they have a vague idea, but soon to realize what's actually happening.
Yeah, it's
500.
It's interesting that to see what they become aware of and what surprises them. You've got some Union forces coming close, and it'll be interesting to see when they become aware of them and how they react to them.
Not much coming up the Baltimore Pike, except some cavalry, and then the main Slocum's Corps coming up the Taneytown.
Yeah, the interesting thing to me is how they'll react to that force coming in, the Union force coming in from the west.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they're aware of them and what they'll do about them.
Where is Stuart's cavalry? Just point me to that. Are they to the west? No.
On the Emmetsburg Road, set pretty far south,
Yep.
opposite Big Round Top.
Oh yeah, there you go.
That'll also be interesting. I mean, they work as a speed bump, of course. They can't really resist the infantry, but to see whether the column coming up, Slocum's Corps, if they send detachments over to try and cut them off, or they just let them run away.
Contact down there, Stuart's artillery's firing.
Yes.
Down there in the very south, as you see, and then you've already got hits on 3rd Corps.
Yeah, it looks like the Union are deploying, so that will slow them up to some extent. But I thought I saw something in one of the Confederate command channels about, or maybe I heard something that they might have been expecting Stuart to spread his cavalry out to cover multiple roads, and he hasn't done that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure whether that's the case or not, but if so, that might be a bit of a surprise to the other Confederate players.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to your Gettysburg map on Wikipedia, which you recommended.
can do that, I guess.
You're going to look at it and just do a comparative, how we're starting out versus
Sure.
this is the campaign itself. So we'll go to the next one.
I also find it interesting that that they appear to be on their own right now, so probably that's the right decision to do that. But that the corps coming in from the west, that they sort of decided to deploy their defensive stance. Let's see, Gettysburg.
Yeah, historically, of course, the fighting was all the forces were all deployed north of and west of town, and you had Buford there first, and then Reynolds northwest of town, Howard north of town, and they got hit. First Buford and Reynolds, and then Ewell comes in and hits 11th Corps, and they end up defeating the Union forces and knocking them back through the town. But nothing really to the further to the west or to the south, because in the historical battle, of course, Stuart wasn't there to occupy the town. Although interestingly, the Confederates, of course, marched through Gettysburg. Jubal Early's troops marched through Gettysburg a few days before the battle en route to York, Pennsylvania, and the Susquehanna. And so this wasn't the first Confederate visit to Gettysburg.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to send you a link. And this goes right to the map showing that first day. So.
Why did you send that? Discord?
Yeah, to your. It takes you right to that. I mean, I would click on it myself to make sure it takes you back there.
Yes, I believe I have that open. Yep.
Sorry. Okay, you have to go down to the map. If you, it didn't. It takes you back. Anyways, there's an interesting map that shows Reynolds on the left, Howard, and Hancock, and then how the Confederates pushed them back through Gettysburg. In fact, in our scenario, Stuart is well south of Gettysburg, as well as the division we just spoke with is south of Gettysburg already, up into Culp's Hill and across the roads there. So a different start on July 1st, game time. So this is 11:28, so I'll just make a note of that in my commentator's log here, that we have an interesting comparison
Yeah.
between the two, right?
Yeah, it'll
Okay,
be
looks like
interesting
Stuart's
also.
pulling back.
I would think to ask the commanders Lee and Meade about what their objectives were for the battle. You know, they're all here and ready to fight, and what were you really trying to do? That'd be an interesting thing as the days go on, to see how that plays out.
Let's go find Stuart, because he's being knocked back. It looks like he's being pushed north, and let's just listen in. Let's see if the umpire's there. So let's see.
There are so
looks
many
like we've got
channels, where is he?
smaller core of umpires. So let's go Reynolds. We gotta go. The Confederates on the bottom, so we're gonna go.
Yes.
So we have to go.
Okay,
Alright,
so there I
sounds
see
good.
Stuart, yes, and Lee also. We could also talk to Lee.
Okay. Lee, there's Lee voice, and what's the?
Right above Lee, there is Stuart.
Talk to Lee's by himself, and then that gives us an opportunity here. All right,
Okay, so
ready?
Lee first.
In on him. All
Lee
right.
first.
All right, General Lee.
Good greetings.
Hello. How is the situation?
Everything is well on this fine morning. It's a little hot, and we're just riding down this nice road here.
Okay, great. We wanted to talk to you a little bit about the objectives, your plan, your approach to the battle, and all that.
Sure, absolutely. I think that our plan is pretty straightforward. We seem to possess the field of battle right at the start of this nice July 1st. So we're going to go ahead and occupy the high ground, starting around Cemetery Hill and perhaps extending that to Wolf's Hill if we have enough of our men positioned to do so, and then we'll allow the Union to come upon us. They have the high ground. I think that it works to our advantage. We should have Hill on Cemetery Hill, Ewell to the east at Wolf Hill, and Longstreet will act sort of like the hammer to our anvil, so to speak. But of course, everything is up to change if we need to adapt.
So General, how do you see things developing over the next several hours? What do you think is going to happen?
I do think that the Union is going to come on us and come at us hard, and I think they're going to do so at multiple directions all at the same time, should they be able to coordinate it. What time that might be will really depend on their arrival. We've tried to delay them down the Emmitsburg road with Stuart's cavalry, so I'm hoping that will delay a portion of their army so that they'll have to wait to engage in such a maneuver, but no guarantees on that. The other side of that, the other potential advantage of that would be that it might isolate 11th Corps, the Union's 11th Corps, as they come up from the southwest, which could potentially leave them vulnerable to attack from Longstreet in greater numbers. But I don't think they will make any mistakes on that front. I think they'll hold back far enough that we won't be able to take advantage of that. But it might potentially give us more time to fortify the hills. So I'm really particularly worried about the east. I think that's where they're going to strike the hardest.
All right. Thank you.
All right, shall we go to Stuart then?
Let's do that.
Right, let's go see
right.
Jeb.
Thank you so much,
Good
gentlemen.
luck.
Have a
We'll be
good one.
back.
Hello.
Hello, General Stuart.
Hey, Jan. How's it going?
I'm doing just fine. I'm waiting for Sean and Paul to find this channel.
Okay.
And we have a little chat about what's going on.
Wonderful.
So how's your day been so far?
Well, it's been a slow morning. The Federals do not seem to have the aggressiveness that I expected or feared they would have. But that may change once they see me back up here. They may be inspired by my retrograde movement and start coming on harder.
There you go. All right. So your objective is simply to delay the enemy here?
Yeah, down the Emmitsburg Road. So originally the plan was for me to delay them on multiple roads, but I had to explain to them, guys, my command is already parceled out as it is, and I cannot, defend 3 or 4 different places with what I have, because they would just laugh at me and then advance in my face. So I told them, you can have me hold at 1 point very well, 2 points kind of mediocre, 3 points not at all. So, and that appears to be a fairly correct assessment. So, given the amount of artillery and how my command is broken up.
Okay, interesting. And once you have accomplished that mission, is there any further steps for you in the plan?
Well, hopefully, getting my name in the papers. But we'll see.
Well, best of luck with that.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay. We don't have any more questions. Let's go back to the commentator booth.
All right.
Have fun, guys, and
Yeah,
hello
best of
to
luck.
everybody out there in the world.
We'll be back.
All right, interesting hearing from General Lee and General Stewart.
Yeah, very much so.
So we'll see how that works out. So General Stewart has explained why he's deployed in one place as opposed to trying to cover multiple roads. That his force is only so powerful, and he also sounds like he might have some command and control issues with if he had his brigades or regiments trying to cover multiple axes at once that are separated by great distances.
Right. I'm wondering, do we know the mechanics for, that's the die chart, for when the other forces will arrive? Is that just determined by the pre-game, or is there a chance for them to arrive earlier or later, or do we know anything about that? Maybe we need to get one of the umpires in here to talk to us.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. It looks like they've got forces queued up on the table to come in.
Some sort of a clock, yeah. Interesting. Okay.
I think Zarina would be a great umpire because I think he set up the early move. So I'm gonna jump up to the umpire channel while you guys continue to commentate and see if I can peel him off, come down here and talk to us real quick. Let me see what's going on if they're busy there though.
Yep.
So is that green dot that we saw there being moved? Is that the time of day?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. So there's the green and the red, so I guess that might be. And then there's this white and black marker. This might be daylight, basically.
I've been summoned.
And there he is. Welcome.
Blake.
Yes.
So Nick mentioned to us that you were instrumental in some of the opening moves for the players and kind of the setup of the whole current forces.
Yes, I was.
Did we get that right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Talk us through. So what we've been doing in our commentation wisdom is comparing the historical to today. And so obviously the Confederates have come through Gettysburg prior to fighting. They have Stuart down in the south. What other things did you observe that was kind of ahistorical to the setup?
The really big thing was what you mentioned already, that Stuart was in Gettysburg. The reason why was following the basically the logic of what if Stuart did not go on his ride around the Union Army, and because through the entirety of the Pennsylvania campaign of '63, Lee did not have what he called his eyes. He was completely blind. So if that were not the case, well, you'd want eyes. So where would you put your eyes? Well, you want it facing south so that your command, which is all over southern Pennsylvania, to make sure that they are not attacked. So you put them in Gettysburg, which is where the armies were, where the Union was coming up to, I should say. And so I started the game at morning of June 30th, essentially 24 hours before the battle, and essentially in the historical situation, except for Stuart and Gettysburg, and then left it up to player interpretation as to when certain commanders, like what they would do with that time. So it was
what decisions? Yeah, what decisions did they make in terms of how you set this up? Having Stuart or not is obviously a big one. In terms of placement, what kinds of decisions did you help frame for them so they could set this up well?
I I went with basically historical with a setup. Their movements moving into July 1st were entirely their own. Confederates immediately saw the importance of concentrating their forces at Gettysburg and moved with all haste to the town. Union took a different approach. They were more aggressive in more delaying actions than actually being aggressive. They infantry tried to move like towards Cashtown and trying to delay the main body of the Confederates, but they were too tired from their extensive and really impressive march on the 29th. So they really wouldn't have been able to do much, but they did get into a position to, as you can see now, concentrate on Gettysburg from multiple directions. The cavalry did a lot, Union cavalry, I should say. Buford did a skirmish at Cashtown, was able to delay Pender for a couple hours until he was forced off by Anderson. Kilpatrick forced Early to come down and essentially arrive behind Rhodes from actually where Early came on historically. So, yeah, it was entirely their own judgment and really ended up with kind of the opposite of what it was historically. Instead of the Union cavalry holding Gettysburg at the beginning with their reinforcements coming on, it was Confederate cavalry holding Gettysburg with their reinforcements coming on, while the Union comes in from multiple directions on day one.
Interesting. So from a gaming perspective, because we're all here doing a little gaming, what rule sets you use and what maps did you use to drive that more operational level view of things? Because obviously we're looking at the tactical battle today.
Yes, the system I used was, if I can be perfectly honest, my part of my own creation. I used for the map was Great Campaigns of the American Civil War, one of my game I can truly attest to. Didn't use the grid system. I used more of a point movement system with a bit of things to, like, if too many pieces are in one spot, it would be a delay in movement. Bit of also schedule for movement as well. Sort of a point system for allocating that. Yeah, like I said, it's entirely my own system, and I think it worked out fairly well with how the speed of which units moved and how units are coming on currently.
Well, if it drove an outcome where you reversed the historical relative to rather than the Union cavalry holding and the reinforcements coming up with having the Confederates do that, that certainly means the system worked. It certainly worked well.
Yeah,
Good for
well,
you.
yeah, thanks.
Yeah, very interesting. And then the arrival of those forces who are not yet at Gettysburg. Is there some variety in that, or is that just now fixed based on the sort of pre-assessments you did with your system?
That's sort of fixed at the moment. Of course, there are going to be some delays, like as you can see with Third Corps, that First Corps, they're holding up first down the road because with Stuart's delaying actions. But it's essentially fixed using, well, actually, like walking distance from the actual location. So, like from Emmitsburg to Gettysburg, from Taneytown to Gettysburg, so on and so forth.
Right. Interesting.
And that part is not really historical. You'd be wanting to delay some things because for lunches or like breaks and marches. But since this is a game, we kind of want to get forces on so that people aren't just sitting on, to pardon my French, sitting on their asses and just waiting all day.
Right.
And then how many people are sitting, kind of standing by? So how many players do we have today? If you know off the top of your head, and how are we doing in terms of the number of players active, and what do you know from this?
Currently, I'd say about a third of the players are currently active, though by the end of the day, there will be over, I would say about 4 out of every 5 would be on board doing something. Schedule-wise, Confederates should have all forces on by the end of the day. The only forces off for Union would be 5th and 6th.
Okay.
So, yeah, people are essentially waiting around, which was kind of what it was. If the world was only Gettysburg on day one of the battle, a lot of people would just be sitting around waiting to arrive. So,
right. Okay.
This is to be expected.
Great overview. We're gonna come pull you out on occasion to give us a good perspective. We've been visiting with players where they are, so I can go find the lake interview.
Mm-hmm. Okay, very good.
Just so as we do that, we could stop and say, okay, we're now going to interview so and so. I'll get the timestamp. We'll go, and that way, when the recording, pull that down rather than I can go find the recording, the recording parts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Did we
guys. I
talk to
got
someone on? That's right.
I got knocked off the Discord on my computer. I don't know what's going on. I'm just getting the spinning face. So I'll be on the phone here. I'll try to get back on.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes that happens.
From a union, both TTS and Discord will occasionally hiccup. From a union side, who do you think would be? I think it'd be interesting to go talk to folks coming up the road toward Hills.
Maybe we talk
now.
to the is Meade present actually? Where would he be? Because that would probably be interesting as a comparison. What the general union plan is. Hancock. That's all corps commanders. Pleasanton. Meade. So Meade seems to be off map still, but that should still be good enough for us to ask him about the general approach to the battle.
Find him.
Where is he on the Discord? 5th Corps.
5th Corps. Is he above 5th Corps?
Cavalry division.
Boys.
Maybe. I don't see.
I don't see him.
I don't see the headquarter channels either.
Right now, the Williams first.
Okay, so then who's in action currently? Let's see.
In action.
That would be good.
I missed a portion of the conversation with Marshall. What did he say about? He was in contact when we were talking to him.
Right.
His take.
His take was just so far everything proceeding as planned. His task is just to delay as long as he can. Didn't seem like he was aware or overly concerned about any threats from the east to his rear. So, yeah.
So if you go the Union 12th Corps, you have Slocum, Williams, and Geary are all there. They're in individual channels, so maybe Slocum would be interesting. Is the Corps commander?
Yes, he's sitting on Little Round Top, so that might be interesting. Yep.
Okay, you want to pop down there? John, you think you can
follow
follow on your phone there?
Yeah, let me.
Going to Slocum voice, and the time now is 11:40.
Okay.
Commentators.
What?
Here come the commentators. So it's Jan, Paul, and Sean. They're 3 commentators for the battle, and wanted to come down and just have a chat with you, see what your thinking is, see what you're seeing, and just get your perspective on the battle as it stands right
now. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, what would you like to know?
Well,
we think you're on Little Top, is that right?
Well, on the next screenshot, I should be up there where I can see. Right now, I'm in the middle of the trees.
There you go.
All right. Okay, so
I wasn't told to come up here, but I figured I should invite General Meade up here.
mhm.
That would be great. Well, if you're in the trees, I think also there might be the internet's wobbling a little bit for you. So why don't we jump down to Williams and get his perspectives? He's on a road. Is that okay?
Sure.
We're gonna jump down and talk to Williams. Right.
All
Okay,
right.
get up on that hill, and we'll be back. You get a better internet connection on the top of the hill too. All right. Thanks so.
I always have lag.
All right, General. Here are the commentators.
Oh my God, what's going on here?
Oh my
Hello.
god, it's a party.
You're getting it. It's a frontal attack of commentators.
It's the press.
It's the press.
Oh no.
How do you feel right now? No. What we're doing is obviously coming in and not obviously we're coming in and getting your perspective. What do you think? What do you see? What do you think? What's your plans? And how do you see things developing? Just where's your head right now?
Okay, so to be honest, not much so far. Start. I've been just following my second division, and this is actually the first turn that something is going on. Just seen second division deploy in line, and I'm going to ride up and see what's going on now.
Okay, you're at a crossroads. It looks like.
Yes, I'm at the crossroads, and I actually also heard some fire, so it seems the action is just starting up right. But I have no idea what is going on.
Right.
Okay, and then what is your orders going up this road, or what orders have you received from your corps commander?
To be honest, I didn't receive any. So I just was I was basically just told we are going up the road.
Okay.
I don't believe that my corps commander has any specific orders from army either. So I think the plan is just to march up to Gettysburg and see what's going on.
Mhm.
You're practicing pure Prussian mission tactics, which is wonderful. You're a
believe
pure
so.
example of mission tactics. Well done. Well done. Okay. Brilliant. Okay. Super. We'll be back to check in with you if anything happens of note, just to get your thoughts between the Umpire resolutions. Okay.
Perfect. Anytime.
The commentator channel, guys.
Yep.
It's actually a perfect Kriegsspiel moment. Reaching right into over a division, and they have no orders, no thought.
Yeah.
I'm trying to fix my internet problem here.
Yeah, Sean, I just made the comment that was a perfect Kriegsspiel moment. Both one commander is on a hill and can only see trees. The other one has no orders, no idea what's going to happen. He's going to go right forward, and there's literally, it looks like maybe 4 kilometers north, they actually have artillery firing at them. Brilliant, right? You can't actually make this stuff up. So I am recording separately TTS, and I have the situation as it's developing at 11:54. So where you see, if I'm clever, I will figure out a way to do the voiceover of those guys saying, "I don't know what's going on," to actually literally seeing cannons firing, which is
Right.
brilliant.
Yeah, I guess
at
they
this point-
they will learn about that with the next update. So
Yeah. Once we see the umpires all vacate the Umpire channel, then maybe we go down and check in with E. Hill and crew to see what they think. Obviously, they now see what's happening.
It's quite interesting development now. Apparently, the Confederate forces have left their high ground to push back the cavalry here at Cobb's Hill and
Yeah, right.
So would not have expected that, but maybe that's just high spirits.
Got their dander up.
Right.
They got their dander up.
So Hill and Panda are sitting up there.
So Jan, if I use my phone and go to the IKS YouTube, we should see this streaming, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Great.
From what
Gettysburg 2 is live right now. You're right. You got it. Okay,
Yep.
we're good.
YouTube tells me we have 11 viewers right now. So hello everybody.
Good. Hello everybody. Yeah.
Let us know if you have any
Is there
questions regarding Kriegsspiel or the event or any specific part of the battle.
Austin Brady says, "What's up?" Cool.
Right. What else is going on?
How's General Stewart doing?
that's cool.
Yeah, looks like
That was
there's
an awfully
more combat.
report from Stewart, given he's being. That was a relaxed report from Stewart, given he's being pressed by an entire
Right.
down there. But I guess when you're the founder of the International Kriegsspiel Society, it carries with it a certain relaxation, regardless of situation, because you've seen it all. I'm just commentating. I'm not judging. I'm just commentating. That's my new thing. I'm not judging. I'm just commentating.
Well, he's doing his best, General Stewart.
Yeah. Doing his best. I would never presume to make any comments, but I would wonder if the cavalry a little more spread out, they really just kind of report where.
Mm-hmm.
It may not be doctrinally correct based on this time period, but I think maybe a little bit to the west, south, just to kind of give a sense for the incoming.
Yeah,
screening on one axis, right?
Stewart kept his 3 brigades together when he went on his ride around the Union Army, but I would have thought that they might have had them sort of, picketing to be warned of the approach.
Right.
Course, buy themselves time to react to them.
Got a question on the live stream. What time is it on day 1?
That's a good question. Let's take a look at the clock. So apparently
TTS.
it's 9:20 a.m. right now.
9:20 a.m. That's.
And it looks like, if the scribbling on the map is correct, that Stewart has now decided to actually send some of his squadrons across the Willoughby run.
That's interesting. Maybe trying to flank Sickles?
Maybe that, or...
Well, they have the word scouts on it. They've actually written scouts, so maybe he's just trying to perceive if there's any force coming from that direction. Which goes back to the comment we just made about.
Oh, we'll probably just see if they are being moved or not, now that they can see 1st Division under Burney coming up here, deployed.
Yeah, although I have to say Stewart is doing his job. If you're getting the Union deployed in line like that, that'll take time. Even if Stewart were to back out now, for the Union to get back on the road and head towards Gettysburg.
Right, certainly, yeah. Okay, so what's going on in the west? Nothing really. Confederates piling through Gettysburg, and over here it's just a defensive position.
That is interesting. I wonder if they can see the Confederates? Are that Confederates on the Chambersburg Pike? I wonder if they're reacting to a move there. What is that up on the? Looks like there are units up on the Chambersburg Pike going into Gettysburg, but I can't tell what they are.
That's 3rd Corps.
So that would be Hill.
Anderson's division, yeah.
Anderson's.
Yeah, and that by the looks of things, what do we have here deployed? Third Corps Light Division. So there is some screening to the west, very thin screening here on Seminary Ridge. But if I interpret the movement correctly, those forces seem to be heading to Cemetery Hill as well to reinforce that position.
Yeah, it's
Although
interesting.
there are more forces coming in here, so now we will have a traffic jam here, unless those forces go on the parallel roads, which they probably will do, but at some point they'll block the roads. And, oh, this is interesting. Union Cavalry under Kilpatrick coming in from the northeast. Potentially ready to
Very interesting, yeah.
launch a
Yeah.
strike here on this marching column if they come over this high ground.
Yeah, that is very interesting. And I wonder if the Confederates are aware of their presence. And similarly, in the West, I wonder. I can't tell whether can the Union forces and the Confederates see each other. It looks like there might be some intervening terrain, but
Yeah.
because it looks like the Union is sort of deployed momentarily in a defensive position. I wonder if they're concerned about more Confederates coming in from Cashtown.
Yeah, maybe let's talk to Howard about that, what his orders are. And then once we've done that, we can probably see how the situation in the north has developed.
All right, we'll go see General Howard.
Okay.
Where physically is he? He's down in Steinware's voice. Right
Yep.
below it. So you find Howard, 11th Corps. Shall we jump?
Yes.
Yep.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
It's the commentator team, and we are wondering about what your perception of the day so far is, what your orders are, what you're trying to achieve right now.
Well, we are trying to achieve not getting routed, and we're currently holding our position near M40, I believe, or northeast of it. And for a battle, this day is pretty pleasant at the moment.
Yes. 11th Corps' general objective for now is to hold our current positions between the Willoughby Run and Marsh Creek. We are waiting for 3rd Corps to come up on our flank before Meade will allow us to advance north to harry the Chambersburg Pike. But I already know that 3rd Corps is being delayed by enemy cavalry, so that may take a while. So for now, we will sit here, hope to go unnoticed by the Confederates, and wait for 3rd Corps.
Do you have word of anything else happening in the battle area?
We know that there is also cannon fire to our east.
Come again?
So 12th Corps might be fighting somebody, but as far as other information, that's about what we have.
All right.
Great. Good update. Thanks, guys.
Good luck.
Have fun.
Thank you for the good luck.
Thanks very much.
Oops. That was not
That's interesting. So maybe they don't see the Confederates on the Cashtown pike.
Yeah, it didn't sound
They
like
only
they did.
heard about. No, they don't, and they are going to hold.
Yeah,
Will allow the Confederates to get set up west of town, right?
Yeah, waiting for General Sickles to come up the Emmitsburg Road, but he's being held up by General Stewart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's quite interesting. And now we can see that the Hill has brought his artillery through Gettysburg, but the Anderson's division is actually marching along Seminary Ridge now to the south. So they might either close the gap here, which I think that might be worth doing, between Heath's division and Seminary Ridge. Or Hill might decide to send them somewhere else, exploiting the vast open space here.
And I guess we've got a fight developing south of town. Looks like the Union is deploying south of Culp's Hill and Cemetery Hill.
What do we have here? It's correct.
An almost complete reversal of the battle historically.
Yeah.
Right. It was like you just switched the gray and the blue because this is how it developed historically. The Union took up their lines as the Confederates began to deploy around them, and it's the remaining stages of the battle. But you now have the Union. He was Heath's division that tried to push into town to start with, and they did. They were successful. And here you've got the 12th Corps in the bottom playing that role.
Yeah, and it's also quite interesting right now. Slocum is still sitting on Little Round Top and apparently has ordered his artillery to be dragged up that hill and potentially support Sickles over here to the west. So he's not with his divisions right now.
What would be neat is if we had a map we could do the X's and O's on.
Yeah. Yeah, a little telestration.
We have to figure that out, right? Like if we had I'm looking at I'm going off script for those of you, 11 of you who are watching. Let's say Zeke actually, by the way, made a comment online. He said the pregame campaign led to a really interesting scenario. We totally agree. We're just commenting on the kind words about our format. We are making it up as we go along. It's probably not evident given the smooth commentation that's happening. And bad move by Sickles, and if the Confederates can get through Gettysburg, south of Gettysburg, are in deep trouble. And I think they safely say the Confederates have gotten through Gettysburg. Anyway, back to some admin. It would be nice if we had a map as a fourth window that we could draw X's and O's on to help illustrate some of the points we're making. We'll have to figure that. We'll have to figure it out. Okay, I'm too much brain power for now. How about that Union? Is that Union cavalry doing anything to the northeast? It doesn't look like it. I think they've spotted. It looks to me like they've spotted the column coming into the northeast of Gettysburg.
Yeah, probably.
Deployed along the ridge there, right?
Yeah. Still doesn't look like the Confederates are reacting in any way.
Yeah.
Which forces are this here? 2nd Corps Rhodes Division. And
we'll give Kilpatrick a visit and hear what he has to say.
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
Kilpatrick or Rhodes?
Let's do them both.
Let's do them both.
At a time.
Right.
What find Kilpatrick? Commander is name is Sam Miller. There he is. Okay, well we have to figure out.
And he hasn't attacked right now. What?
So we're gonna demand an explanation for why he has not attacked. We're gonna come down. All right, off we go. Okay, we're gonna go. General.
Oh, greetings.
Hello.
We were now surrounded by commentators.
The press.
Right. So what do you want to know?
What are you seeing? What are your orders and what's your perspective?
Right now I have an Confederate Corps in front of me, and I'm planning to wait until the infantry is far away to attack the artillery baggage and take over the artillery.
Okay. So you do see the core there, and you're going to wait till the baggage becomes more of a target. You're saying.
Yes, exactly, with the artillery, and I think that would be a big blow against the Confederates here.
Good.
As they don't seem to have spotted me, I think, since they are still continuing to walk.
Right, right. And what was your mission coming in this way? What instructions were you given?
I have to admit, my mission was definitely not this, because my commander told me to split my force in two and to guard both roads. But I have found a good target, I would say, so I will ignore this order for now and do this.
Okay. Well, we will keep an eye on you and on your exploits, and certainly be back for a discussion as things develop. But we did see you over there on the hill and wanted to get your thoughts. But thanks so much. Talk to you shortly. Good luck
See you
with
later.
your adventure here. Okay, thanks,
Yeah,
Sam.
thanks.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Well,
yeah. So that was.
Sam is an iconic player in the IKS and beloved. He is not burdened with a variety of strategies when he plays. And so the fact that he's holding off to attack until he has a good target is perfectly in line with the way he plays. However, I do see on the Umpire board, if you have a chance on the live stream, that his targets are moving farther than he's able to get them, and in fact, two battalions have swung east to block him. So he is actually there on the.
Yeah, has been spotted apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he might have missed an opportunity.
But it won't stop Sam from trying to force an opportunity. Is the good news.
Yeah. He's well known to just charge the enemy at any opportunity. Although I will say that he has learned quite a lot over the years. So there's that.
He has.
And we've got some
part of the fun part of the community is we all do kind of know each other, and so when we see it, okay, here's what's going to happen here. So, okay, and then did we talk about Rhodes? I just came here because I don't know where Rhodes is. Where can we find Rhodes?
He should be Confederate Second Corps, right?
So many cores. Maybe I should minimize them while we don't need them.
Better second. You're right. Rhodes Division.
He's down in his. He's got a voice channel. It's in Confederate.
Oh, it's voiced. Okay. And where? Just let's give it a little. What are we looking for when we talk to? Where is Second Corps on the map? I'm
He's on the. Is that the Harrisburg?
I believe so. Yes. This town should be, yeah. He has now arrived down here and deployed to guard the flank, apparently, to the
just northeast of our.
Oh right, okay. He's west of.
No. He's northeast of Gettysburg now. Just deployed his first brigades.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Just west of the creek there.
There he is, Second Corps. Okay, good. See, now we have three knowledgeable commentators. You had me confused for a minute. All right, so the way we jump to Rhodes' channel.
Yep.
So,
Joe Rhodes, hello.
go. What's going on?
We are the commentators. We wanted to check in with you, what your perspective is, what you know about the battle, what your orders are. We see you're deploying your forces.
Yeah, I was initially told to move to Wolf's Hill, but you know, in light of recent, 5 to 6 fucking cavalry brigades behind me, I'm gonna have to face them. Um, I assume that the entire Union Cavalry Corps is somewhere around there behind that hill, or is close to around there. So I'm just gonna take up positions along I don't know what river this is. It's like the Rocky Creek. Yeah, the Rock Creek.
Rock Creek, yeah.
And just probably entrench until I'm told what to do by my corps commander.
Okay.
Right, very interesting.
But I am a little scared. Yeah, it is quite a bit of cavalry behind me. They're about the same size as me, from what I can see so far.
And have you heard from Early or from your corps commander how they plan to react? Nope.
I've just sent them a letter. I just found out last turn that it's way bigger than I initially thought it was scouts, because I can only see a few scouts, and now I'm seeing 5 to 6 brigades on the hill, MT or WH Montefort Hill. So I just sent my letter and told him what's up, and I told him that I'm gonna shake out my entire line into a battle line and face them.
All right, interesting.
See what happens.
Well, better be safe
Great
than sorry, I
report.
guess.
Oh yeah, for sure. The whole cavalry corps can do a lot of damage behind the lines.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, good luck with that. Great report. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank y'all. See you soon.
See you soon.
I think shit's gonna pop off over here.
We keep an eye on that.
All right.
Well, that's interesting that the cavalry certainly created a threat in the mind of the enemy.
Yeah.
The Gobbler makes a great comment. He commented on Patrick saying it hasn't been seen. And in fact, I see, I don't know if you can see it on the live stream, that the umpires are drawing pink arrows from the cavalry into that line of battle.
Yeah.
So, although that, yeah, admittedly it's coming from the artillery, so it might be artillery aiming. But I see a little dust up here. But obviously the cavalry force much smaller than Rhodes believes.
Exactly, yeah.
Right. And it's interesting. It looks like Rhodes is deployed, but his the other divisions in that corps might not be. I'm not sure who is commanding those forces that are on the road there.
That should be Early's division here. Yep.
So he might not be deployed.
And these screening forces here are of Rhodes' division, yeah, and Early is just marching through.
Early's the one under attack, right?
Well, yeah. Early and those two deployed here are from Rhodes.
Neil's brigade.
Oh.
No, Neil's brigade is from Rhodes, and Early's.
The troops on the road are within artillery range if there's a clear line of sight from where the cavalry is to the road. That could be interesting too.
Yeah, I should heard.
What's going on down south there? And who said there'd be nothing to commentate for 8 straight hours? No. Right? I would think it would be interesting if we go hear from AP Hill and Heath again. See what their objective is. They've been firing now for a bit. What do you both think of that?
Yeah, it seems they have consolidated their lines again, pulled back the infantry. And,
right.
And the Union, is that 12th Corps that's deployed there south of Culp's Hill and
that should be 12th Corps. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
12th Corps, yeah. So 12th. So he last time we spoke, just to get our minds organized, he thought there'd be 2 corps coming up his way. And he cited a couple of them, but let's see what he has to say now.
Right.
So we'll head down to AP Hill.
AP Hill.
I think I'm just going to make one video of us trying to find channels. I think that'd be fascinating. That'd be right?
Oh, he's down there. There's a command conference, it looks like, in the AP Hill voice channel. You got General Lee and Ewell and Pender as well.
And then, okay, off.
A lot of people here.
It's the commentary team, General.
Hello, hello, hello.
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 Again, are you all gathering and just thought we'd listen in?
Excellent. Well, as long as you have something going towards Wolf Hill to occupy that high ground and begin digging in, I think that's acceptable. And then you can decide how you want to deal with the cavalry as they observe us. Though I imagine that as soon as you start trying to push them off, they'll run away.
I'm going to have early sort them out. You should be able to handle it. Johnston and Rhodes will be moving on the hill, and I'm going to be moving to make sure that they achieve that objective as quickly as possible. Next turn.
Fantastic.
Or this turn.
So
I just wanted to get an idea of what's going on down here. So, light pressure so far.
Light pressure. They've got infantry forming up, so they'll probably start attacking in the next 40 minutes. Probably not the next 20.
Do we have any estimates on IC combat over on Wolf's or on the southern hilltop near Hill 444?
Hill 444?
On the bottom right of the screenshot across the little round island near the Tanny farm.
I have a different screenshot to you.
All right. Have you seen any, or have you gotten any reports from your units that are over there?
I don't know where you're talking about. I'm sorry.
There are no units over there. There are no units
And I
over
guess
there.
there's artillery.
There is something going on to past the Peach Orchard. Stuart's inhibiting a federal advance up the road on the Emmitsburg Pike. I don't otherwise know where you're talking about. I'm sorry.
All right.
I know roughly what's going on to my south, but I don't know what you're asking.
Yeah, to the southeast.
Oh, sorry,
I'm seeing
the J-Tanny to the southeast, really?
Yeah.
There isn't anything over there.
I see gunsmoke on my screenshot.
Towards Hill 444.
Yes. Just to the south of it.
We have no rebel troops in that direction.
I'm not sure what they're shooting at then, so maybe it's Umpire scatter.
Maybe. It's possible that, it's probably just a scattered smoke column. There's no rebels out there, and I'm not aware of any federals that can be out there based on what we've got right now. Looks like the federal cavalry are getting harassed by our guns, which is excellent. But I will be happier once we have this position fortified, because it looks like the federals are bringing a couple of brigades up to try this hill.
I'm worried that you'll have to fight up Wolf's Hill. It looks like if there's some artillery on that side, but there's nothing over there that we know, so we can't.
We'll handle it.
Yeah.
We got this.
I think,
We've got a lot.
We are expecting another corps to come up the Baltimore Pike at some point today, but we have no intel that it's here yet. So probably.
Ewell, do you have any orders this turn?
I'm going to immediately start riding towards the Harrisburg Road in Gettysburg to meet up with Rhodes and make sure he keeps his ass moving. I'll be going as quickly as possible. I've got one more dispatch coming out, so just be on the lookout.
Sure.
Yeah, let's get some troops on Wolf Hill as soon as possible, Yule, and I'll ride with you.
All right, we'll get
this started. Okay, great. In that case, I will update my last order. I'm just telling him that I am going to go join Heath. Pender is going to have his foot nailed to the floor here for a while.
Yeah, I shall take up position on 408 with the artillery.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we can see any speculation on who we think that is coming up from our south. Is that third or is it second, do you think?
Second corps, maybe.
Well, it could be 12th, but I don't know.
It's hard to say. Next time, we'll go bug Sean Mac.
Oh, I doubt that he will let us tell by observation.
Read the
Do
flags.
we-
Read the flags.
But there is that one.
Um,
there. Yep.
So line our position at Cemetery Hills as it should be from the from the past day. We're clear on that, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's 4 hours of work. Would like that there had been more progress on the works, but there are works there. They have
All right.
material value. They could stand to be more in depth, but the Yankees didn't give us another 2 hours to finish them.
Shame.
But we can finish them tonight.
Yep.
All right, I just pop back. Okay, here we are. Okay, quite interesting. They are trying to figure out what's going on. For a brief moment there, they believed something was coming down Wolf Hill. And more reinforcements arrived, and as we were listening in, they started to shuffle their brigades around, so it seems like they are pulling those formations which have skirmished with the cavalry already back in the secondary line to give them some rest and have brought up fresh forces. Seeing reserves exploited here is a good thing, and I'm wondering these forces here now, Johnson's division, 2nd Corps, where they are heading. Are they deploying here, or are they forming up as a mobile reserve? We just see.
It feels like they have a pretty good handle on the situation there, though.
Look at that. Rhodes is sending out brigades in column across Rock Creek. Wow. To find out what's up with the cavalry here.
Yeah, that's
What's set up in Blockers Knoll?
Let's see, where's that? Blockers Knoll.
They're going back up.
yeah, they're moving out to York Pike, right? That's
Yeah.
That's an
He had
interesting
deployed
move.
here along the river, and now he's moving his division down south and across.
Oh boy, I guess they believe there's more cavalry up there than there is.
Yeah.
There you go.
And actually, all the core artillery has also been deployed along the river. Wow.
I want to make a note of 1228. Rhodes reacting. Now, you remember, just heard Lee say he wanted Rhodes to keep moving down toward the south, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, there'll be a little discussion there.
Yeah, about the where's my artillery?
Right. In the IKS, we call that a little discussion. Right. And then Sean Mack, I wonder who wrote Umpire is, because if we watch Rose's Umpire, when you out and listen in as the actually, let's follow Lee.
Want to go find General Lee?
Okay.
Rose's voice right now.
He was in that command conference.
Right. So I'm watching. I've got Rhodes on my screen. We'll see when Lee pops in there. One of the principles of commentating, of course, is we don't want to actually go in and ask questions that lead the witness,
right,
or indicate what's happening with what we see. So we have to be cautious about when we go in. Now, just as a note to Rhodes, and said, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" it would be a supplementary weird report from the clouds about of what's going on. So, cool. Well, it's interesting that if you think about cavalry's role of reconnaissance screening and then creating a bit of subterfuge, if Kilpatrick can actually keep that entire corps facing a round up there a little bit, it'll slow down their ability to reinforce down in the south.
Yeah, I think that would be a successful operation on the part of Kilpatrick.
Inadvertent success, but success will take it. You know, if the scoreboard shows that you're ahead, you win, right?
That's right. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good.
Right.
Right. Well, if Zeke is back, yeah. The good news is the 11th Corps is successfully holding over near the river there, along the Willoughby. They said they were going to hold. He's following his objectives. Give him a gold star for that. Right?
He's following his orders.
In order to hold and wait until he can get a drop on the Confederates, and
Waiting
successfully
for
doing that.
Dan Sickles to come up the
Right.
Emmitsburg Road.
Right.
I want to see how General Sickles is doing.
Still busy with Stuart down here.
So busy with Stuart.
Pushed him back a little ways. They're just abreast of Little Round Top now.
And you could actually equally make the case that if Stuart is slowing down Sickles down here, or this entire corps down here, while they're slowing down the Northeast, both of the cavalry units one on each side are doing good work and allowing or keeping the enemy concentrating.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. That and Stuart may not know it, but by slowing down the 3rd Corps, he's also slowing down the 11th Corps.
Exactly. I wonder what Confederate 3rd Corps thinks. Go. So they're on the west end of town, and they would be the subject of the 11th and 3rd Union Corps' attention if they had come together, but they're not being allowed to.
So that's Anderson's division there on Seminary Ridge.
And
reinforced. Right. Okay, and where's the... Heath's division is down there, yes.
Why don't we go copy what Mr. Anderson has? Anderson is west of Gettysburg.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Okay.
33. We're going to go talk to Anderson.
All right, he's down there by himself.
Yeah, what do you think, guys? We're ready to go?
Sure.
Yep.
Go give him a visit. All right.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. We're the commentation team, the commentators, press.
Southern press.
The drones circling the battlefield, taking
I didn't do it, whatever it is.
Well, what? Give us your perspective. What orders have you been given? We see your position on the field. What orders have you been getting, and what have you been given, and what do you think is happening, and where's your head?
That's a great question. So I've been told to hold here because we're expecting 11th Corps of the Union to come. I can kind of see them on the other side of that river there. We're expecting them to come here. Now, there is supposed to be someone from the Northwest who's supposed to be attacking them, and I've not seen that develop or heard that develop yet from my current perspective. So I'm just waiting until something develops because I ain't crossing the river into the Union lines. That ain't something I'm doing. And there's cannon fire to the southeast from what I could tell. I have no idea what's going there. I hope they're charging up hills into infantry and cannons, but I hate to say it, but my hope of that plan is not too high, but not zero. So
there you go.
All right.
Excellent. Okay, good update. We are you're not alone. We're keeping an eye on you. Just wanted to come and check in and get your thoughts.
All right. Well, hopefully something develops. If I notice attacking, I might attack. Although, hopefully the stream isn't too deep. I've heard it isn't deep, but you never know. Gettysburg has had famous stories of impassable
Rock Creek
streams.
has its own mythology. Excellent. Well, good luck, and we'll be back as the situation develops.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. All right. Well, we've got a stare down west of Gettysburg.
We're down west of Gettysburg. The Union forces are holding west of Willoughby Creek, Rock Creek, and the Confederates are waiting there and won't move based on believing that someone is going to come to dislodge them from the north.
Yeah, and that
East or
really can
northwest?
only be First Corps. So when are they scheduled to arrive? First Corps. Let's have a look.
They're off board now, right?
Yes.
Is that at noon? Looks like that Hood.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And there's Longstreet First Corps. Yeah, noon. Scheduled for noon. It's 10 a.m. right now.
Okay.
So they have to wait a little longer.
It's interesting. So maybe 11th Corps had some warning of the possibility of Confederates coming down the Cashtown Pike, and that's why they're protecting their flank to the north.
Kilpatrick has decided not to charge deployed infantry. He's now moving around to see if he can engage the end of the column. Interesting.
Right. And here we are, gentlemen, with a classic IKS flanking maneuver. Right. Sean, there's nothing that an IKS member doesn't like more than to try to work their way around the flank. They bred Hardy and they did Yeomany, and off they go. Well, at least player playing Kilpatrick, and Miller, decided that a charge into those infantry. Although his, it looks like his artillery did do a little bit of damage. Those O'Neill's brigade there, so he's going to move around and he's going to charge up the road.
Can we zoom in a little on what's going on with
Sure.
Kilpatrick? See what he's doing? Yeah, that is interesting. So he could potentially come around his right there and maybe hit them in the flank or threaten their flank.
Yeah.
What is interesting is if Rhodes is sending a force south and around, and Kilpatrick is going north and around, they're literally creating a merry-go-round the Rosie.
Yeah, I think
Right?
I would think that probably would be a win for Kilpatrick if he's just trying to occupy the Confederates. That they probably won't catch him if they're chasing him that way.
Right, and they'll take at least 2 brigades and move them out of position.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and the fact alone that he has forced the whole corps artillery to deploy there, that's a win in his books.
Yeah, I think so too. I was just going to say that they're there, and probably not where General Lee would like them to be my guess.
And we know that for a fact because we were down listening to General Lee talking about needing that corps farther south. So Lee's planning to develop the battlefield south of Gettysburg, and he's got a corps caught up in a ring around the Rosie exercise with the Union cavalry to the northeast.
Oh, what is going on here?
We've got some
That's
What are you looking at
that's
now,
Lee
Jan?
himself with Huel.
Heading east instead of on the other side of Rock Creek.
Oh, I believe he's now personally taking care of occupying Wolfhill. That's interesting.
Point that out for us here. You got, if I'm at Gettysburg, which way are we looking?
Directly look directly east. That's where they're just moving the pieces right
Okay.
now.
Yes.
There you
They're
go. I see it.
Confederates are deploying.
And the Wolfhill then is from Lee basically to the south-southeast.
Got it. George Wolf farm there. Well, that is interesting.
I wonder if they're expecting Union units to appear over there.
I think that's a pretty clear indication, and that's true, right?
Yeah, and it also looks like he has now pulled over Rhodes here and said, no, you are not going on a wild goose chase. You're gonna come with me and into the position I intended for you.
Right. That looks like.
Yeah, it looks like the column is moving into town, continuing on the road into Gettysburg from the northeast there.
Well, there you go. That's leadership, right? So the leader, this is a gold star for Lee. We were just commenting on that corps was being displaced from position based on fog of war. They didn't really know how many cavalry was up there, and Lee went up and reorganized that. So that would be a point worth noting.
Absolutely. Now I'm wondering though if they are not getting their corps intermingled, that might present some command and control issues in the future as the battle continues. Because that's Johnson's division here of 2nd Corps. Oh well, okay, no, Rhodes' 2nd Corps as well. Never mind then.
Right.
Never mind.
And it looks like.
So how do we? Go ahead. Sorry, Sean.
Yeah, it looks like we've got Confederate infantry now south of Gettysburg is now across the Emmitsburg Road. So there, it looks like they're extending their line a little bit to the west, maybe anticipating a Union move up the Emmitsburg Road.
Right. And there seems to be some sort of a command conference here. Meade, Pleasanton, and Slocum. So if Meade is there, maybe we want to listen in on that.
Yeah, we can visit with General Meade and ask him how things are going.
Let's have a look. Where are they? I can't see them. Slocum.
Yeah, I'm not seeing them either.
Maybe we don't have access to Meade's channels.
Yeah, because
Meade is with, let's see, with Pleasanton Cavalry Corps and Slocum 12th Corps. Well, 2nd Division of 12th Corps.
Geary, down to Geary. You see Geary voice in the Union 12th Corps doing a live stream of the map.
yeah, I don't see a Meade voice.
No. See, Slocum has now popped into Slocum because the umpire wants to ask him something, but don't see Meade voice. Okay, let's figure that out. It might be a technical issue on the umpire's end that they have not given us access. Where would I put that? Because I can't see the Umpire channels anymore either, so maybe they removed some sort of permissions. I can see their voice chat, but not the all the
I thought
text
they
chat.
were saying something about that. Well, yeah, the voice chat, but not the channels.
Right. Who do we think has time to take care of that? Or I just write Nick a message here. Okay, he's on it. Should soon pop up again.
So what happens? I share my screen. You're sharing the stream, right? Let's see what happens.
What are you trying to do right now?
I have an idea.
Yeah, it's John's screen that's up right now.
I've just shared my screen, but nothing happened. Okay.
No, we can't see it.
You in? Yeah, I was gonna create a preview in Mac, and I'll stop sharing and see if I can pull up a map of Gettysburg as a fourth, or the map as a fifth, and then we could draw arrows on it. Yeah. Figure out the technology as we go. Called innovating on the fly.
So we want to look down at where a little further south and west to see what's going on with Stewart.
Yeah, further pushed away.
Yeah, being pushed up the Emmitsburg Road.
And pushed in such a way that he's starting to spread out. And the
oh, what's this? Look at that. Two of his squadrons here. What's this size actually? Brigades have engaged the
Ambulance.
Wow, the Union artillery train.
Well, that might be an unpleasant interaction.
Wow. Okay.
Look at the third Corps Union is spreading out toward Willoughby. I think it was what the 11th is in, right? But they are away from anything. But where they're doing, you see what they're doing there? They're heading west.
Heading west. They're getting on a road and heading west.
Have we haven't spoken to Sickles yet, have we?
Maybe those are the forces supposed to link up with this formation, which is waiting for them.
Yeah, for sure, right?
Yeah, that's what Howard said, that he was waiting for Sickles, and maybe Sickles has decided to jog to the west to make his move north a little quicker.
Speak to Sickles. What do you think, gentlemen?
We can do that. We also have access to headquarters now. If you want to talk or listen in on the Union assembly there. Whatever you think is more important.
Right, where is that? That's the top of the Union? I think it's...
Yes, Meade voice.
So Reynolds... Meade voice. There it is. Listen to that for sure. Okay.
General Meade, do you want us to try and send some cavalry out to try and determine their location?
Sure. Sounds like a great plan.
What direction would I even send cavalry? Where would we expect them to be?
On the road.
South? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, the road behind us?
Yeah.
Where is the Army artillery at?
They're with me. I have the reserve.
So they're just down the road?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, so the initial overarching theme here was to, obviously take Cemetery Hill and Culp's Hill, but that's not really a viable option because they're already there. So the intent was to have us co-locate 12th and 2nd Corps. That way we could determine the best way to go about this. While the cavalry scouts to see if there's any gaps that we could potentially flank around, or like maybe it's lightly defended to the north of Gettysburg. The issue is now we don't know where 2nd Corps is. There's a bunch of people being engaged and no situation reports coming in. So I'm just working off very minimal information. But that was the plan, is to take the key terrain on day one, not necessarily do an all-out assault. But now I don't know if that's viable, and I'm just trying to understand what's actually going on.
No, I didn't think they would sit in Gettysburg.
I didn't either, but when you look at the strategic movement and the map that was done, it didn't look like they were concentrated enough except for the forces already in Gettysburg. So that was the assumption and the plan.
Well, okay, but I think for now, 12th Corps should stay here and keep their attention since we're here. The cavalry, we should relieve the cavalry and allow them to go find the other corps for us. And
also check for gaps.
Yeah, and because see, I have to type every lot. You probably can tell.
General Greg.
Yes.
Hello, I'm coming for orders just for you. So obviously you've moved over here and you've met up with Meade and Slocum, etc. What do you want to do?
All right. So first of all, I'm going to have the third. Give me a second. Yeah, I'll have the 2nd Brigade detach one of its, I guess, half brigades, half of it, to move eastwards and go towards, let me check the map for the names, move eastwards towards Rock Creek. They are to cross Rock Creek and then move west towards Benner's Hill. So essentially they're trying to get to Benner's Hill by swinging around the forests around Stevens Hill. The objective being to see if the enemy line extends all the way in that area or if that area is empty of enemies.
Yep, okay.
They are not to engage if they find anything.
Yep.
Aside from that, I will take like a tiny group of riders. No need to send like a full half brigade. And send them down the road to locate, I believe it is 3rd Corps we're looking for, right?
This is coming up the Tinytown Road. No.
Yeah, like going south down the road that we're on now.
Oh, 3rd
just
Corps.
have
So you
them...
mean over towards Emmetsburg? Okay, got it. Yep.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. Okay, grand. And Pleasanton, any orders from you?
No, that's what I'd already passed to General Greg, and then I've been sending dispatches in the text channel to my other 2 divisions requesting updates from them.
Cool. Thank you.
Well, unfortunately, I've been shot. So someone else will be taking control of the army here shortly.
Wait, what?
How did you get shot?
Um, don't worry about it. I've been shot.
Well, what's your condition? Will you stay here until this engagement is decided, or must you be evacuated?
I will be evacuated whenever my replacement comes to take over the army.
Who is that?
It's supposed to be Third Corps.
Who's the commander of Third Corps?
It's a admin thing and it's a narrative thing, right? Like the reality is I don't feel like I'm going to be an asset to this team. So I'm trying to find a replacement, right? Like I'm just not able to function with the way that this is playing out. It's too much for me trying to figure out the places on the map, paint stuff, delete it, update it, trying to figure out what's going on with the dispatches. Like it's just too much for me. So instead of like, you know, messing everybody's time up, somebody else is going to do it.
Maybe you can find an aide-de-camp to support you. That's what I did when we ran Gettysburg for the first time. I had someone...
I mean, it's just not something I want to do in stride, right? And then like bog down time, because like right now people are trying to get orders. That's all it is. Like if I knew how it was going to actually be run, and that way I could like understand, oh, I might need this or I might need this. Like it may have been a little different, but I'm not prepared for this, man. Like just trying to find Seminary Ridge, like I think with the turn resolution being as fast as it is, it's just too much for me to try to remember everything at once. I'm just not a master at this.
That's fair enough.
It's not like a negative thing. It's just like, I'd rather you guys get somebody who can like actually have an enjoyable experience for the 3 days for you.
I mean, are you not able to use Tabletop Simulator?
No, see, I didn't even know there was a module until like 20 minutes after the game started. And the issue is I don't have Steam Guard. I forgot to set it up. So I'd have to go through customer service to change the password. And it's just like a whole thing I don't have time to do right now. If I had known and I had time, then like, yeah, probably could have. But I'm like in Microsoft Paint right now, trying to paint like, you know, an infantry square on Seminary Ridge, and it's just not cutting it, man.
I need orders from Williams and Slocum.
Just stay put.
Okay, that was that was interesting.
That's too bad about poor General Meade.
Yeah. Well, I guess I know that it's only his second Kriegsspiel ever, I believe. So he participated in one of the practitioners games I ran a few months ago, and yeah, it's this way of wargaming is completely different to what he's used to. And so I can certainly see if you're new to the period and the scenario and everything and the way it's played, it's really a lot to process, and it creates certainly an amount of pressure. And then if you're then sort of also handicapped with the software side of things, that creates problems.
Can we see what's going on at the head of that Union column coming up the Taneytown Road where we thought there were Confederate cavalry?
Cavalry looks a little bit disrupted now, but I would assume that
Is that the Union?
I'm going to go listen in. see what they say about the situation with Meade while you guys look at that, and I'll
Sure.
join you back here in a second, just so I
Yeah,
can.
it is the Union Artillery Reserve being hit by
Yes.
cavalry.
Which they believe just to be down the road and arrive in a few minutes. So they have no idea about what's going on here. And I think this gap between their positions, that's quite an issue. Cavalry has pointed out they should send some over, but yeah. Not having done that before now will be paid in batteries.
Yeah, that's it's interesting because they were separated. Confederates managed to take advantage of that.
Yeah, and also quite fascinating because the situation in this regard is somewhat similar to the first time we played. So the setup of the scenario was different, of course. We managed to drive away very light Confederate cavalry occupying these hills, so cemetery and Kalbs, and actually hold it until the end of the game. But there was a huge gap to the forces coming up here on the Emmitsburg Road, because in our game the British Corps was basically blocking them here. And there was a huge threat of cavalry hitting our columns marching up that road. So in that way, there's a little bit of a similar situation here. I'm not quite sure if a steward is aware of his success down here, if he has received word about what's going on. But apparently 2 batteries here were captured, I would think.
Well, that's
Or maybe even 3, and then now the other ones are starting to deploy and
shaking out. Wow, that's quite a development.
They
And
don't have any escort.
Oof.
Very interesting. Okay, so but there's also nobody coming up behind them. All right.
There's a big Union column coming up the Emmitsburg Road now. You can see them deployed there south and off the board to the south.
Yes.
And
First Corps, Iron Brigade.
Reynolds, okay. And then a little further north was 11th Corps redeploying. I thought they looked like they might have been changing their deployment.
Yes, so they are moving this division away, which was guarding the north, 3rd Division. Pulling it over now to extend their line here to the east, and it looks like Anderson had enough of sitting around on Cemetery Ridge and is trying to probe the enemy with 2 of his brigades.
Moving up the road, that's very interesting.
Right, right into the guns.
That's very interesting.
But yeah, I would assume that they have received word that this column is now progressing here along the river and trying to link up with them. Sickles is actually at the head of the column. So that might be the signal to release these forces. It will be interesting to see where they are heading, because of the roads they can't really... Well, I guess they could go cross terrain here.
It's interesting with Mark's Game Room earlier in the year. We did a hypothetical Gettysburg game of looking at what if General Hood had moved to the right. You know, that's the famous scene from the movie where he says we should have gone around to the right.
Right, yeah.
And we looked at an alternative where they use some of these roads that looks like Sickles might be trying to use to swing around to the south of the Round Tops and then come up the Taneytown Road. So that's interesting, making use of the alternative terrain, if you will.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Slocum will be taking charge of the Union.
Mm-hmm.
Give us. Yeah. There you go.
Okay, so what's going on? Yeah, it looks like 4 batteries are lost.
Oof. Well, that's.
Hey, I'm gonna grab a thing to drink and take a bio break. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Gents.
Yep.
All right, I'll do the same. I'll do the same.
Yep. Go ahead. Okay. Oh, it's just us. Let's dance on the table or something. Well, so many interesting developments here. That's for sure. Very much looking forward to how this continues and develops further. Let's see, up north, Kilpatrick has now crossed the Rock Creek, the impassable. And for those of you who don't know, because we we tend to make reference events that happened in previous games in the IKS. The impassable Rock Creek was sort of a meme produced by the first Grand Gettysburg game in August 21, when the umpires decided that Rock Creek should not be passable other than at the bridges up north here, which if you take a look at the river, you might doubt that decision. It's certainly deeper down here where there are the dams, and it's to create these bathing tubs, so to say. But yeah, so there it is. He has crossed the river and is deployed, but so is the enemy. And again, even though the core artillery is now on the move again, obviously to be shifted over here and support Lee and Ewell taking Wolf Hill, which is what they intended originally. He has again managed to force a whole division here, Early's division, to deploy and guard the rear. So that causes further delays and is what cavalry is supposed to do, I guess. It will be interesting to see whether they shift all the core artillery of Second Corps onto these hills. That might be a little bit rough terrain there to bring them into positions. I'm not quite sure what is the effective range of these. Do we know that? Artillery charts. That's just die rolls. A Union CSA artillery long range. Well, now I don't know how to read the charts. So let's not bother with that. But I guess they can at least support the position that has been shifted down here from Cowps Hill. But I can certainly see more suitable positions for them. So we keep an eye out on those. And we keep an eye out on Anderson. If he's gonna be shot as well. Which might be the case. Might be the case. Yeah, a second in command. I just see the coupler's message here in the chat. Second in command would have been great for Meade. That's, yeah, well, it's unfortunate if the game is already running and you feel overwhelmed, there's little you can do, because with a game of this size, the umpires are super busy with keeping everything running. And well, we see. Hopefully he finds an assistant and keeps playing in the game. Would be a shame to lose him there. But yeah, okay. Anderson. Let's see what's going on. Oh, this is just a flag. Thought there was a marker put down there. But generally speaking, okay, what happened to the cavalry? The cavalry has
looks
been
like they're back on the
repelled.
road.
Yeah.
Are they driven off by the artillery fire?
I didn't see any smoke here, but I would assume so. Or they are just tired and disordered from fighting and decided to retreat. I don't know.
All right.
Or maybe they spiked the guns and ran?
Yeah, probably.
What time is it game time?
Let's have a look. Game time, 11 a.m. So that means then that we are 3 turns away from the arrival of Longstreet First Corps.
Yeah, and it's interesting that 11th Corps had took the part of its force that was, potentially deployed against that move, and has moved it south.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Longstreet going to come in from? The northwest?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like they're sitting there on the. Oh, there they are.
Yeah, artillery is
Lead
coming
element
in.
on the Gettysburg pike.
Okay. So we could, is Longstreet actually on the show? We could ask him about whether he has received any words and where he's heading. Longstreet, yes, Longstreet is in voice with Hood.
You want to go drop in on them?
Mm-hmm. Let's do that.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Here come the commentators.
Southern Press.
How's it going?
Hey, Jan, how you doing, man?
Doing all right. So, we see you are scheduled to arrive very soon on the battlefield. Have you received any word of the situation?
No, and I'm a little hesitant to send for word because I don't know what's in front of me. I know there's troops coming down. I think that's the Emmets. No, it's not the Emmetsburg Road. What is that? Oh, that is okay. The Hagerstown Road. That I'm all but certain that that's 11th Corps. But I find it a little strange that Liam's just kind of going right in. So it makes me wonder if there's more troops out there, or if there's just a weak line of Confederates that are sitting there, maybe a brigade or a division. He thinks he has the advantage. Either way, he's going to have his flank open, I think. I don't think he expects me to be there, or he thinks he's got the time to maybe do some damage before I get here. But he's not going to have the time, I don't think, because he's got to set up all of his divisions. They're marching down the road. I'm not worried about it. I'll be able to support the line down there. It'll be pretty simple.
What were your orders, or what are your current orders?
Well, at this point, it's kind of what I figured. So, what I figured when I was coming on, I figured that it was going to be a fight when I came in. I didn't think it was going to be quiet in the least. Honestly, I expected more troops to be on the field before I got here. But my original orders, which actually look like it's going to be what it is take out 11th Corps. because I've got them outnumbered 2-1. So the idea is to take 11th Corps off the board, but it's not going to pan out that way because of the run. I don't know how deep it is. I don't know if I can cross it, so on and so forth. It's just not going to pan out the way that Lee wants it to in terms of 11th Corps, but I'm going to do my best. I'm probably going to have to march across the road, parallel to the railroad cut, and then cut south. That way I've still got a connection with the rest of the army, and I'm not separated by a creek.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It's just the way I'm going to have to do it.
Right.
I'd like to be able to just go right at him in one big long line, but with that run being there, I just can't do that.
Right.
So I'm going to have to move in just a little bit, set up a little bit south along the railroad cut, relieve those Confederate troops that are up there. They're probably Hills guys. Let them go back to the ridges. Let me take this position and then go into the attack and take out 11th Corps.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And that's just what I think. I mean, it's probably 11th Corps.
Right.
But I'll find out when I get set up.
Sure. Okay, so you're just deciding then based on the situation as you perceive it. You're not planning to head to find Lee and talk directly or something?
Well, until I know what's in front of me.
Right.
I don't know if a message would get intercepted because at this distance, to me, it just looks like a dark body of troops. I can't identify them. So I'm going to kind of move forward cautiously and see if I can't identify what's going on. And if those are Confederate troops, I know that the rear is still open, at least enough to get a courier through and tell him what's going on. But until then, I can't send one because he might get intercepted.
Right. Okay, great.
But what I think it's going to end up being is by the time I get here and I get set up, I'm going to have a small window to take out this core if I can do it at all. Because I don't want to just throw the core into it until I know what's going on down here. But it's probably 11th Corps.
Very good. Sounds like a plan then. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
You guys, let's jump to Stuart.
Hello.
Yeehaw.
Hey, Jan, how's it going?
Going all right. Quite interesting developments, as one would expect from a Kriegsspiel game. So, how is your position right now?
I think my position is pretty good. I do have some Union forces flanking into the west, but the Union seems to be moving slow. Things are actually going better than I expected, and I sent Chambliss out on a raid, really a reconnaissance and force to attack what I believe are some vulnerable Union artillery batteries that are just kind of sitting there. They're not really deployed. So if all that goes well, the best case scenario is I take some of their guns out of the mix, and I'm already continuing to hold them. So the only thing that would disappoint me is if Chambliss takes a lot of casualties or just completely fails. And I don't think they're behind me, so I think everything's kind of going according to plan, which, as you know, when I feel that way, it's actually a massive disaster. So in reality, it probably means that the Union has already captured Gettysburg and I'm entirely surrounded and they're just waiting to eat me for dessert. But that's my sense of it. So.
All right.
I believe they're going to eat you as an amuse-bouche.
So,
my.
Have you received any dispatches from Lee or Hill or anybody?
I just got my very first dispatch as you were saying that sentence, believe it or not, from Ewell at 1040 saying that he's headed my way to Emmitsburg Road and that there are 4 or 6 cavalry brigades are north between Carlisle and Mummersburg Road. Now, I don't know what that means. I don't know if those are enemy or friendly brigades. I'll assume they're enemy. But yeah, so I just got my very first dispatch, very hastily written and sent. So, okay, you know, I'm sure that obviously the Union is on the map somewhere and probably in multiple locations, but at least in my sector, things seem to be going very well.
Very good. Let's hope it stays that way.
Absolutely. All right. I've got my trusty pet Demeter here. She is asleep on the chair next to me. But when she wakes up, you guys are doomed. The Union is doomed. I just have to get some food and she'll be bright and cheery and awake.
Waking the dogs of war.
That's right. That's right. All it takes is the sound of food or chewing or just the presence of food in the house.
All right. Good luck, Rob. Marshall. I'm ahead of the commentator.
Thank you.
Well, it's interesting. We'll see what happens with Longstreet when he comes in. Just
so
is Stuart falling back up the Emmitsburg Road at this point? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, I guess he will further try to delay the enemy. He's quite happy with how that has worked out so far. He's, however, also confident that the enemy is not threatening his flank, which could quickly be the case, though, if the 2nd Division cavalry would be shifted over to the west, then he might be in a bit of a pickle in between enemy lines.
He could
especially as there's 3rd Division under Schurz coming from the west as well.
Yeah, it is interesting. It looks like Sickles is heading up that road along the Willoughby Run around the back to link up with Howard.
Yeah, quite interesting. So maybe, maybe he will then be in this position to guard the flank. Now the question is, where is Howard heading then? Is he supposed to link up here, or maybe he has the middle part, and then who's coming up here behind Sickles? First call.
Reynolds, right?
Yeah. Maybe he is supposed to take the center.
And then are there more Union troops coming into the south on the Taneytown Road?
Oh yes, here they are. That is Hancock, 2nd Corps.
Hancock.
Yeah, he's bumping into the artillery train and wondering what's going on.
Yeah.
And up to the north, cavalry is still deployed here and threatening. And
yeah, that'll be interesting, coming in potentially from the rear.
Yeah, so far they are still forcing Early's division here to stay deployed and protect the rear, protect Gettysburg. Especially while this massive movement here to the east is happening.
Wow, that's quite a movement to the east. That's Rhodes and
Johnson, and it seems like is Lee still here? Ewell is here. Yeah, Lee is still here with them. They've just been engaged with cavalry.
And just a little bit, right? That's just, what is that Union unit there that's on the road in the woods to the
Yes.
east of Culp's Hill?
Right, that's Wolf's Hill here. I guess they were sent over to check the flank, and now they are skirmishing with the head of the enemy columns.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's asking a lot of that. Was that a regiment there, or I'm not sure how big that Union cavalry force is.
Yeah, I would think it's a regiment. Doesn't really say, does it? No, it doesn't say. But I would think it's a regiment.
You guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Going up to the end of, what would you call the midpoint of the day? Noon's not exactly correct, right? What time did we start the action?
Yeah, if this indication is, so we started at 9, I think. No, earlier, a little bit earlier.
8 or 9.
Yeah, about that.
9 game time. So we're 3.5 hours. So we are, so 10, 11, 12. We kind of the first opening stages of the day, and what we're seeing, 20-minute turns. We've got 2 more turns to go to midday, and we're seeing really the Confederates have taken Gettysburg and created almost a circular defense around it, and the Union is kind of maneuvering a bit to the west. They have forces in the south, and then the 1 cavalry up north. Now, did I catch it correctly that Longstreet's going to come down and assault the western force of the 11th on the creek there? But he wants to stay on the eastern side of the creek.
Yes, it sounded like he wants to replace the forces currently on Cemetery Ridge and then launch the assault down south or southwest. Yep.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out when he comes down the Cashtown Pike, what he does. And then we've got a big Confederate move over to the east, the east of Rock Creek, and that may be trying to turn the Union flank on their position south of Culp's Hill and south of Cemetery Hill.
Yes. But at some point there will be Union reinforcements coming in under Sedgwick.
Yeah.
So there might be a nasty fight in the woods developing at some point. See how that goes. Yeah, and a little bit baffled about this shuffling around of whole course, but definitely interesting to watch.
Right, so there's Culp's Hill. I'm looking at the historical.
Culp's Hill is right to the southeast of Gettysburg town.
Right, right.
And it's heavily forested.
Mm-hmm. And then east of that, across the Rock Creek, there's Wolf Hill.
Right. Yeah.
And it looks like we've got some. Oh, I'm sorry, Paul.
Yeah, go ahead. No. I was saying, so Rhodes has been redirected down to Wolf's Hill.
Yes.
AP Hill is on Culp's Hill.
Yes.
Yeah, a portion of AP Hill's corps is out west along Seminary Ridge. Longstreet coming in from the northwest.
Correct.
So the battle might come along Rock Creek as they try to, if Longstreet tries to roll that flank up of the 11th as he was talking about. If he comes all the way inside the kettle there and forces it, then perhaps you could go listen into Slocum's ideas at midday.
It looks like there may be contact between Union and Confederate infantry west of Gettysburg, You see there where the there is
Yeah,
across Willoughby Run
Yep.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Who are those?
Anderson, who was tasked to guard Seminary Ridge and now has taken 2 of his brigades to advance along Hagerstown into the fire of the artillery and the infantry, and he looks heavily disrupted.
Yeah, that's not good.
And with him is currently Longstreet, reconnoitering the ground and the situation personally.
Wow. That's interesting. It's sort of an isolated attack.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he's just trying to delay the enemy here. I'm not quite sure what this attack would be about.
Yeah, it's. I would have thought that Longstreet would have come down from the north with his lead elements, because there was 11th Corps had moved away. Their part of their force that was guarding that avenue of approach.
They're being pushed back now. You see that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But you've got that's Longstreet there.
Yes.
But it's only 1 brigade, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, you've got Hood and Longstreet are there, but none of their troops are there.
Yeah, right. Their troops are still marching down Hagerstown. No, what's that? Chambersburg Pike.
The Cashtown Pike.
So yeah. Okay, so now they are pushed back to Seminary Ridge.
Yep.
Which perfectly makes sense.
I have to leave my camera off or the internet gets overwhelmed.
Sure, no worries.
I wonder if that was
adding to the commentating.
I wonder if that Confederate move was a feint of some sort to try to convince 11th Corps not to deploy any forces to the north.
Maybe so, yeah. But the interesting thing is that when we talked to Longstreet, he was also wondering why this move was happening. So it was not coordinated between him and with Anderson.
Yeah.
Should we go ask Anderson?
I guess we yeah,
what's
sure.
going on?
Let's see.
He's down at the bottom of 3rd Corps, looks like. Confederate 3rd.
No, he's all the way to the bottom. Okay. 1333, so.
Yep. Let's jump. General Anderson, hello.
Good.
So, seems like you have conducted a probing attack, or what was the intent with that?
I didn't have much eyes on what was going on over there, so I wanted to scout it out a little bit. Seems artillery thought better of my idea.
Right.
I don't expect to be crossing that river. I think we're gonna stare at each other for a while, if I guess, unless they try something.
Okay.
Interesting. So just probing the situation. Okay.
Have you been in contact with other Confederate commanders at this point?
Hill came and saw me recently and gave me a little bit of an update on what's going on to the southeast and the situation there. Last I heard was the cavalry, Union cavalry, was being hit by a continuous bombardment because they were surprisingly close to our line, which is a choice to be sure. I've not heard from Longstreet yet. I expect to be sending him a dispatch shortly. Hopefully he shows up.
Okay.
All right.
Hello. So you're co-located with Hood and Longstreet. You can see as you withdraw that Union infantry comes up to try to face you, but you're not staying there. And then you can see some movement off towards the Geo Culp, George Culp farm. And you can presume that's somebody crossing at the ford there.
All right.
Do you just want to stay in defensive positions?
Yes, for now. I'd like my boys to start putting some fortifications together of some sort. I know it'll take
Okay.
forever, but we got time.
Yep.
Okay. So
that was interesting.
Or 2 brigade reconnaissance. That's a reconnaissance in force, I think.
Yeah,
that's
right. Reconnaissance in force.
yeah,
There's a
interesting.
pre-battle plan.
Interesting. But right now, Longstreet just arrived, as he was saying. Well, I'm wondering where Longstreet is. I should send him a dispatch. But yeah, certainly very interesting that that was not a coordinated and planned action by those two commanders.
I see a green arrow being placed, so the Union might be considering a push forward. Okay. And the South is kind of stabilized, right? I mean, the Confederates under Hill in the South haven't really moved at all, which makes sense because they're anchored on Culp's Hill.
Yeah. Don't want to give up that position.
And is that Union cavalry that's still in the woods there, just sort of southwest of Culp's Hill? Are they sort of hanging out, or what sort of
But they're
units
just in
are
the
those?
woods there,
Yeah.
and they've taken damage as well. So
They have fallen back from the skirmish here with the infantry. What else do we have?
But it looks like they may have caused the Confederates to shake out in the line, which will buy them some time.
Yeah, actually, Rhodes has deployed again. It's now planning to march in line over Wolf Hill. Well, I guess, I mean, that's the beauty of the fog of war, right? That Kriegsspiel creates. You don't really know what's on the other side of the hills. He only hears the shooting and the volleys, which has actually increased as 3 regiments of Johnson have opened fire as well here. So he might be under the impression that something large is positioned here on Wolf Hill and trying to defend that. And in reality, it's just a regiment of cavalry.
Yeah, that is very interesting.
Right.
That is very interesting.
yeah, you're right.
But yeah, eventually
Where's that
they
regiment
will...
of cavalry from? Is that from?
The cavalry was from what's that?
Up north.
Second.
They sneak up
north. No, that on Wolf Hill was sent over from Powers and what's that? 3rd Brigade, 2nd Division.
So they're not really being commanded with any intent. They're just sitting on the hill right now.
Yeah, they were just sent to scout out that position basically.
But you look at the Confederates are firing into the woods.
Yeah. And up north, I think Sam is playing quite well. He is utilizing the cavalry as he should. Again, he has decided not to charge a deployed enemy frontally, but is redeploying to the east now. That, well, I guess he has come under artillery fire from Blockers and all there, but he's still forcing a whole division to be committed to screening the rear.
He's playing a good game.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
that really is.
He's playing a very good game today.
Mm-hmm.
Really, really terrific.
All that out. I mean,
Great.
And that's along in the an 11th Corps position. Is that more of their 11th Corps deployed to the south in the woods that we see there?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. It is. So they're committed along along that ridge on either side of Willoughby Run.
Mm-hmm. We could maybe talk to Howard and Sickles and see what their plans are. Find out about this movement here to the north.
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, that's
together.
Yeah.
They should be based on the location of their pieces.
Word
Let's
is
see.
Sickles looks like he's in his voice channel.
Yeah, he is. But then let's talk to Sickles. That's all right.
Okay. Yeah, off we go.
General Sickles.
Hello.
Hello. How is it going?
It is going okay.
All right. Tell us a little bit about your current situation, your position. What's your plan? What's going on?
May I just ask, which unit are you in command of?
We are the commentator team, so the press.
Commentators.
Wise.
We
The
tell
wise
the public.
commentator team. Okay, we tell the public.
Well, currently
Good question.
we are
Should have
doing
announced
a
ourselves.
large maneuver to catch the Confederate army off guard
Mhm.
and reinforce the Union army at our critical center of mass.
Interesting. Where's that?
Center of mass is located at one of the Confederate line's weak points. You'll get to see soon.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you in contact with other, or have you been in contact recently with other Union commanders?
Yes, I have. For example, right beside me here, you can see Major General Hamilton. And just recently, I was talking to Major General Dumfrey. He just rode down from his position down the road. Sorry, Brigadier General Humphrey.
Okay. So you are coordinating your moves. Very good.
You know, if you want to take a swim, refreshing little swim, there's a river just up ahead. I would avoid the fords. They're quite dirty with artillery wheels and, you know,
Yeah.
boots. But if you just at the schoolhouse, it's much more clean there.
All right, we take that into account.
Terrific advance. Terrific advice.
Okay.
You know, I hope you write good things about Third Corps. It's a very good unit. The stroke that our last commander had was not related to any unit incidents. It was a effect of his intense patriotism, overloading his blood system.
All right.
You have a bright future as a commentator.
Let us jump to Reynolds' voice channel.
All right.
Gentlemen.
Hello.
So, how is the situation here on your part of the line?
It seems fine.
Interesting. That's how I'd put it.
It is not fun. Chaos.
Everything's going fine. We start off with traffic jams, considering going off the road to get past the huge stop
Just
Yeah,
blockage of the line up
no
front.
communication, nothing.
We get there, then we get news of Confederates coming from the north. Sickles of the Third Corps has a stroke, and we've lost communication with everyone else. So at the moment, we're just forming up to meet the Confederates who are coming down at us.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Are you in communications with the Army Command, and are you aware of the general situation on the battlefield?
No, we do not know what is happening. We have got no reports other than cannon fire from afar. No reports from General Meade. No reports from anyone other than the second in command of the Third Corps taking charge.
Okay.
Personally, I feel like we need to really make sure that we can communicate with the Third Corps, as being able to work together with them is I think that's gonna really help us. Even if we can't contact the Greater Army, we can still organize between two corps against the Confederates.
We hope to set them back.
Very good. Right. Good luck with that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks very
See
much.
you later.
So what happened to Sickles?
Did they pull him and make him Army Commander? Is that what happened when
Might be the case. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I had heard it was going to be Slocum, but let's see. I'm still doing a thing here. I'm delighted that we're using the method of taking and having everyone's name be Brigadier General spelled all the way out, so that basically every name is Brigadier General or Major General. We just, you notice as a group, we haven't really evolved past understanding that if every single thing Brigadier or Major General, you can't really figure out who's looking for. Okay, there's room to grow.
So I'm looking at the map here. Are Reynolds guys right on the tail of Sickles guys? That's what it looks like.
Yeah. Reynolds himself is down in this. There's Bernie. We were talking to Bernie. The first person we talked about was Bernie, and he's moving west toward the schoolhouse. And talk about getting in the water and things like that, right? Reynolds is.
Is Reynolds still on the Emmitsburg Road?
Yeah.
There he is. Yeah.
He is.
Yeah, Doubleday Reynolds. So Reynolds is if you go to the schoolhouse on the Willoughby Run, you see that whole long line of blue there.
Yeah.
Midway is Bernie. That was the first gentleman we talked to, and then Reynolds is in the group right at the end.
So where is the tail end of Sickles? I'm just curious. Where are the tail end of Sickles guys?
I think it's just west of First Brigade, because
believe that should be here.
Bernie is Third Corps. Yeah, so it's Third Corps.
Yeah. That
So
is.
it's just the immediate west of Reynolds.
Yeah.
Little command group there, facing west.
Okay.
The last of Sickles.
So he should be aware that Sickles guys that he's right on the tail of Sickles, and that was the traffic jam he was referring to was Sickles guys who are hung up on the road.
Right. Yeah, and now his plan is just to push the cavalry out of the way.
It looks
And
like
Stewart is still declaring victory.
Yeah.
Right, Stewart still declares a victory.
And Hancock is making his way up the Taneytown Road. He should be in contact with the 12th Corps guys pretty soon.
Is there a text channel that we can share? Oh, Nick's sending me something. Okay, 30-minute break.
Okay.
In just a few minutes. So I think everyone's kind of Maybe we can take this chance, and then we'll take our break, of course. Is there a text channel where you and I, the three of us, I can send a what I want to do? What I have a map of Gettysburg, in preview on Mac, so I can draw on it. I was thinking of drawing a few things on it, and then we can kind of go back and forth on an image because we're coming up basically at the midday of the first day, right? And
correct.
That's too much to ask.
We have now access again to the text channels in the Umpire category, so that's above the Umpire voice chats. If you put it in the YouTube channel, maybe. Oh, there, commentator text. Well, there you go. Let me take a look at that. Nick has just created it and pinged us there.
Oh, it's here. Oh, it's exciting. Commentation at its best.
Okay, let's see while we're figuring that out. We have a question here. Kent asked, you said there was a pre-battle play that made the actual battle setup different. Can't find it. Will it come up, or is it something that you just did on your own? So we have spoken to Lake, who's one of the umpires, and who has developed and run the pre-game based on the commander's orders, right? So we unfortunately won't be able to take a look at that today. That has happened before. And does the cavalry on Wolf Hill have repeaters? Maybe so, I don't know.
It's an interesting question.
He's proposing maybe that's why they're causing all the problems.
Okay, so and Paul has sent us a map with an arrow.
Yeah, that's the map I have. And so the third is down here in the south. Third is coming. It's going to create like a little midday map. I'll look at it and say, yeah, this is definitely what's going on.
Can you,
and then,
Paul, can you take a screenshot?
Yeah.
Because that might be quicker than drawing.
Yo,
the big thing?
Can you share your screen, or is it an online tool where you can share the link with us?
That was what I was experimenting with earlier. I tell you what, Jan, stop the live stream of TTS. Good. No, stop sharing your screen.
Sure. I can grab your live stream from Discord. Yeah, sure.
There you go. And if I share my screen, select preview, happens. Sharing another application. Should be sharing this. Are you getting anything on your side?
Nope.
I'm still seeing Jan's screen.
Right. Jan, you're sharing your screen, right?
Yes.
If you stop sharing your screen, that means TTS would disappear from the live, but we did three of us would remain named, right? Or no?
Correct.
So I'm wondering if two people can't share at the same time.
Oh yes, absolutely.
What I'm doing is I'm sharing my map of Gettysburg, basically.
Yeah, we can't see any stream here in the channel.
Correct.
It's not saying that you're live.
It's not saying that. So let's stop doing it. Just did a little experiment there. Okay. I want to put this in the commentator.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna copy a. There should be an image in the commentator channel.
Yes, I see that.
Yeah, I see it.
Kind of doing a simple kind of situation. So when we do the video, we can say, this is where we ended at the end of day 1. So Reynolds is Meade. So what should I put? Just east of where I'm showing 3rd now is Reynolds, right? So he's on the road.
Yeah,
coming north.
he's lined up on the Emmitsburg Road.
Yes.
Okay. Remind me his corps or his.
That's first corps.
Mm-hmm.
He's a first corps. Let's see.
Closing in on the peach orchard.
The 3rd. The 11th is up there. The 3rd is actually kind of skipping up here a little bit. So they're in that there. Okay, and then who's coming up the road from on the eastern side, a little round top?
That is, let's see, Slocum is here. That is Hancock, 2nd Corps.
Hancock, 2nd Corps.
2nd Corps. Got it. And then facing the rest just north of that, north and east of that is the 11th.
That's 12th.
12th, sorry, you're right.
Yes, that's 12th Corps. Together with the Cavalry Corps,
11th.
Pleasanton. Although he's spread out a little bit. And Army Command. And then Union-wise, the only thing we have is 3rd Cavalry Division. Don't know if you want to mark that down.
Yeah, let's put him. And that's up north, right?
Yes, in the northeast.
Say 3 Cav. Okay, great. All right. So I'm just going to throw the Union in for you. The channel. Was that a fair representation of the Union dispositions at midday?
Yep, looking good.
I think so.
Even though I got Longstreet gratuitously thrown up there. Okay. So now we'll do Confederates.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
We already have
okay, so
Longstreet is 1st Corps. He's coming down the road as you have it marked.
Yep. Actually.
And we have on Seminary Ridge, that is 3rd Corps Anderson's division. Unfortunately, they don't have numbers. And
then we have with the rest of Hill's guys are on south of Gettysburg and on Culp's Hill.
Right.
Yeah. So who's south of Gettysburg? That's that was Heath's division.
Yes.
So Hill's Hill have a corps number or just Hill?
Hill is 3rd Corps.
3rd. Got it. Get that a little smaller. All right, and then, but that's also 3rd Corps to the west of Gettysburg, right?
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
I'm gonna do with that. Wait, I'm gonna do this here. Different. Good. And then far east is Rhodes. What is Rhodes' group out there? That's
They're part of Confederate Second Corps.
Mm-hmm. And the other division of Second Corps is still up north.
Got it.
Screening
Right.
the cavalry.
There's three corps on the field, and then Stewart, of course.
Right. Don't forget Stewart.
Just call him Stewart. Down here, I'll give you guys a view of this in a sec. All right. Put this in that channel real quick for your. All right, same thing with the Confederates on it. Right. That's the general first half day. What do we change?
They have maybe indicate that Second Corps has shifted the majority of its forces to Wolves in the direction of Wolves Hill.
Yeah, I'll move that down that way. Right. Third Corps, I'm going to just move to the southern part of that line because they've got.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
good.
that.
And Stewart would be with a U.
Right. That's what you get with all that high-end simulating you've been doing. Right. Absolutely right.
And on the stream, somebody asking what has been happening so far. So
good. We're about to show. We're about to show. And so now, if I go to Gettysburg first day, then what I'll do is put a little image here. Okay, so then this is the image of the historical.
Yeah, I just give you a rundown of the situation before I step away for a few minutes. So, the pre-game determined the initial setup of forces, and in that pre-game, it turned out that the Confederates were already in possession of Cemetery Hill and Culp's Hill, with Stewart being present as well, screening to the southwest. And then they had additional forces coming in from the north, and right now Longstreet is coming in from the northwest as well. What the Confederates have done is secured Seminary Ridge as a defensive position, in addition to Cemetery Hill and Culp's Hill, basically extending their line in the hook around Gettysburg, and are now shifting the forces that have arrived, mostly Second Corps, onto Wolves Hill to extend that line further. And it looks to me like that is supposed to be their main effort there, because they intended to bring 3 divisions there. One has been forced to deploy and screen the rear by enemy cavalry activities. Union cavalry has been shifting back and forth, threatening columns here and there, and causing a significant delay on movement of Second Corps in direction of Wolf Hill, which Lee has personally taken into account and moved over there and directed that movement. They will soon push the light cavalry forces that are currently positioned there in the woods away and secure that position. And the Union line advance screened by cavalry. We have the 12th Corps here. They had a little bit of a skirmish and exchange artillery fire, obviously, with Culp's Hill. Other than that, the Union very early on had a defensive position established in the west, here under 11th Corps, screening to the north and to the east. The east position has been stable all the time. They have now shifted forces around this position, crossed the Willoughby Run, and extended their line here, as now is, as apparently was planned, 3rd Corps coming up behind them. They arrived from the south, are shifting now to the northwest, and we assume they take the far left flank, left position of the enemy, which is about time because Longstreet is arriving, as I said, from the northwest. He has an opportunity to strike directly south. However, he wants to prevent being split off from the main army, and that means not being able to quickly react. So he will cross Willoughby and relieve this position on Seminary Ridge, take that position, and then prepare the attack on 11th Corps. Stuart, being present on the battlefield from the very beginning, has been very effective in slowing down 3rd Corps in the beginning, and now 1st Corps, which has arrived but basically bumped into the end of 3rd Corps and is now screened by Stuart, and has also launched a raid, a very lucky raid, I will say, onto the Union Army artillery reserve, which was coming up in a long column from the south. It is now, it looks like, I'm not quite sure if these batteries will be recovered at any given point, but maybe they are spiked now, the guns, and so they might have lost 4 batteries here. However, the Union then sent some cavalry to escort the remaining forces, and Hancock has just arrived with the head of his column and is following up to, I guess, close the gap in between the 12th Corps and the upcoming 1st Corps. And that is game at noon. As we have it. And we could take a look at the clock and see who is scheduled to arrive next. Pickett will be arriving at 2 p.m. McLaw's following, so those are all Longstreet forces. And then after nightfall, Sykes' 5th Corps and Sedgwick's 6th Corps are scheduled to arrive. So the Union is not expecting any more reinforcements today, at least not reinforcements that could participate in the fighting today, that is. And the Confederates will be reinforced by Longstreet. The question is, do they have time enough to launch Longstreet, or are they willing to launch Longstreet into an assault today?
That is interesting. It's also interesting, it will be interesting, I think, to see what happens with Confederate 2nd Corps deploying around to the east, coming over Wolf's Hill, how much progress they're able to make, and whether they're able to gain a position of advantage on the Union right.
Yeah, really fascinating how this plays out. Okay.
Both of the cavalry commanders doing a great job.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
I think
The
we've
only
got
thing,
20 minutes. We can go ahead,
Yeah.
Gian. Sorry.
the only thing I believe here, 2nd Cavalry Division, that might have stayed too long in front of the infantry here. That's not a fight they want to fight here against the enemy. The initial skirmish, that was all right, of course. They were scouting the position. But then I would have shifted them to the west, and then they would have created an issue for Stuart. And that
We'll
is...
do this, Jan.
Yeah.
Repeat that reinforcement schedule. I think that's great, and I'll put this back on. I'll put those on the screen too. So,
okay, so
let's
it's
give it a Hancock.
It is now 12 p.m. and a schedule to arrive. We have at 2 p.m. Pickett's division, at 3 p.m. McLaw's division. They are all part of Longstreet's column coming down that road. And then no more Union reinforcements before nightfall, which will be at 8 p.m. And then afterwards we have Sykes' 5th Corps and Sedgwick's 6th Corps scheduled to arrive after nightfall, so they won't be able to participate in the fighting today, but tomorrow, of course, there will be another day. So
Plus 2 divisions in the northeast.
Yeah, basically, basically 3 fresh divisions.
And put three divisions. Northwest, sorry, and then Sickles. Sorry, Hancock.
You wanna know where they are coming in, right?
Yeah, they're in the southeast.
Sykes and Sedgwick. Sedgwick is apparently arriving here along Baltimore Pike.
Yep.
Which will be quite interesting to see, because by then the Confederates will certainly have secured Wolf Hill. And the question is, how far will they expand from there? Will they push down to the south and onto the Pike and cross down here? Or will they directly assault the Union flank? And how will Sedgwick interact with those? And then we have, let's see, that is Sykes coming up here behind Hancock from the south. That's
so they're all coming.
Tiny Town Road, isn't it? Yeah.
Which corps are those? Like
Sykes is 5th Corps.
5th, and then what about
Sedgwick is 6th.
Say it one more time. Sorry.
6th Corps.
6th. And where's the Hancock?
Hancock is currently coming up behind the Army artillery train on the Tiny Town Road from the south.
He's the 2nd.
Yes.
Okay, we already got him on there. Okay, so the remainder of yes. Let me go ahead and throw this image in the. See what you guys think. Yeah. This is the board. This is the map with the reinforcements.
No, 6 is coming up behind 2nd, but otherwise it looks all right.
Okay. All right.
Okay. I will leave the stream open like it is and step away for a few.
Yeah, I gotta take a little bit of a break too. When are we reconvening?
Do 30 minutes.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, about that time should be good.
I'm sorry, what was
Okay, we'll see you in 30 minutes.
Oh, in 30 minutes.
30 minutes from now. Yeah.
All right, very good. All right, see you guys.
See you then. All right, and stream, I'll probably gonna be back earlier than 30 minutes, so you don't have to stare at a screen for 30 minutes with nobody talking and nothing moving other than nervous umpire cursors running across the map. So see you in a few. Actually, I could put up some music for you, I believe. I think I have a playlist which is available under Creative Commons somewhere. I mean, that's always the big issue, right? With YouTube and Twitch and what have you. Putting on music. Where could I have that? Oh, the issue is I don't have it on this account. Can I remember what the name was? Is then the next question. Probably not. So let me grab my smartphone and try to find out. Playlist. Is it on this? Certainly sure that I have saved that playlist. I'm not quite sure on which of the many YouTube accounts I'm an admin on that is. It's a nice fife and drum playlist. Don't seem to be on this channel or this account. Ah, there it is. Is that a public playlist though? It's just my personal play. Okay, that's an issue. I don't think I can switch the accounts right now. How are we solving that problem? Caboose. Okay, let's see if that guy has a playlist of his own. Fife and drum, here we go. I probably need to turn the volume down a little bit. Put that on shuffle. Okay, so this way it's not just a silent, not moving stream. See you in a few minutes.
Other spectators.
Alright, everybody. I'm back. Emanuele, nice to see you in the chat. Finally caught up with the stream. I think Confederates are in a good position. Don't understand what they're trying to do in the east. Yeah, that's what we are wondering too, right?
Oh, Jan, I'm back.
Hello, just back as well. The chat is wondering about what the Confederates are trying to do in the east. Well, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. They're making a move. We see that move they're making on Wolf's Hill. They're setting themselves up to hit the Union in their flank. You know, and roll up that 12th Corps position.
Yeah. And that will also be very interesting to see what 12th Corps is going to do as soon as they figure out what's happening there.
Yeah. I mean, they're certainly getting word of it because they still have that cavalry unit there that's seeing everything.
And as it looks now, the 2nd Division Cavalry has now shifted to the west and attacked Stuart.
That's probably good. I'll bet Stuart will distract himself, I would think.
What else do we have development-wise? Not a lot of movement down here other than this shift over here. What's
Sickles
this?
Sickles has gone entirely to the rear of Howard.
Yeah, it seems like he is going to replace him there. Now Howard has taken part of his troops and is pushing them to the east, but the rest remains in position.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting.
And up here we have the long column of Longstreet's corps arriving.
Oh, there they are.
Yeah, and they will, here's Chodas, they will now replace Anderson. That was the plan at least. He's still here with him, okay. And up in the north, okay, yeah. Early's division is now moving through Gettysburg as the cavalry has disappeared. But the cavalry is heading south and now is threatening the Confederate artillery. Well, that's interesting.
It's interesting that they would send their artillery that way because the fields of fire aren't very good. You know, because of the woods. on Wolf's Hill.
Yeah, exactly.
And looks like Hancock's guys have made contact with 12th Corps.
Yeah, just arrived. So the artillery is now here. Hancock is here. It looks like that Pleasanton is personally scouting the right flank of the army.
All right.
Yeah, to me it looks like the key point probably is over here. What the Union decides to do about this flanking threat. They could either have Hancock shift over there, weakening their center though, so that might create an opportunity for Longstreet if he's able to mass his forces in time as he intends to strike south. Or they are shifting 12th Corps over there and then have Hancock replace them, something like that.
Yeah, it's interesting that little cavalry brigade, that Union brigade, might have bought enough time to prevent their flank from getting hit before they can get other troops over there on Rock Creek.
Mm-hmm.
And if Longstreet comes all the way over to where Hill's guys are on Seminary Ridge, that's gonna take some time, and it might give Howard and Sickles time to sort of sort themselves out and to be prepared to receive that attack.
Mm. Yeah, they might even, I mean, if they step up now, they might even create a confusion here to delay Longstreet, and then potentially have what's that here? Third Corps in a position to secure that when they have to fall back again. But yeah. It doesn't look like they want to commit to that. I'm not quite sure what this attack is about, or this push.
Yeah, those four pieces that are out there in the middle that are coming across now. Who are they with? Are they 11th Corps?
That is 11th Corps, yes, 3rd Division.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
General Howard is committed to the attack. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe they are supposed to make Stewart retreat and open the way, but the road is basically open now. Not sure what Reynolds is waiting for down here. Seems like he will have a few words with Howard in a minute.
Well, it'll be interesting to watch all this develop. The Confederates, do they have any more reinforcements coming in, or are they all on the field at this point?
So it's 1240. They have 2 more divisions of Longstreet's Corps to arrive.
All right.
So yeah.
The long gray line coming down the pike.
Yeah, because organization-wise, for those who are not as familiar with the American, but I mean, I am by no means an expert on the American Civil War, but what might be interesting to know is that, generally speaking, the Confederate Corps consists of 3 divisions, while the Union Corps consists of 2 divisions.
Yeah, the Confederate Corps are much bigger than the Union Corps. That's certainly true.
There's Jones.
Hello, welcome back.
It looks like we've got some Confederates are over there on Wolf's Hill, making their way through the woods.
Oh,
Yep, look at that.
Actually,
interesting.
Ewell and Lee personally here. the commanders in front. Okay.
Are they all over there on the right? Who are those commanders there? It's Lee.
There's
Wow.
Lee and there's Ewell, 2nd Corps commander, and the 2
Rhodes
division
and Johnson.
commanders. And yeah, Early is now following them as intended.
Wow.
But the cavalry of Kilpatrick might intercept the artillery, but then probably can't really exploit that position too much because of Early coming up.
Yeah, it looks like there are Confederates heading east out of Gettysburg now.
Right.
And those will be what Rhodes's? Are those Rhodes's guys or?
That's Early, I believe.
Early.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. He was screening the cavalry up north here and is now following his corps. So maybe we have a word with, or listen in with Lee and potentially ask him what he thinks of this progress.
Conversation.
Oh. So let's have a look where he is. Lee headquarters, certainly not there. Ewell voice, Confederate 2nd Corps.
I'm gonna have Bales begin. He's gonna sit at the very top of the hill, behind him, and I'm gonna have Rams begin to move in behind Iverson. I'm then gonna have O'Neill about face, and they're gonna face north and cover the Hanover Road for our friendly baggage train.
So let me make sure I have this right. Daniels is continuing to move down the road, down the hill south towards that dirt road.
Yep.
Dales is behind them.
Yep.
Supporting. Iverson is staying in place, roughly.
Yes.
And Rams is going to support Iverson.
Yes. More specifically, Bales, I want him to take the top of the hill. I also, I almost forgot. I want to move my I want to start moving my artillery. For right now, let's just get them in the forest. There's like a little crossroads right before the H Knoll, heading south. I just like to get them ready to go to H Knoll.
So moving towards H Knoll?
Yes.
All right. Very good. All right. I will be back for your next orders shortly.
All right. See you then.
General Ewell, when at some point, I definitely want to make sure that you keep an eye on that left flank. And I do worry that there might be a Union Corps coming up Hanover Road, although I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
A Union Corps?
We saw some cavalry down that road, which I assume is what they what you're facing right now. But we couldn't quite see beyond them, so I worry they might try to flank us. If I were the Union, I would try to come in from that side, honestly.
Yep, that's gonna be Early's position. So they're gonna form up, and if they want to try and force the issue, they can eat grape shot from early. You should be forming up on Hill 444, west of the S Heck Farm. So I'm gonna dub that the Super Heck Farm. So they're gonna form up probably from the Critchler Farm to the you see the crossroads east of the
yeah, I see.
Rust and Steel. That's kind of where I want him to deploy as much as he can along the road in case we need reinforcements to be shifted around. But once we get the hill sorted, I'm probably gonna pull Rhodes or Johnston back so that way we've got one forward division, then a second division behind it. Because right now we've got some of Rhodes' division is in the open, flanking around the heights. So that way we can envelop whatever's sitting there. Hopefully.
Well, they're already in position. They don't see shit. It looks like.
Yeah. So hopefully that continues, and hopefully when we do make actual solid contact, they'll be able to bypass with using the woods to hide them from the enemy's eyes, hopefully, or at least delaying any reaction. And then especially if they march in that defilade, then bypassing and hitting them in the flank.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
That sounds...
yeah. If you need somebody to pull back, I'd love to stay on the front and get punched in the face by whatever hits me. I don't mind that.
Didn't figure you had.
Cool.
That sounds good to me, General Yule. And if you do see an opportunity in regards to Power Hill, feel free to take it. Coordinate that with General Hill. But
of course,
I think we're in a pretty good position right now. I'll probably start heading over back to General Hill soon to see his status.
Yeah, because we should be on the Knoll Farm this turn and be able to get a good view.
Absolutely. I think at this point we should recall Stuart to assist you with some of that cavalry that's kind of harassing you in the back there.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
I don't know about y'all's screenshots, but I can see just like a little bit of Union cavalry sitting on Hill 464. But it just looks like one little tiny brigade will sweep them.
Right now, yeah, they're coming from, where's George Wolf? Yeah, so as of last turn, they were on the George Wolf farm.
Uh-huh.
And early sees them. Early is presumably making it a risky, and or should be able to force them to run off map. Worst comes to worst. If we lose some units, that's fine. If we lose some artillery crew, that's fine. Just so long as we get the position.
Mm-hmm. And I think if it seems like there's a big artillery battle happening from Culp's Hill between Powers and McAllister, getting artillery up there to kind of even the odds is going to be great.
Yeah, it's I'm gonna try and I'm hoping that AP Hill gets me a dispatch this turn. I just messaged him last turn, so hopefully he should be able to inform me as to what he's up to, because now he knows that we've cleared his immediate left flank, so he's got one less thing to worry about. But
wait, where's George Wolf's farm?
George Wolf Farm, if you take a look at
I see it.
Yep. So that's where they were 20 minutes ago. So now that's where you see them.
Where's Early?
Early is presumably, he's not been adding, where he's at to his dispatches, but
all right, folks, you continue down up the hill in this case. You finally have been giving you so much what appears to be a lone unit of Union cavalry. From behind, you receive frantic reports from your large artillery trains, that is the Corps Artillery and Rhodes Artillery, that Union cavalry is just about 600 yards away. And hungry.
Yep. Set up the infantry are on the way. That's about all I can give them.
Any questions before I move on?
Can I harass assuming there is a dispatch from Early, have any of them said where he's at? Because he hasn't.
The last dispatch
he
we got
blockers null.
The last dispatch we got from Early was his 1200 dispatch.
Yep.
1220.
Wait, no, yeah, it's 1220. So where was he about? Or did he know where the division was kind of moving? I'm assuming he's probably about at Benner's Hill, but I can't really. Actually,
he says his location was blockers null. He might have been a typo though.
Yeah,
I
right.
will be back in just a moment.
Yep.
Well, that's not good.
Well,
I'm
yeah, but
going
that's expected.
I'm going to force march O'Neill into position. He's very close.
Nope, that's what I was hoping we could get done last turn. Looks like at least some of the artillery trains should be able to get in. I see 2 of them. Or I see 1 of them, and then I see 2 more.
It should be my it's divisional artillery, so.
I think your divisional artillery is the one in the northwest, passing Chris Brenner. I could also see some from the north. If the cavalry want to dismount in the face of Early's incoming division, and hopefully O'Neill and Jones showing up, they're more than I'd be more than willing to brutalize some Union cavalry for the sake of losing some artillerymen, so long as we don't lose many of the guns themselves.
Yeah, and by the sounds of it, it sounded like Early made some pot shots at him for a little bit, at least 30 minutes or 40 minutes.
Yep. Sadly, this cavalry commander has seemed fairly decent at doing his job of being a pain in our butt, quite literally.
Yeah.
But hopefully we can get a better view of what's going on to the west, because that's what I'm worried about right now. Assuming that you end up leaving, General Lee.
Yes.
We're gonna keep driving onto Hill 444
and 420. Yeah.
Yes. If we could take the Tanny Farm as well, we will. Because that should allow us to butcher anything that tries to go across the ford at the Georgia Mooser. There's a little bridge there. Actually, it looks like it's just a ford. I can't tell for certain. And that will allow us to pretty much dominate any or control the Baltimore Pike with artillery.
Yeah, I think that sounds like an excellent idea. I will be moving to Hill to check with him. I will probably be recalling Stewart if Hill is ready to accept another Union Corps that's going to come right at him. And then I will actually probably proceed west to Longstreet. So,
all right. Yeah, I forgot.
If you see Hill, or whoever, if Hill's down, if someone has taken his place, please have him send a dispatch to me. You know where I'm at, Wolf's Hill. I'm probably going to make my headquarters at the Knoll Farm, at least until the Bishop Farm is taken.
Are you all ready for orders?
Yep.
Let's start with Lee.
I am going to be moving directly west behind our lines to Culp's Hill and to try to find Hill's HQ, and I'll be joining him.
Okay.
There you go.
Very interesting.
So I put in the commentators channel, the X channel, the screenshot of the cavalry coming right behind him.
Yep. Very good.
Literally in real time, you caught it there.
Yes, I find it quite interesting. So apparently they don't have any plans to actually attack the enemy flank there, but just to establish a position and basically deny the Baltimore Pike. And still we see
So-
1st Division of 2nd Corps now shifting in that direction. Meanwhile, the cavalry battle looks like a draw to me. And Reynolds still has not moved. Huh. It's linked up with Howard now.
So Stewart looks pretty much down to 3 brigades, right?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure
No,
how the
just 2.
disruption works in this system, so I can't tell if it's removed over time or not. Or
Higher the square number, the more disrupted they are.
Mhm.
So the little red explosion markers are damaged.
Mhm.
Higher the square number,
Okay.
worse off they are. So everyone, you got a 1, a 5, a 2, yeah, 1, 2, 2 5s, 3 5s in their cavalry. So I think Stewart's only got 4 untouched units there. So
Yeah.
he's done his job, and he's done. Is there something for the stream that needs to happen? I'm looking at it. We all good on that? We'll be back in a few moments on it.
Does it still say that? It should be.
I'm on my phone, so I might be.
Oh. No, stream should be alright.
You good? Okay. Yeah, we're good. Okay, got it. Refresh it. Okay, great. All right, good. What do you think, Tom?
Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens when the Confederates trying to sort out what's going on with their artillery. The Confederate or the Union cavalry might catch them. Be an interesting contest.
Yeah.
So the Union is pretty. They're now engaged with yeah, you got 1 half brigade. That'd be a squadron.
Yeah, so
hit
that
those guns.
that doesn't look like a lot against those guns there. I don't know how they're going to adjudicate that. That might be. I don't know if that's enough cavalry to overrun those guns, or whether they're going to, suffer for that attack.
Right. Good idea. Not enough punching power, right?
Yeah, the timing. Because it was looking for a while like it might have been a very good opportunity for the Union, but we'll see. The Confederate infantry may have gotten there just in time.
Yeah.
We think the first, it's likely the first half of day 1 is when the cavalry showed what it could do, but it's kind of lost its. We were just the Stewart's cavalry is pretty much exhausted down there.
Oh, exactly.
Their damage, and then
Yeah.
looks pretty spent as well. I see a lot of red dice behind units. That doesn't bode well for ongoing operations.
And there are some Union units moving around to the right of 12th Corps. Can we see who those guys are?
These are
2nd Corps, 1st Division.
Hancock's guys. I guess they came over on the can't see which road that is there, but the right behind 12th Corps lines, and now they're set to move down the road there to face off against the Confederates coming
But
over.
Hancock himself, I wonder if Hancock's going to move.
Yeah, Hancock is moving to regiments over here. doesn't. Yeah, well, and I'm also surprised that he hasn't pushed much more aggressively. That I mean, the cavalry had disappeared for a while, and he must have heard about the fight going on over there. But still, he's holding position. Howard is holding position. Now he's moving single regiments onto his flank. I'm not quite sure if he wants to connect with the main body, if there's a lack of communication. Maybe that's the case. We could later on talk to the new General Meade, but I guess it's best to give him some time to groove in. What's going on with Longstreet?
Yeah, that's Blazer Trail.
Okay, so Anderson is evacuating Seminary Ridge, as he is supposed to, and forming down to the south now, facing 3rd Division of 11th Corps, which is quite exposed on its own.
Yeah, sort of out there by itself, which is interesting.
Yeah,
Here's your Sickles maneuver.
Yeah, and then Longstreet, well, seems to want to advance concentrated. It's not quickly pushing down the road and to replace Anderson, but forming up a mass of men here. I'm not quite sure what's that
Yeah,
about.
maybe he doesn't have the means, but it's interesting that he's not pushing. The Longstreet isn't coming south on the west side
Right.
of Willoughby Run,
Mm-hmm.
because he could hit. Now there are some Union forces to the rear of Howard's guys now, but that's potentially an open flank.
Right.
Come down that ridge line in an
Yeah.
advantageous position, right?
And there's a road that comes right down there, so it's he's got, he would have pretty
Right.
good mobility if he wanted to do it.
Well, the infantry not in the best shape here, battered by probably the horse artillery there in the north. But they still should not be able to withstand too long.
Yeah, and with the Confederate infantry coming across Rock Creek, just next to the railroad, I would think that cavalry, Union cavalry position would be untenable pretty soon, and they'd be inclined to leave.
Just put a picture in the commentator channel about that ridge line that Longstreet could have used at 3 o'clock real time.
Yeah, that's certainly a possibility. We'll see what he does.
So second Union is here's the 2nd Union.
That's Hancock. They're still on the, well, most of them look like they're on the Taneytown Road still, but some of them have swung over to the right of the Taneytown Road toward Rock Creek, behind the 12th Corps.
Okay.
First corps, all first corps. First corps is all lined up still.
Yeah,
There.
together with Howard, with 11 Corps. Or parts of it.
Third corps, but 11th corps, yeah. Okay, 11th corps is. Where's third? Is it third still over there? Third corps is over there. And then 11th corps is up here. Okay.
Yeah, third moved
They've kind of. Yeah, Howard himself is with the other corps, but all right. So from our 12 o'clock map, the 11th, 3rd, and 1st have kind of that's their position.
Mm-hmm.
Hancock himself is he's splitting his force.
Yeah, it looks like he's got part of his force he sent over to Rock Creek on the right.
Yeah. We'll move Hancock up behind the 12.
Is third corps split up? Those units that are in the woods just to the left of Reynolds, are those third corps, or is that all? Are those also Reynolds?
Those are third corps.
Let's have a look. So Reynolds is here. Yeah, that's third corps, 1st Division.
All right.
And I'm not quite sure why Howard is with them all the time.
Maybe he's trying to get them to go somewhere.
The 6 hasn't come on yet. Okay, so 6 is still down there, all right? And 5th also comes.
Yeah, I think they don't come on. I think we were looking at them earlier. They don't come on until tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Why don't we talk to Reynolds and find out what he is trying to do there and why he hasn't advanced?
All right, he's in his voice channel with an umpire.
Thank you very much.
Oh, hello, commentators.
Hello.
Okay.
General Reynolds, what do you see going on, and what are your intentions?
Yeah, well, there's not a lot I can see right now because I'm alone, basically. I'm going east. I'm seeing what is happening because we've lost all connection to the east. We do not know what is happening there. But as far as I know, there's a battle going north. It seems there's been cannon fire or something, and there's intense battle. And my intention is basically to flank the Confederates that are near us and possibly make them retreat. Be great, and set up communication lines with the east.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Very good. And what's the general plan for you now? I believe you had talked previously with Howard.
Yes.
11
general
Corps.
plan. Yes, we did talk to Howard, and the general plan is to just move forward and push the Confederates out of their position so we can consolidate our lines. And other than that, my original orders were to stay in reserve, but as it seems we're at the front line, so yeah, we'll keep on pushing.
Okay. Well, re-establishing communications is certainly a very good idea.
It is essential because for all we know, it could be the Confederates could have destroyed the East and they could have been marching towards us. Well, let's just hope that the rebels don't win and we can come out on top.
Well, yeah, I guess there's some more days to fight and find out. Okay. Well, good luck with your operations then.
Thank you. See you guys later.
See ya. I'm wondering if we should very briefly jump into the Umpire chat, as currently there's only Dave and Nick there, and maybe get a general
That's a good idea.
impression.
Great idea.
Okay. Hello, guys. Do you have just a minute for us to ask you for your impressions?
Sure.
All right.
How's it going?
Oh, quite interesting. Quite interesting,
Yep.
I must say.
Yep, very much so.
So, what about you? Is there some development, some situation you are particularly surprised by?
Well, just the deployment of the Confederate cavalry division down there along the Emmitsburg Road was, I think, controversial at first, but it served to delay a couple of Union corps for a while. I think that may prove decisive, however the battle turns out.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly prevented Sickles and whoever was behind Sickles from coming up. We'll see how that plays out, but how things are turning out, I think it could be. It's still anyone's battle.
Oh yeah,
I suspect
certainly.
the Confederate left flank is taking a little bit longer to develop than they wanted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we were talking about that. The cavalry on both sides seems to have done a great job with delaying.
Yeah.
They're done.
Yeah.
Pretty much, right?
Well, General Pickett turned his division around and is going the other way over the river now.
I don't think none of the cavalry was deployed to like screen their advance, which was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Very.
Right, yeah, I think Union 2nd Division was sort of screening, but that was just by accident because they bumped into the enemy.
Yeah. If they had not faced the Confederate division under Heath, and it instead had gone after Stewart, I think that would have prevented Stewart from holding up the Union forces on Emmitsburg Road.
Right.
I mean, they probably would have driven him away a lot sooner. And
Yeah, I would think so. I would think that you're right about that.
All right. Well, we're looking forward to how this develops, especially as Longstreet has arrived now. And
yeah,
we'll leave you to take care of the turns. Thanks a lot.
I think.
Right. Just taking a look at the chat. I think there was a question earlier. Is there a roster list? I don't think we have an order of battle with a player roster, unfortunately, which we could share with you. At least I don't.
No.
And given that it is an event that expands over 3 weekends, there might be a bit of a change out anyway.
It looks like there might be an infantry fight sort of southwest of Gettysburg now. Is that Howard's guys or Sickles' guys and Hill? It looks like Howard. And then Hill's guys coming out.
Henderson. Mm-hmm.
One of Hill's, yeah.
Yeah, the Union again in a disadvantaged position here as they are approaching against artillery without support.
And Reynolds is moving forward, but he's a little bit slow, but maybe he will arrive in time to have an impact.
Yeah, he will be pleased now that he makes contact with Hancock over here, and yeah, that he knows well. The army is still alive.
Where's the Confederate 2nd Corps commander?
Second Corps commander should be over here, right? On Wolf's Hill.
Ewell.
Well, you got it. Ewell. Okay.
Where is he?
He's not there, but
Maybe he's checking for... Yeah, he is looking after the artillery right now, north of Wolf Hill.
yeah. Okay. All right, gents. You
Yeah, the Confederate infantry is now deployed in the north. You see there is look like they're engaging that Union cavalry.
Yeah.
you look in the text channel. I've now named all the commands by with their commander. So, Nope, got the 11th. Commentator's work is never done.
Okay, so there's nothing more coming from the north. And apparently, what's the time? 1:20. So that means Pickett and McLaws seem to be a little bit early, aren't they?
How far did
McLaws is here. Yeah, McLaws is already on the map.
Longstreet's?
And now,
Longstreet's
okay,
all the way
there's
down, right?
there is a change in plans for Longstreet apparently, as Pickett is now moving back from the Herbst Woods across the creek or the run, and might be, is that also first call? Might be now taking that road we had indicated before.
Might be taking that road we were talking about, yeah.
Right. Well, what that
So
is-
there you go. There's your mind reading skill.
There's a flanking move, and there are some Union forces that are deployed behind the Union left, so they'll be ready to receive when Longstreet gets there.
Yeah. I mean, Pickett's road is now causing a delay here on McLaw's division. I'm not quite sure if McLaw will join him in this attack or what's going on. Longstreet himself is over here on Seminary Ridge. Actually, in the seminary. Yeah.
Guys, put a new graphic in the commentary.
So
channel.
potentially we have
25
both
mil.
Union flanks threatened now, depending on how the situation in the north develops. But
Yeah.
at
So
the
the
same
terrain to the
time-
southeast.
Yeah, that's
tough.
Right. At the same time, an opportunity which the Union doesn't realize is there to strike at the center.
Yeah, the Union Army at this point is it's contiguous. Finally, essentially, that they've got their corps all in contact with one another.
So if you really look at what Stuart was able to do, he gave a window of time for them to set up.
Mm-hmm.
But in fact, it's ended up where it's ended up.
Oh.
So even if, in other words, the Union was able to join up, and ideally, if your cav slows down one part of the force, you strike in minutes the other part, speed in detail, but they didn't really pull that off. So I think as we get toward the end of this day, we're going to see an inversion of history where the Confederates are in a fishhook around Gettysburg and the Union are outside that fishhook. And then day two will be a series of attacks. And if we really invert history, they'll actually start in the center and then try to hit the flanks, and that'll be the end of the battle. If we're going to completely reverse it, right?
And how is it looking numbers wise though, now that Longstreet's corps has completely arrived? I assume the Confederates are in the advantage right now?
Yeah, they might be. They might be because the Union are still down 5th Corps and 6th Corps. And 6th Corps, I think, was the biggest corps in the Union Army.
Mhm.
So, yeah, the Confederates might have a numerical advantage at this point.
Oh, what's happening over there on our road? Look at
Yeah,
Longstreet's road.
Union has realized that
Third
could be
Corps.
an issue.
Oh, that Third Corps made quite a move there. The Third Corps came up around the 11th.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, and they're split now, right? They've got one division on one side of the 11th and another division on the other side of the 11th.
Correct. Yeah.
That's interesting. Both the Confederates and the Union at the same time recognized the danger. Gave them the opportunity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Third Corps coming up to meet that threat.
I would think the Union would have to retire its left flank, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, if Longstreet commits heavily to the east of Willoughby Run there, I think that they would be able to, defeat that one Union division. I don't think that's enough to hold them off
Mm.
if they really came hard.
Commentator channel just put in what's turning into that flank. It becomes the afternoon question, right? Because I think the 12th, the 2nd, the 1st, reinforced by the 5th and 6th on the south, with the Confederate 3rd and 2nd, kind of creates one line there. You got the hills, of course, for the next day. But how this flank ends up being dispositioned will be in the afternoon action.
Because it doesn't look like yet that the Confederates are trying to force the issue on their left, having come
Right.
over Ruth's Hill.
We should go talk to Longstreet, you think? Just see what he's thinking?
Sure.
We do a little tour with those guys. Let me make notes. It's 1532 real time. Longstreet on that flank.
Orders.
Yes, I will be heading back to my division. As it stands, I will be reorganizing its formation. Here's how we're going to do this. I want the Texas Brigade to take up the flank near the run. I think you can see that. It's just west of McPherson's Ridge. Law will take up his to the left of the Texan Brigade. Anderson and Bennings, respectively, will be behind in reserve just behind Law and the Texan Brigade. I want to start extending as we move down McPherson's Ridge to the south, and as I said, we want to anchor our flank along the run. Any Union forces we cross, Law and the Texan Brigade have orders to attack. Just go straight at them. We assume that Pickett's going to be attacking as well along the west, so that's really the intention here. We have to get the my division settled for that attack along that formation and move along south from McPherson's Ridge, and yeah, that's it.
All right, so you're more or less general moving. Your division is moving in said formation, more or less straight south. Is this correct?
Yes, that should be correct.
All right,
along the river's path.
All right, General Longstreet, sir. Do you have any orders?
Nope. My division commander's got it from here.
Understood. Thank you.
You should have probably given orders for McClaws, but that's okay.
Nah, he's 2 hours away.
Oh, okay. All right then. and just be picketing me for that.
Yep. You guys will probably have, I don't know, a few thousand advantage.
Well, you're going in with one boot off this time.
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
I noticed the commentators are here. How are you guys? How are you guys doing?
Doing all right, thank you.
Very good, thanks.
So, a change of plans apparently. What's going
Yeah,
on?
no choice. Well, I mean, it's a combination of, because Hill came by and told me that he's depending on the Corps to be facing south tomorrow. So I have to take the pressure off of this flank, get rid of 11th Corps so I don't have to worry about it tomorrow. But then the other end of it is 11th Corps is now committing to an attack, which means they're going to be out of position by the time Hood and Pickett come through. They won't be able to react as quickly because now they're committed to attacking in the south against Anderson.
All right.
And as usual, I have to be leading the attack.
So at a high level, what's the plan now? Because I see the movement by the umpires, but I heard your orders. What's the plan?
Yeah, so the plan right now, I mean, I'm missing the player for McLaws, but he's still 2 hours away. So the plan right now is to send Pickett down the west side of the run. We'll send Hood down the east side of the run. And I've told Pickett that his objective is the schoolhouse on the road on the west side.
Okay.
I figure now, obviously, I can't see entirely what's back there, but I figure his flank and his rear might be a little bit more exposed because of his attack coming in from the south.
Okay.
And I've gotten an advantage of a few thousand on him as it sits right now. So this is probably as good a chance as any as I'm going to get to at least break 11th Corps.
There you go.
All right. Yeah, we see how that goes.
Yeah,
You should have allowed me to make the flanking move.
There it is. Should have let him go to the right.
General Lee will pay. If I lose my Texan brigade today, I'm going to go after to his HQ, and I'm going to beat his ass.
Yeah, and
mark my words.
I gave Pickett the entire Corps artillery reserve, so he should be all right.
Mm-hmm. Well, it will be exciting to watch. All right, thanks a lot.
Yeah, no worries.
Let's jump into Meade's channel. Hello. So the others should be joining me in a second. There we are. General
Hi.
Meade.
I think, am I the third General Meade we've had in this game, or only second? I'm not sure, but
I believe the second.
Second. Meade the
Okay.
second.
okay.
So, being thrown into those boots, what is your assessment of the situation right now?
I have a fairly I've met with 2nd and 12th Corps commanders, and I have a fairly solid understanding of where they are. If you look at my stream, I've sort of sketched out my general perception of things. 3rd Corps and 11th Corps, I've got no idea where they've ended up. I'm not entirely sure what the previous Meade was planning exactly. I've had a concussion or something, I don't know. But I'm not sure. They seem to be quite far north. I don't know exactly what their situation's like, but I've heard that they've got artillery from my far north. I went up Little Round Top, as you probably saw, and that gave me a decent view. I'm just trying to find the 1st Corps commander right now, who I believe is at the Peach Orchard. My intentions are 1st Corps is quite eager for an advance, but I don't think they're really in any position to do that right now, especially since they seem to be in basically just a single line, so I don't think that's going to happen. So I'll probably have 1st Corps, and also this, I don't want to fight a battle on this ground, because it's just It's in a valley, and they've got this rough ground with a stream to their rear, and that's just I don't want to withdraw into that. So I'm probably going to withdraw First Corps back up to the round tops, or then hold this position at least for the time being. I've got no idea where 3rd and 11th Corps are. I've a vague understanding that they're somewhere here, but I hope they're not like too badly cut off. I think this is just cavalry here, so I'm not sure what's up with them. Once I've caught up on what First Corps is doing, I'll go try re-establish contact with them. Until just the previous turn there, I thought that 3rd Corps was in First Corps' position, and now I suppose 3rd Corps must be further north. Yeah, it's quite confused as a situation.
All right, you have found the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd divisions of First Corps.
No HQ for the commander?
Can I?
Okay.
Meade is meant to be with some other players. Could he?
Could you
get
pull
into
them
a
in?
co-location, please?
Actually, they should be up here because he's the army commander.
Oh well, okay. I can move that up there.
I just went from like the tiniest quiet.
Okay, do I move everyone up here or like?
Yeah,
is the
that's all right.
commentator box that important?
Jesus, don't
That's
move Reynolds
alright.
up here.
Get them in. That's all right.
Don't move Reynolds.
Reynolds is not co-located.
Yeah,
so.
the rest of them are.
Okay.
What is going on?
Okay.
I'm just getting shuttled back and forth between BCs.
Okay, calm down. Can I?
Do you not have a Robinson?
Yeah, no, Robinson left a while ago, so already. He's not important.
Maybe that's why he left.
Oh!
No, well, he was Swedish, so like I was trying to be nice to him, but no, I'm not biased. Let's.
These pieces aren't made from IKEA wood.
Let's start talking about it. You can continue to hear artillery fire from just everywhere, kind of. It's still extremely loud. As it always is. You're advancing onto the next road forwards, and you can see pretty far off in the distance. You can see.
Hey, dog pilot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move Reynolds down to the 2 Corps blob because he's co-located with them.
Yeah, of course.
I know you haven't sent him the screenshot yet, but.
Have I not?
Why is Reynolds just abandoned? Okay.
Don't worry about it. Reynolds has just abandoned his corps to command 2 to command 2 regiments.
Okay.
A single brigade, but yeah, you're slowly.
I don't think
what are your orders? Wait, no, I'm not asking for orders. That's why did I ask for orders?
Yeah.
Can I catch up with the other commanders here?
Yeah, I can just sit here on mute while you people talk.
Well, yeah, I'm very glad to actually get to have a comprehensive thing, because so far it's just been not much information. It's been very hard to get anything together.
I think this is basically accurate. Do you guys have any idea where 3rd and 11th Corps are?
I think the third Corps is the one which is to my north. If that is them, then their southernmost end would be right next to Spangler, I think. That area.
Spangler.
We are right.
Not H Spangler. M Spangler.
Wait, that is an H Spangler.
H Spangler, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Is that accurate? Is there south end by the H Spangler at all? That's what I've sent a dispatch out to them or whoever is to my north to try to figure out who they were. It's just that information's been very confusing for the.
Are they extending like northwards like this then?
I would say more northwest.
So we advanced forward a little bit. So we're just north of the peach orchard. Our line is directly above the peach orchard. Facing Gettysburg.
I should have cows being chased off then. Yeah. Okay, things aren't actually as bad as I expected them to be.
So, oh yay! Finally get my update. Oh my goodness, who?
I
oh,
forgot to send it, so my apologies.
Well, that's fine. But now there's a ton of Union troops who are over there now. Okay.
Wow.
That's,
Okay. So
And
so-
11th Corps, what's up with them?
I don't know anything about what's going on with 11th Corps. I've had no contact with them the whole game.
Sorry, where is Meade at the moment?
I'm here.
Meade is with me.
Sorry, where? Can you ping the location on the map?
Do you mind if I do him this turn, or is it just boxed in with everyone else?
But yeah. So in any case, I've been fed a lot of information this game. I'm not sure how much of it is true. I heard that the main Confederate force was gathered at it was Sam Dickon, I think. Sam Dickens or whatever, that farm on the east side of the river. Back at a couple hours ago it was.
Sam Dickens.
Yeah, it's on the it's pretty much I mean I'm trying to figure out how I'd. It's pretty far. It's along the river. It's and they were on the east side of the river by that.
But the Willoughby Run, right?
Yeah. Or rather yep, that's it. Yep. Yeah, Sam Dickon or whatever it is on the map, because the map's really hard to read.
McPherson,
But whatever it is on the map.
Mrs.
There.
Thompson. Are you?
What?
Do you on like Seminary Ridge? Is that what you mean?
Like Seminary Ridge. Is Seminary Ridge marked on the map? 'Cause I actually
Yeah.
haven't seen it.
It's this ridge here. If you see my stream.
Oh, let's see if I can see your stream. Let's see. I'm watching it, and yeah, a little, yeah, actually, kind of a little south of that. Yeah. So if you head due east, I heard they were near Sam Dickens. So or west. I'm sorry. I'm losing my mind here. Sam.
Oh yeah, I
Dickens,
see them.
Right there.
Oh
yeah.
okay.
That's where I heard they were.
Okay.
In that general area. And I actually had heard, so what I had actually heard, I had the idea of that we were kind of, because I heard that I had the idea of, well, if they're there, then we flank them and consume them, but it appears that they're evidently not.
Well, okay. Okay, that's very interesting.
Well, if we have those two Confederate lines there dead ahead, if we just advance in, then we have a flank there to the east.
I don't know what's here. This might that might be. I wonder if this is where.
Not to be a killjoy or anything, but I would want orders about now.
I want to go to find Third Corps, or I want to go to H. Spangler and try and find Third Corps commander in that area.
I did send out a dispatch to them. Did I get anything back on that, Dog Pilot?
You sent it last turn. I'm sorry. I don't know how fast you want to reply on that.
Okay. I'm just.
But okay.
That's fair actually. It's been a while since I played Kriegsspiel. I still need to get in the swing of how things are working.
Okay, we've lost most of our cavalry.
Yeah. Okay, but what are the other orders the army's giving out this for the Corps?
I would say, so what I'm seeing for the First Corps, we're seeing some Confederates dead ahead of us. If we were to advance to, I mean, for what they're looking like, it's looking like cavalry.
Yeah, there's cavalry in that area.
So we can set up our artillery and start bombarding them. Dead ahead, actually. So we are at, yes, we're at J. Smith.
All right. Oh wait, so you're like right now. You're in line with Third Corps, right?
We're, I think so. Yep.
That interesting conversation.
Yeah.
I would have thought, and I'm a little surprised that when First Corps and Third Corps were right next to each other, the Third Corps would have said something to First Corps about, we're going over here or something like that, and then First Corps could have passed that along to Meade, sort of down the line.
Yeah.
And so that was a little
Not a lot.
surprising to hear that hadn't happened.
Hmm. Yeah, that's very interesting. And so a few things are happening right
Patrick
now.
is dead, apparently.
Yeah.
Catch that?
He's done his job. But we see fighting here at Wolf's Hill or McAllister Hill.
Also, the Confederates
rather.
have gone in.
Yep.
They have, yeah.
So far, it looks like the Union has gotten the better of them here.
The terrain's pretty good for the Union. There's a creek there, and the Union on the hill.
And then, let's see. So they are reinforcing the line. Nothing new on here. Slowly advancing over here. And the Confederates, however, they are now in a position to attack. It will be interesting to see if Anderson supports this attack here.
Yeah.
And if we go further north, then we can see that the Union actually, by moving those forces up north, and Howard is now with them, seems like they are able to delay the enemy there with their artillery. And
It looks like the artillery is
So Hood is actually outnumbered on the eastern side, right? He's attacking into poorer ground across that river, really kind of unsupported because the Confederate idea was those two act as a pincer. Howard has gone up and denied the pincer in the north, and so what the end is that Hood is just attacking into poor territory and is outnumbered.
Right. So it will be interesting to see if Pickett is able to form up, especially as he has all the artillery. So if he can hold that position for a while and bring his artillery into position, he will be able to outgun the Union flank here.
So the Third Corps ended up going all north.
Right.
Was it the whole Third Corps, or is it just one division that went north?
No, that's only the
looks like the whole
second
thing.
division. We do have... Where are the others? Don't we have some folks? Here is first division.
So they're split.
Where's the other guys?
In between...
there are
between First Corps and where Meade is headed right now. Sickles is here with Meade and the brigade of 11th Corps. And,
oh yeah, you're right. Just way down there. Well, they are really split up. Okay. Who's with the bit? Bernie is in the south. Bernie's in the south.
Well, an interesting development for sure.
Where's Howard himself? Is he up north? Yeah.
Yep.
Howard looks like he's on that northern flank.
Huh.
Yeah. I guess that the Union has sort of a critical mass in the center, but they are not aware that they do.
Yeah, they were, Paul, I don't know whether you heard Jan and me talking just a minute ago, but I was surprised when we were in Meade's conversation that the Union commanders hadn't passed the word about the locations of their member units.
Right. But I think that was why Meade the first felt overwhelmed, is that like he didn't even know where anything was.
Right.
And then he was having mechanical issues. So I get it. All right, so I put into the new situation in the section panel.
Yeah, now that the Kilpatrick is destroyed, Early will be able to move south and reinforce Wolf Hill as well. And the question becomes, now that the Confederate artillery is also been brought forward, I don't know how effective they will be with all the woods, but
Hey, let's do an experiment. What do you guys think of this idea? What if right now we go, say we're going to take 4 minutes. I'll drop into Ewell. One of you guys drop into Howard, and then somebody drop into Sickles. And then let's just get a read on what's happening across the front. We split up and then come back here and do a report.
I'll be back in just a minute.
Drop it on Ewell, not to record this bit, but just to bring back a report on what they're.
Okay.
What he's thinking down there. Since you're the poncho with the Robert E. Lee's with Ewell right now. So let's drop down that. After you come with, I bet you we should record this.
Sure.
I'm heading to Ewell, who's second.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 hits. They took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, possibly 8. I mean, yeah, slightly as hard, I guess, but that's still could be better. I want to start placing hit markers on my guys so I know.
Yeah, this is not looking good.
Oh God, don't say that.
that grand battery that they've assembled down our center is
how many guns is it?
100 guns.
God. Can we do a grand battery of our own? Or
we're too spread out, and all of Ewell's batteries reserves are stuck up north. That Union cavalry is doing work on us. I really do wonder what happens to Jenkins' brigade, but yeah, this is not great. I think if worse comes to worse, I think I agree with your initial assessment. Is we'll just send some brigades over to across the river to Hill from this side, and use them to reinforce the defensive line, not assault.
Honestly,
it's late, right?
It might be a good idea because honestly, I'm starting to get pretty overstretched. If we just wanted to pull back, I could hold Hill 444 and 420 sort of alone, and then you could have Johnston pull back and try to hook around.
That sounds like a great idea. That sounds like a fantastic idea, Rhodes. Let's try and do that. Let's do that. Next turn, let's maneuver a division into Hill's line from behind, and then we'll get Rhodes. You'll anchor that 444 420 sector.
Okay. Hopefully, I can get back my my O'Neill's brigade too. Hopefully, they're done fighting over there. And I'll start really entrenching on this hill. Now, if I get attacked by anything quite large, who knows? But I feel pretty confident I can build some defenses in the night. It is getting late, right? What time is it?
It's only 2 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, we got plenty of time. Yeah, I would say let's do that. I'll recall my men back up the hill.
And I guess that'll be the same with you, Johnston.
I'm still taking into consideration that idea, but once we'll cross the Rock Creek and move towards Hill 408, we will be under murderous fire of the artillery batteries. So.
Oh no! Don't cross there. Go around.
Yeah,
like, it might take longer, but you need to go around.
You're gonna fall back to right here. You see on my screen, and then you'll move in on across the creek over here, behind Hill's defensive line.
Okay.
See where that little island is? Use that as your stepping stones.
I'll try. Okay.
And
And
now,
if you could still leave like at least one brigade.
Yeah, I will leave a small
guard.
brigade.
Oh, thank you. Okay, can I? Since you're gonna be gone, do you just want to put?
All right, General Lee, what's the overall situation? So we were able to listen in on what's going on at your position here, but what do you think about the battle as a whole?
I thought that we were in pretty good position, but I am very concerned about our center with Hill's Corps. I think that the Grand Battery facing them is quite dangerous, and they've taken out a good deal of our artillery over there. So I'm pretty concerned that they're going to assault it with 2, maybe even 3 corps if they manage to push Stuart back and take that position. I was hoping we might be able to support
All right.
him.
So you've had another round of combat, and a lot of your Stonewall's brigade is almost entirely routing right now. You can see Daniel's brigade at the front is also taking similar casualties, a little less decisive than last turn, but still quite heavy. And your artillery has just made it in place to begin firing this turn.
So that's good.
Any questions for me so far?
Do we hear any musketry fire from across the river to the west?
Yes, you hear some.
Okay.
But it's hard to distinguish if it's the troops that are in combat now or further away. It's quite loud.
That's fair. I'm good.
All right, I will come back.
So I think we're going to try and move some of Johnston's division over to Hill's Corps and see if we can reinforce that segment of the hill. And we'll leave Rhodes here to defend Wolf Hill all by himself, so that'll be exciting.
General Lee, so my divisional artillery will be left under the command of General Rhodes, right?
That is correct. Yeah, we're not going to try and move it over.
Okay, so my Louisiana Tigers and Stuart Brigades will move over to Hills. I will lead them, right?
Yeah, you move them up, take them up north, and then move them around their rear, and you act kind of as, I suppose, their reserves for when he'll need you, which might be relatively soon.
Huh, what an interesting assessment there.
Well, how about that? Yeah, how about that?
Yeah, so Lee was on spot regarding his center.
We're on the eastern side, right?
Yeah.
Gives him a very skewed. I don't think he has any awareness of Hood and of what Longstreet's doing. If you telescope all the way out, you've got the 2nd Confederate is really getting chewed up in the hills on the east. The Union line has now suddenly become quite consistent and pretty good shape, right? Except for the center where the Confederates have no power. And I think that Longstreet is now separating his forces and attacking into pretty tough ground. If Longstreet has trouble over there on the west, this could actually turn toward the Union side, even though the Union has no idea what's going on.
Hmm. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I see it the same way. So Lee was on point with his own center.
Right.
Although he has forces there who could, if they abandon this attack, so Anderson could reinforce that center there. He's right in position. The Union is not aware of it, so now it comes down to basically do they risk pushing or not. But so he's now shifting forces back to support Hill, and he's
Hill
also trying to push forces around the flank, so that will leave him spread very thinly on Wolf Hill here.
I think so.
And we've heard, and we can see that here Stonewall's brigade has been smashed.
Yeah.
On the other hand, well, the Union extreme right is not that strong. They have the batteries there, but the Confederate batteries should be in position soon if they are able to fire at any.
Let me find out. I'm going to jump up to the Umpire channel and see who resolved that to see what happened there, because I think that's worth us knowing.
Absolutely.
Let me see if I can grab that. I'll be right back.
%of casualty caused by dropping down the deep abyss. Yeah, absolutely. Those guys who didn't manage to jump across just disappeared.
Nick is going to pop down with the explanation.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Nick.
Hey.
Hey, we didn't actually watch the resolution. So what happened on the east that really had the Union get the better of the Confederates on that side?
Well, I think originally so there were two turns of combat. I think the first turn the Confederacy had got the better exchange, but it was there was one piece. Let's see, the Stonewall Brigade actually that took 8 morale hits and 4 casualty markers and broke. So they're not having a good day. But yeah, definitely the second turn at least the Confederates got the worse exchange there.
Was there any tactical things that they did, or was just the luck went against them on the second turn?
It was the luck that went against them. It's also the Union has 2 artillery batteries supporting them. But beside that, it was really just the luck of the die roll.
Okay, cool, man. Thank you. Just we put this together. We were wondering. Great.
Let me ask you guys. It sounds like the Confederacy thinks they're not doing well on the flank attack. Is that the what I'm reading?
We did just talk to Lee, and I think he was on point. He is concerned about his center, where Stuart's remnants are, and he's quite right about that. Of course, without knowing what the Union strength is down there, but the Union isn't aware about this situation, so I'm not quite sure whether they will be able to exploit it. It does not really seem that he knows a lot about what's going on Longstreet's end of the line. And yeah.
Yeah, I was just chatting with Meade and Howard, and apparently Meade wants to pull back the Union left to east of Willoughby Run completely, and just get our 3rd Corps and 11th Corps out of that position entirely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, makes sense, I guess.
Which is so interesting because from our perspective, they're in a really strong position there to stop Longstreet and overextend the Confederates. This is a great Kriegsspiel moment right now.
Oh yeah.
Because they didn't know where the 3rd and the 11th were, they instinctively are pulling them back. But in actuality, their positioning there gives them advantage.
Yeah. Yeah. we actually just found out that Meade ordered First Corps to pull back, and First Corps is definitely surging forward after receiving that order. So that's pretty interesting. So, and looking at it, it's about time. It's sad that they are doing that after getting that order from Meade, but I guess we'll see.
Retreating to the front.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very interesting. I mean, they have the numbers in the center. We were wondering all the time why they were so passive.
See if this attack
I
breaks
get that right. So he's pulling the 3rd, 11th, and 1st back, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Create a concave shape from the 2nd all the way around south of Gettysburg.
Yeah, I guess to anchor his flank on Willoughby Run, but to get those, I guess, 2 divisions or no, it's Howard's guys, and then 1 division of 3rd Corps entirely out of that position.
Yeah.
On the right flank, we're talking about lucky die rolls. 2 artillery batteries just rolled 2 incredibly great rolls and did even more damage. Now we're doing, see, what is this, the 14-20 turn? Another 2 devastating volleys on the Confederates in that attack. So, but yeah,
In the east.
In the east, yeah.
No way. Okay, well that.
Cool.
Yeah, that's also a
There you
very
go.
interesting position because, I mean, even though Lee was aware of the combat not going in his favor, he's decided to push a brigade up to support Hill and then push another one to extend to the south. And I mean, that weakens the advantage he would have there if he kept those forces together and tried to outflank the enemy here.
Yeah.
He's got a potential to roll around the Union right, but that's difficult going. That's those hills.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he could cross somewhere down here. We will have to see where Early will be ordered. Well, that's Rhodes division actually. Where Rhodes and the remnants of Early up there from the north, which are freed up now, will move to. But from what we've heard from Lee, that will probably rather be the center than the flank.
Yeah.
Yeah, fascinating.
Well, I guess it'd be interesting to see how it goes.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, thanks, guys.
Great game. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Nick.
Yeah, Reynolds is moving up. You can see him there.
Well, now these guys would have to swing up with him. Where is Sickles right now, personally? So Howard is now down here again. He's running back and forth. Sickles is now up here. Okay.
I tried to find Sickles. I tried to find Sickles to talk to him. Does he not have a voice channel?
He should. Let me have a look. Union. 3rd Corps, Sickles. He has a voice channel. Currently, it's General Meade in there.
Yeah.
Because he personally... So Sickles moved up north, so I don't know
Well,
where...
no, Sickles is not in there. That's Meade.
Yes, because Sickles is now up north with that division. But I don't know in which channel he might be.
Bernie.
Howard is in with Bernie, and Meade is in with Humphreys. I was looking for
one of those where we don't have access. Although oh no, Sickles is gone. Bernie is Sickles. Binrey is commanding Sickles' group. So, because if you look in the Sickles text, it's him. It's the player's name is actually 2007 is commanding. I think the Sickles player left for
No, that might be the case. So.
Okay.
the original, because they were talking about Sickles, quote, having a stroke and leaving.
Let's see, more questions in the chat. Anybody knows how many players per side, how many umpires? So if we take a look at the Discord server, we have 40 folks online here, currently on the server. Umpire team is around 10, I believe. Can't see them. They are not currently not all in the Umpire channel, but I think that's. Or I could hit my F11 and count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's 10.
The Pickett's coming down that road.
Or actually, it's 11 with Alex because he is not moving pieces but doing other stuff. And then we'll have on the next
Hill
Saturday
hasn't
more
really
players coming.
engaged at all, right?
Who is that, Paul?
Sorry to interrupt. Hill hasn't really been hit at all.
His guns
Everyone's
have
worried
been,
about Hill, but he.
Yeah. His guns have been under fire by that large battery of Union guns. But that's basically it.
Right.
And now what's happening here? First Division 12 Corps. Seems like they are slightly shifting to the east, or are they pulled out of the, it seems like they are pulled out of the line to reinforce the right.
That might be a good idea.
Right, yeah. And that is certainly an option now that Hancock has his men in position here. So they will have to replace this line there. Yeah, and I guess if I would be Meade, I would recall the 2nd Cavalry Division and send it, I don't know, probably to the west.
Not in a good place for cavalry.
No. But same is true for Stuart.
The Stuart's in the front of the line now.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2nd Cavalry's just hanging out there. You generally don't want your cavalry to be a gap filler, right?
Mm-hmm. What happened to the Union Cavalry in the north? They got destroyed or routed, or
They were destroyed, yeah.
Well, they accounted very well for themselves. The last attack maybe was a little overly ambitious, but they did a really good job.
Absolutely. And now here in the northwest, we see Pickett bringing his guns up. Yeah, I think overall it's still a wise move for me to pull back the left. I mean, even though they were in a very good position here to delay this movement and pull forces away of Longstreet's corps, prevent them from striking down south here as intended to the east of Willoughby Run, they are not in a position to hold that ground against that amount of artillery. And if I see that correctly, Meade is actually personally with them.
With who?
With Sickles and the, what's that, 2nd Division of 3rd Corps on the extreme Union left.
It is interesting. I wonder how that'll affect Meade's ability to give orders to the rest of the army.
Right. Yeah.
With him on the far left.
Yeah, that will certainly delay communication. And yeah, they are starting to pull back. Okay. Guess that's what they should do.
Yeah. Okay. 20.
And another attack across Willoughby Run. And also, what is this?
Wow.
Hood's division attacking a single regiment. Okay, more support coming in. What's the situation here in the east? Alright, okay, so they are not, yeah, as Leah said, they are not trying to swing around that flank. They are just trying to secure this position against anything that might be coming up on the Baltimore Pike.
Do they know about the other Union Corps? Do they know more or less where they are?
That's a very good question. I don't know.
There's Hood going in for another one, huh?
Yep.
But at this point, with that wing falling back, that's not going to. Best that does is pushes them in a direction they're going to go anyway.
Correct.
It's interesting. Is that a one division making that that attack?
No, I think it's multiple.
What's division? Does he have more troops over here? No, that's Anderson. And this is Hood. Yeah, that's Hood's attack.
Against Bernie, right?
Steinwehr, Howard. Yeah, interesting. I guess they would have assumed that Pickett's attack would have been quicker and that they launched that attack at the same time, but that's not the case. Now let's take a closer look what's happening here.
That's pretty intense.
Where is Hood? He's disappeared. Good voice, yeah. I'm gonna go dip in with Longstreet. I can jump over there. Let me go get Longstreet's view and I'll come back and give you guys a heads up.
Sure.
It's interesting. It looks like that Confederates pushing over Willoughby Run to the north of the screen there. That looks like really steep.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, one of the regiments has been pushed back, of course, because of that. So these guys, yeah, well, maybe this regiment is not really in a position to fire at them, as given the terrain. Yeah, here another regiment routed, another one, there's one. But the same is true for two of the Union regiments.
Oh, that's not good for Hood's boys there.
No, certainly not. Yeah, and Anderson isn't really in a position to support the attack because Third Corps and the First Corps are coming up here, so he can't really commit to an attack. I guess they will be reforming into a line. So basically, the Confederate line is going to be in a zigzag from down here and along Carl's Cemetery Hill, and then over here to the Hagerstown Road, as the Union is pulling back their left flank, because the Union isn't in a position to counterattack here.
Yeah.
I mean, this would be the perfect situation for a counterattack,
Yeah.
but they
Yeah,
don't have
because
any
the
reserves.
Confederate right is just sort of beaten up and hanging in the air at the moment.
Is each unit a brigade or a regiment? I believe a regiment.
Or is it two pieces per brigade? Was that it?
That might be it, yes. Texas Brigade. What are these guys? Benning's Brigade. Yeah. Looks like that is the case. Posies. Yeah. 2 blocks per brigade. So it's a little bit abstracted to make it more manageable.
Yeah.
Okay. Just coming down here, that's Rhodes Division, and where is Early headed? Still don't quite know. Maybe through Gettysburg to reinforce the center.
Yeah, the Confederates do have some troops coming over Wolf's Hill on the right.
Mhm.
Who are those? Early's troops?
That's part of Rhodes Division.
Rhodes.
Oh, and then we have part of Early's up further up north. What news do you bring?
Sees Longstreet personally went to traffic jam the Claws and Pickett, and he sees that as the main attack to push the 11th out of the way. He doesn't really have a good sense of what's going on with Hood, but Hood's getting smashed up pretty good. Longstreet realizes that there's artillery there and that Hood's going to lose a lot of men, and he's right. So,
Yeah.
so it generally leads to the conclusion that the Union western part of the line is going to fall back as it's been ordered and as it's being pushed by Pickett and McLaws, and Hood's going to lose strength, and we're going to end up with a stabilized line that's going to kind of be east-west across the Union front, and Longstreet will move down and be split across the run there, and they'll be east-west as well. So we're going to start tomorrow, I think. I imagine with just basically two lines facing each other south of Gettysburg.
Well, that'll be interesting.
And with how the situation presents itself at the moment, I'm really I mean, and considering that 2 more Union Corps will arrive at night, I don't see how the Confederates would be able to turn that.
I think it'd be an onerous process, but going through and doing a count of how many fresh brigades there are versus the fact you get 2. I think you're right. Two fresh Union Corps coming in. And most everything in the Confederate side has been engaged in have had a lot of casualties. The cavalry's gone. Hood is now depleted. Pickett McLaws will be okay. AP Hill's going to be okay. I don't know. Yeah, AP Hill. I think AP Hill's going to be okay, but Ewell's queued up over there.
No.
And when the 2 other corps arrive, then the Union will have a numerical superiority.
Right.
Because they'll have their whole army on the field at that point, about 90,000 to 70,000.
Right. It's really then just up to Meade to coordinate it. In the attack.
Now that poses an interesting question. Were the Confederates put at a disadvantage because they started in a defensive position here? What would you think?
Well, I guess the question is where could they have made a more effective attack? And I don't know. The Confederates were strung out, right? They had Hill in Gettysburg, and not all of Hill's corps, right? It was Heath and Stewart, and they had a long line of troops coming in down the Cashtown Road with Longstreet. That I don't think they're yet entirely on the board, or maybe their last unit's just coming on. I'm not sure. And then they had Ewell coming in from the northeast, and I'm just trying to recall where they might have had an opportunity to hit the Union outnumbered, and I'm not sure on the far right, on the Confederate far right, if they had maybe waited and not launched Hood's attack until Pickett and McLaws had come down there and turned that flank, then maybe they could have generated some momentum. But at this point, Hood got beaten up, and I don't know whether they'll be able to do that.
Right. I don't know. Go all the way back to the beginning. They were through Gettysburg. They did not have Longstreet. I don't think a defense put them at a disadvantage. I think if they would have, I think actually a hybrid kind of attacking and defending together might have been a thing that more took them at advantage. So, for instance, if the Second Confederate Corps under Ewell hadn't tried to push forward, they wouldn't have taken those casualties. If AP Hill, I think AP Hill has done a good job just holding that line. The cavalry did a good job holding the line, Confederate cavalry. And if Longstreet would have stayed on the west side and really pushed that flank, it would have blocked the Union up pretty. So I think it might be, I would answer more, I think the kind of hybrid attack and defense together is the thing that created a bit of a problem. It created a lot of casualties for not a lot of gain. Because I think what the Confederate would probably want is at this point in the game, or at this end of the day, to push the Union out of all the hilly ground to the east and push the Union down into the less advantageous ground to the south, and establish some positions to defend and force the Union to attack and then tactically defend. So they could have accomplished all this without losing all. It's easy for me to say from the commentator's booth. You know, never make a mistake from the commentator's booth,
No, not at all.
right? Nobody second guesses you in the commentators.
Yeah.
See
Well,
what's
here
going on
Reynolds is coming up the Emmitsburg Road, and he's still coming. It'll be interesting to see what happens if he hits those Confederates on Cemetery Hill.
Yeah, wasn't he ordered to hold his position or even retire?
Yes, he was. He's retiring to the front.
But yeah, I think that's.
So he's hitting into Anderson now, and now Anderson has his chance, and of course the long-suffering Stewart.
Yeah, I think that's the right decision to attack here. Although, I mean, with all those units relocating, well, I guess there's no immediate threat coming down cemetery. So, and they still have their battery here, so that should be all right. Yeah, that will be interesting to see how this plays out.
And it looks like the Union made something of a counterattack against Hood.
Yeah. Although, as Poe said, Anderson should be able to counter that. Unless he comes under attack from 1st Division, 3rd Corps.
He might just be beating up that last brigade that didn't retreat when the others did.
But at this point, Reynolds is not going to create a breakthrough, but he's not going to go through Stewart and then through the 3rd Confederate Corps, right?
Yeah, he still has. So Hancock has a division here in reserve. I'm not. Okay, they are moved to plug the gap. Okay. Well, they could have been used as a reserve and to reinforce the attack as a second wave, and then 1st Division, 3rd Corps could have as well. But yeah, I guess they are lacking the coordination to do that.
You got 3rd Corps Division and Heath. You've got 3rd Corps now is engaged. We need another one. Reynolds now moved up enough to have hit the 3rd Corps. Now, is Hood's attack blunted, or is they still over there?
Well, it looks like he's got a brigade that's still forward, but the rest of his guys got knocked back.
Right.
And he's got half a brigade on the other side of Willoughby Run that probably doesn't want to be there.
Well said.
Yeah, they run away as well here. Yeah, they pull out.
How does this compare to your some of your games, or what do you react when you see all this?
The first game we did for the Army, it was what we were looking at was the potential for alternative technology that was available in 1863 to be used, how it could have been used by the armies. So we added observation balloons, the battlefield telegraph, and then Gatling guns, small number of Gatling guns to each side, and let them use them as they would like. The first game we did was Gettysburg Second Day, and that was not terribly different from what happened in the actual second day, although instead of focusing their attack on their right, the Confederates focused their attack on the center and massed all the extra firepower they had and managed to get up onto Cemetery Hill, but the Union Army held. It was contiguous and intact. And so it was not, a terribly different result. The second game we did, we started at dawn on day one with the armies still separated. And there, we ran that several times, and there you had more interesting results because the players were maneuvering in different ways and trying to gain advantages, and the maneuver space was bigger than just the sort of the Gettysburg battlefield. We allowed them to maneuver on the west side of South Mountain if they wanted to, or to try to, swing around farther to the east if the Confederates wanted to do that. And so it was a little more freewheeling. So it's yeah. So that was just a sort of a little bit of a different scale of the game than this. But that produced some more greater differences than what happened in the historical battle.
What was the overall conclusion? Would alternative technologies have made a big difference, or did everything kind of?
What we
where we're
thought
gonna go?
was that in the tactical fight, the firepower, it makes a little bit of a difference. If you focus it causes greater casualties where it is. The battlefield telegraph helps a little bit. It gives you better command and control. Allows you to maintain your knowledge of what's happening with your army and deliver orders more effectively. And but the big thing that I think the biggest thing we found was that the observation balloon, when the Unions or the army starting farther away from each other, it provides the commanders with much better situational awareness. That even with the cavalry, you have the balloon when they're up. If it can see 10 miles around, it really gives the commander a good field of view and allows them to manage their forces more efficiently than they could have historically. And so too bad that the Union had a problem with their balloonist in chief, and they did away with the balloon in the middle of 1863 before Gettysburg. And that's unfortunate because I think they probably would have benefited from keeping them around.
Mhm. Yeah, we now see that Confederate battery there, or the batteries, the Grand Battery, lined up on Wolf Hill.
Oh yeah.
Probably putting some work on the Union flank.
Yeah.
And the center attack has pushed back Stuart, but that was expected, so.
Right.
And is that Hood's guys who are sort of scattered up there? That they're
Yeah, that's Hood's. Mm-hmm.
And what's happening on the far left? Has the Confederates
Pulling back
moved?
still.
Yeah, pulling out.
And the Confederates are sort of moving up slowly.
So where has Meade gone by now?
Think of the same thing. Where's Meade's head?
There he is. At the Sam something farm. At the crossing of the Willoughby, together with Sickles and Howard, who seems to be wounded. I'm not quite sure. There's a marker on his piece. Yeah, maybe you want to listen in, find out if Meade is aware of what's going on in the center.
Yeah, where's Meade? Where's his?
Let's see.
Reynolds.
Where is? Oh, that's not Meade.
See him.
I don't see him.
I'm not seeing him either.
What about Sickles and Howard? Can we find those guys?
What's gonna be that?
That's where did Paul go now?
He went over to Sickles, which is Humphreys.
Right. Hmm.
Yeah, I'm not seeing Meade and Howard. Did a lucky shot take out Meade and Howard while they were having a meeting?
Well, that would be horrible.
Yeah.
So the mark is just on Howard here. But...
There's Meade, yeah.
Well, I guess Paul is finding out and letting us know.
I just do an update so I can make any sense of it.
We can't find Meade. Do you know where he went?
Go grab something to drink real quick.
Yeah, maybe the players took a break as well. But we'll keep an eye out for them.
How about dropping in on Reynolds and see what's going on with that attack there? There's several guys in his channel.
Sure, let's do that.
Right, is that all for orders? Can I go? I can go. Let's go. Yeah.
Yeah, 1 second, Dogpilot, when we get in there.
Wait 1 sec. I'll also. Oh, never mind.
General Reynolds,
Welcome. Come back.
how's it going?
Well, it's not going as great as we was thinking. What it should have gone. We believed that there was a weak spot in the Confederate lines, and we tried to push forward, and it seems as if it was not that weak.
I mean, I am only seeing around 4 regiments up there. Just a ton,
It's
and a
not
ton of the
bad
weakened
for
cavalry
me.
already.
And that cow's pretty beaten up anyway. I wouldn't call this like crap or anything.
It's
just-
not a bad situation.
No.
And because we have our own cavalry to
I
our
know
right,
it's
which
not
can
a
assist
bad
us, and the
situation.
3rd Corps.
I know it's not a bad situation, but it's not as good as we would have thought it would be.
No.
I thought they wouldn't have anything behind that line. I would just roll through them.
As I said, that would be too good to be true. To be honest.
Indeed.
Really. Who wouldn't have infantry behind the cavalry? Let's be honest.
You never know. These rebels are not the smartest people on the planet.
Wait, let me ask. You guys are advancing, or what are you doing?
We're not advancing. We're holding position, and we're firing on them. The only people who are moving at all are the cannons, which are going to move up to the top of the hill and fire into the infantry. And all the infantry, which is kind of lag behind, is going to move up to go behind.
Okay, thank you.
Front line will not change.
What is that single brigade doing there? Just going alone. Okay. Whatever.
Are you aware of about what's going on your flanks?
Not really, no.
Not really. No.
My prediction is that on the left flank, as they've moved up more, the left flank is beating back the Confederates, which are there a little bit. As far as I know, on the right flank, it's still stationary.
Okay.
From what I learned from my conversation with Meade when he was here, This area, if anywhere, would be the one area where there is a weakened point in the Confederates' lines where a punch through could be made. However, we're going to be taking it a little cautiously. We're not going to try anything crazy until we know for sure that we'll be able to punch through and separate the Confederates.
Very interesting.
Well, we hope to be the tipping point of this battle. We have been on the back hand since it started.
Yeah, we certainly wish you luck with that.
Yep. Yep. Thanks very much.
I don't like your tone. It's not very optimistic. You see something that I don't.
No, I'm completely neutral here, of course. So I can't see anything happen.
Yeah, totally.
It's certainly very interesting to see. I mean, of course, as commentators, we are always in the God's eye view of the battlefield, and we see everything, and we're always wondering, okay, why are those people not moving there, and why don't they exploit this position, and all that stuff. But then talking to the players becomes very obvious quickly that the beauty of Kriegsspiel.
Do you want to keep engaging? Like,
as for the troops who are currently firing into them, to keep firing.
Yeah, but if they, fall
To
back.
continue being engaged.
Yeah,
As for the ones who were weakened, actually, should I fall back the guys in the front who are a little weakened?
No.
Just leave them. I think.
Yeah, just leave them. Have them keep fighting. Have them
Yeah.
take the casualties. If they start
let them
taking
fall
so
back
many
naturally.
casualties, they start looking.
They are going to break soon, so we can't
Yeah,
really
yeah.
do anything about it.
But let them fall back naturally, because then at least they've reached that breaking point instead of us forcing that point onto them. Because that's
Yeah.
what's going to happen if we fall back at this point.
Yeah. And if they start getting sufficiently damaged, then the Iron Brigade can go up and
Yep.
fill the gaps.
And if they're using the rules that I think they're using, I think that the unit behind them will also start taking morale damage if they retreat through them. So
Yeah.
No, 2 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, 3. It's 3:20 in the afternoon. So they've been basically going at it all day. Moved all around the field. At some point, where in real life they'd all pull back and say, "Okay, we gotta
we're
and
done.
either try a night attack or something crazy, right?" Put the pickets out.
Yeah, so that was very interesting again. So the general assessment was right. That was the weak point a while ago, at least. And now that they had committed to an attack, they have now ordered to hold the line and don't pursue them any further. And I think they are basically giving away a massive opportunity. They have the numerical advantage at this point. With Hood's division blown, there's nothing to threaten their left flank. They could try to at least try to push through, use the confusion that Stewart's retreating cavalry has caused, and then attack. But
Oh, it looks like they're renewing the attack, though. Look at that.
Interesting. Maybe that's
very interesting.
Maybe that's umpire bias now, because all I heard from them was, okay, we stay here and we keep shooting if there's anybody to shoot at, but let's not attack them.
Wow.
The
yeah.
umpires
Seriously went in up the Emmitsburg Road.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it makes sense, because you never have total control over your troops, so if they see the enemy retiring, they might be keen to push up. But then again, I mean, it's a very difficult question when it comes to the period warfare, because if they are locked into a firefight, it's also hard to get them moving again.
And now it looks like Pickett's guys are making contact on the Union far left, on the road, that road that runs along the Willoughby Run.
Yes. And then here we have more of Pickett's men and McLaws coming in. Okay. Probably bring the artillery as well, yes. The Union has established another line here to pull back their disrupted units behind it. So is Meade, has he shown up anywhere? No, still can't see him in
Oh,
any.
the 11th, the 3rd. This is in Reynolds' attack. 11th and 3rd and the 1st all are intermixed.
Yeah.
They're very silo situation.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how this big attack in the center goes. That's it'll be a pretty serious affair.
One-day battle at Gettysburg. A big attack. A big attack.
Yeah, it sure is.
You just hear them not say they're not going to do that.
He did. He did say that.
I wonder if the there's just that we're going in.
The umpire actually came back twice to ask, okay, what are you holding position now or are you attacking? He always said, no, we are holding position now.
So who are those units that are lined up with the three pieces in line or in a column rather between the Emmitsburg Road and the Taneytown Road?
Yeah, that is the 1st Corps, 2nd Division here.
2nd Division. Okay. All right.
Hey.
And that's so, yeah, classic Kriegsspiel moment again. The Union is moving more and more forces to expand their extreme right flank, while the Confederates, who were in the position for most of the time to encircle them or move around that flank, they have now pulled back their units onto Wolf Hill, so there's actually no need to reinforce this flank.
Right. To extend that flank, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they've the Confederates have pulled back. I mean, they've got their artillery up there, but their infantry's not. But the Union in the center, to the right of 1st Corps, they're not moving up to support them. They're sort of leaving them,
right? Yeah.
You know, kind of hanging out a little bit.
Who's that down there? 2nd falling back. If they're marching south. Those are those are 12th. You have 12th Division units marching south, and they're not broken, right? You're talking about, right?
Yeah, just
Yep.
just to the right of the Tannytown Road that the Union. Well, they've got some units up there now. It looks like a few just to the right of where First Corps is making their big attack, but not much. I would have expected them to come up with more just to protect their flank, if nothing else.
Yeah, maybe that's because that's not the overall. Well, we haven't heard from Meade in a while, but the overall plan wasn't to attack, as he was very
Look in the
concerned about the
commentator
center.
text chat. See down there on the bottom right, commentator text chat. You get 4 units that are in pretty good shape. Actually, 6 units all big south.
Let me take a look at that. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Right. So who's in the middle of the Reynolds fight we can listen in on? Reynolds himself, I guess.
Yep. All right, that's just there.
That's his voice. I'm gonna go hang out there, see if I can hear anything.
All right. Is that Union cavalry on the Tannytown Road there? Just
Yes. That is Greg's second.
Wow.
Okay, so Meade has arrived again. Shall we talk to him?
Sure. General Meade.
Hey. I think I've cleared up what's going on with our left flank right now.
Where are you currently positioned?
I'm not sure right now. I've not got my screenshot for this turn, but I was at the Spangler farm, and I'm moving towards the center, around the Weikart Swisher farm area. So if you've got my stream up, you can sort of see I've laid out what I'm trying to do is essentially pull back our extreme left wing to have, because I think I realize, obviously, as you could probably tell, 3rd and 11th Corps seemed way too overextended, and 1st Corps really as well was pretty overextended, I think. So I'm pulling back 3rd and 11th Corps. They're fighting rearguard actions at the moment to fall back to this position behind the Willoughby Run, or the Pitzer Run. And then once they're in position, I think I've heard some news of a Confederate attack on the right flank across Rock Creek. I'm not sure. The dispatch I got seemed pretty panicked. I'm not sure how much of that is. I know we've got a lot of new players on our team, so I don't know how much of that is just, that's a new player panic, and how much is, genuine, or not genuine, but you know what I mean. Warranted. So I'm moving over there. We've got 2nd Division, or 2nd Corps rather, has probably a division, maybe 2 divisions we can commit to our right, and 12th is also could probably spare a division, or at least a couple of brigades to reinforce that, and it's a pretty good position, so I'm not too worried about that attack on the right. This is going to get quoted at me when I find out I go over there and they've rolled up the whole army or something. But yeah, hopefully, I don't think it's too bad at the moment. So I'm gonna go check them out, see what's up with 12th Corps, and yeah, I'm not sure if we'll end up launching any sort of advance today. I want to have a strong defensive position with more than one line deep, across the whole area before I consider any advance. And just I don't know if I were to do an advance. I've had a loose idea of launching something with 3rd and 11th Corps, have them as well as 1st Corps advance sort of at this area, in coordination with 12th Corps to retake these hills for overnight. But I want to make sure this is completely withdrawn at by that point, because we can't be this overextended when we launch that advance, you know. So that might need to wait till tomorrow. And I mean, ultimately, I don't know if there is a briefing, but I've not received it. But ultimately, I suppose we are on the defensive, you know, like we're defending the road to Washington, so there's not really necessarily a reason to advance beyond. Obviously, there's the defensive advantage of taking this high ground here and here, but I don't know if it's worth. I don't want to advance for the sake of advancing, you know.
All right, yeah, makes sense.
Okay, I've just arrived. I can see. Looks like there's definitely fighting. I don't. They seem to be shifting everything to the right. Okay. That's not the most reassuring thing, but hey. I'm currently at the hill, this hill here. These guys.
All right, all right.
Hmm.
Yeah. Do you guys have any other questions about
No, I'm good. Thanks very much.
What's your impression so far concerning the communication with your core commanders? Is that?
I think it could be a lot better. I think there's definitely a lack of proper coordination. I don't know. I mean, when I was speaking to the corps commanders, they didn't really seem to have any understanding of what like the plan was going into this, or anything really. I don't know. I mean, it obviously doesn't help that I was replaced. I need to like completely, you know, I was the replacement, so I needed to sort of reorient myself entirely. And I think a couple other corps commanders got replaced at some point as well. But still, yeah, I think part of it's also just how spread out we are. It takes ages to get dispatches anywhere. But I've only really just a couple turns ago properly got an understanding of like what the situation is. Like I didn't know where our flank ended until I rode up there and saw the end of the line, you know.
Okay, cool. Very good.
Right, thank you.
We talk to you later then.
See ya.
I was wondering if we might want to talk to AP Hill next.
Yeah.
See what his impression is of this attack.
Yeah, because we haven't talked to him in a little while, right?
Right.
Yeah, good idea.
He is
AP Hill.
Confederate Third Corps.
Yep. There he is.
Okay. Gentlemen.
Today?
We have returned to get an update on how things have been going and what you think your current situation is.
I think Archer is a coward. And I think that Union guns are perhaps unrealistically effective at driving him out from behind earthworks. But
I think that the bountiful ammunition we're experiencing today is cutting both ways.
goes from perfectly intact to all of a sudden just like not in 20 minutes. Seems weird, but nonetheless, Davis is taking over the position, and Brockenbrough's coming up to his help with 600 men. And we're seeing if Pettigrew can spare anything. And Johnson's division of Second Corps should be moving around behind to reinforce in the next 20 to 40 minutes. So even if they kind of like surge over Cemetery Hill, we'll probably be able to take it back. But I'm hoping that we don't have to take it back and we just hold it. But
I'm also on my way west to confirm Anderson's situation and see if Longstreet is stuck in with 11th Corps yet, because if he is, then that frees Anderson to shift right with a couple of brigades, because he's not very far beyond Heath line.
Mm-hmm. And do you know what's going on further to the west?
Not yet. I am. Couriers are getting quite lost in this haze, and they usually arrive eventually. So I am my own courier. I'm a roving headquarters.
Right.
I'm currently I'm on my westward round. I was on Wolf Hill, then I went to Pender, then I went down with Heath. Next stop is Anderson.
Very good. Okay.
I will say, if 12th Corps spent quite a while building up facing Pender, and then they seemed to have backed off once Ewell's guns were pouring into their flank. So that could be where some of the missing Federal artillery has gone from here. We can hope.
Mm-hmm.
We had an entertaining report earlier that, made us all laugh, but we doubt it was entirely accurate. One of the cavalry brigades came back and reported that they had ridden down and destroyed the Federal Artillery Reserve on the Taneytown Road, unsupported. So I hear that, and they want to believe that, but then we've been experiencing 100 guns firing at us for about an hour. So unless they have a spare Federal Artillery Reserve, we have some skepticism.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they could do. They have the resource to have a spare artillery reserve, I suppose.
Yeah, and I don't think that's your issue to worry about. How do you see the battle develop as we're going into the afternoon and then tomorrow?
I think it's going fairly well. It's so far nothing has changed. Our plan stands. Apart from us not planning for Anderson to give way, and us not planning to have quite the active defense that we had in the east, everything's going to plan. Longstreet is coming down the west to roll up 11th Corps from the flank. Anderson is stuck there a bit longer than I could wish, because 11th Corps moves south before Longstreet could strike him. But Heath is here and holding. We have works here, we are told, and we have some defense in depth. There's only so much that the Union artillery can do without being willing to get stuck in with infantry. So that's where we are now. We're holding our line. They're attacking us. We'll repel them.
Right, perfect.
Yeah.
Oh.
By and large, we're looking at a second mass situation. So we're looking to hold them in the center, even with adverse odds, until they are worn, and then drive in their flanks. But that will take time.
Mm-hmm. All right, great. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
They're pretty confident.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, the fighting has resumed on the far left with Pickett and I'm not sure whether it's Howard or Sickles guys, and it continues in the center.
So it does, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think there's still an opportunity, but even if they push through now, I mean, the cavalry is rallying up. That's not much of a resistance, but we have here Johnson's division, which is, well, half of them seem to be fresh, which could reinforce. And well, with this push continuing, and we can see here that those units of 11th Corps, 1st Division, is now falling back under fire as well. That will then expose, even if the center, if Reynolds can push, expose their flank. That will be an issue.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how that ultimately plays out, because it does look like the Confederates have some momentum and they have more troops coming from the north. Is that their last? Is that McLaws? Is that their last division?
Yeah.
Yeah. McLaws was the last one. Yeah.
So Pickett's kind of pushed through there, right?
Yeah, it looks like he's in contact with whoever that is defending on that line there.
Right. Here. If you look there, Pickett's kind of, there's nothing in the middle for him driving a wedge between main line of Reynolds in the east and or that kind of large grouping of forces, and then the remainder of 3rd Corps there. So 3rd gets cut off by Pickett if they're not careful. Then they got
What is it in the very center? What is it where they're all massed together fighting? Where does it? Can we zoom in a little on that to see how that might be going? Yeah, so those forward Confederate units have taken some losses, but the forward Union have too.
Then the Union will be able to bring up the second line. Question is whether Stuart is in a position to counterattack here if necessary.
I guess Sickles. Where exactly is Sickles?
Where is Sickles? Let's see.
Sickles. Sure, it's Sickles. No, there's there.
Yeah, Sickles has
There
returned
actually is a Sickles.
to 11th Corps,
Sickles
3rd
is-
Division.
He's on.
So Sickles is there on Reynolds' left. Is that right? I mean Sickles himself.
Yes, here he is.
All right.
But again, not with his own troops.
Correct. Yeah.
So he's left
Sickles
2nd
himself.
Division to defend here, and where are his other forces? 1st Corps. Where did they go? What's this here? 11.
They might be over on the far left.
Maybe. Let's have a look. Wow, the Union has really brought up some stuff here. 2nd Corps, second, 12. 2nd Corps. Sure. That's part of third corps, but not. Here are some units in the back. Ah, they are. Ah, here they are. Here they are. First division is here.
Interesting.
Yeah, this was a little bit of an overreaction here.
Yeah, their reunion is really packed in on that position.
Okay, where are we at game turn wise? Okay, closing in on 4 p.m. Also wondering who actually is still in a decent shape to fight. Okay, those guys are well, and those two, so
How badly hurt did 12th Corps get in the fighting over here on the Union right? They
looks like they have decently fresh, what's that, 2 points? Yeah, decently fresh first division. And where is the rest? Up here, 12th Corps.
Yeah, they look pretty good.
Yeah. What's with these guys over here? About the same.
Yeah, some of those units in the rear have taken some losses.
Okay, so probably now Meade will try to steer those forces back. And I guess, according to his plan, put them in between here to create a second line.
Yeah, it sounded like he didn't want to press the attack, although his
No,
guys
no.
were of a different mind. As Reynolds is still going at it.
So just grinding it out in the Umpire channel. So.
So it looks like we've got an artillery firefight on the right, still with the Confederates firing at the Union. And then you've got Reynolds' big attack in the center.
The Union has actually lost some batteries here, so.
Yeah, I wonder, are those the dead artillery reserve units?
No, they are still here along this road.
They're down there.
So those must have fallen back from this position around McAllister Hill. Question would be what Slocum intends to do with his forces here.
then I guess he's holding the Union right, knowing that if they know that those 2 corps are coming up, then it gives them. I mean, that's a good defensive position. Its terrain's good. It'd be interesting what they choose to do with those other 2 corps.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay.
What are more Confederates? Oh, they haven't moved that much in their center. The guys who are coming up behind Stuart.
No, not really. They are rallying here. Shifting units here to the west, and those guys. That's Early's division is now slowly arriving in between here, but they have some battered forces as well. Yeah, so no. Well, like I said, these are the only reserves, so to say, Johnson's division here in the center. Hood will be out of action for a while.
Where's his forces?
They are on Seminary Ridge right now, rallying. Right next to Gettysburg.
Oh yeah. Wow. It shoot up pretty good, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well. I think we've reached kind of a steady state for the day, but
It would seem that way. I mean, maybe there'll be some movement on the Union left. We've got some guys pulling back now.
but basically they're running into 4 p.m.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Still light. There's plenty of light, but they've been going at it for.
Yeah.
One of the things that you probably wouldn't see is all the Stuart cavalry guys all lined up in perfect order. Because they got pounded hard. A lot of those units wouldn't even be cohesive. Stragglers and all kinds of. So.
We have a Confederate. Is there a Confederate counterattack in the center?
It seems like so. They're coming down.
They're going after was that Greg's cavalry guys?
Yep, exactly.
Wow.
Through it. So.
Yeah, and they should certainly be able to push them back, especially with the artillery support. And then the Union will regret having shifted that many forces to the east. But I guess here, First Corps can react and keep them at bay.
Greg will regret, I think, keeping his boys in there where cavalry probably shouldn't be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Boy, yeah, here comes a big Confederate counterattack to the left of Reynolds.
The left of Reynolds. Yeah. All right. Well.
That's
here's where that third Union Corps being split in half doesn't help you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They don't have a whole lot of way out there on that end line.
Third Corps has got a command and control problem.
So let's see how this fight turns out.
Yeah, look at all the dice being rolled there.
Yeah, they're posting him back.
Yeah, but then the guns. I mean, they are not all of them will be able to shoot in this direction, but they are perfectly lined up to blast through this column. But yeah, Confederates are giving ground.
Yeah, that attack, that counterattack that they made to Reynolds' left looks like it didn't go so well.
Yeah, top of our- Jan, how did you get the gray dot out of the middle of the?
You click on it.
Yes. That's it.
That's it.
Full time. Learn something new every day.
Yeah, it's just the. I mean, if there were open slots at the table, there were also the colored dots, but that's just the gray spectator dot.
The Union.
Yeah, and then some Union units are routing too.
There goes your cavalry.
What a mess.
You read about actual engagements happen like this, right? Just complete chaos and routing units and counterattacks and.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here. I mean, because of it sounded like neither side had great coordination. You're seeing these piecemeal attacks go in, and they're just units are just beating each other up.
Right. When you get brigade on brigade, right? They just march across the field, get into a firefight for 40 minutes.
40 minutes.
Lose half their men, march off the field.
Done. Yeah.
Right. And the next brigade comes up and marches where the former brigade retreated. The next one comes in and tries to hit a flank. They firefight for 40 minutes and they're done,
No.
all day long until everyone's spent. So.
The Confederates on the far left are still chasing the Union there.
Yeah, and their progress is too slow to really exploit that. Was a great decision to set up this line here at Adam Butt Farm. and delay
Yeah,
that part of Pickett's attack.
Okay. They'll route one Union and two will step up in the line. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. So the Union still has more fresh troops in the center, which they could commit if they wanted to. But then again, there is this threat of McLaw's division. Potentially. So yeah, I agree. It's just they're just grinding each other, and nobody is in a position to really launch an attack at any given point.
And if you consider historical accounts of Gettysburg, you know, back through the peach orchard, and or so many casualties, you could walk across them into the, you know, Devil's Den and attack on. You know, it was much like this.
Yeah, and it got pretty chaotic and desperate, like in the peach orchard and the wheat field, and you know, when Sickles' guys broke, then Meade was sort of grabbing units from everywhere and throwing them in to fill the gap.
Throw them in there, right?
And you know, I mean, that's how the Confederates actually, you know, ended up inflicting more casualties than the Union did because of the chaos. But
The after action review video, this will be the part that says, and they pounded each other for about an hour.
yeah. Yeah. Now the Union is sending some infantry to take the position of where those Gregg's cavalry was.
Mm-hmm.
And the Confederate don't really have any. Jan, to your point, they don't have any forces that exploit any part of that line.
And it looks like they've got no inclination to come down off of Culp's Hill, which might be reasonable.
Yeah. Why would you leave that position?
We've got to make a quick phone call, Jen. I'll be right back.
Sure. Yeah, I guess it's really down to whether or not they are willing to commit the last fresh men they have. Probably the main issue here is again then lack of communication because they are not aware of.
Yeah, that really, when we were sitting in on those discussions that they were having, and in particular talking to Meade, and he didn't know where his guys were.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he wasn't being told. There wasn't, you know, and then he had to jump in the middle of the battle. So that's, you know, probably. Oh, I'm sure that was a disadvantage for him.
Mm-hmm. So 4 p.m. currently. And Sean, how are you enjoying the game you're currently playing in? We can of course not talk about anything that happens there, but
no, it's been fun. It's been interesting. and we'll see how things go. Yeah, it has it's I ran that the Gettysburg campaign, and now I'm on the other side as a player.
Right.
A little bit different scale, but yeah, it's been interesting. That's for sure.
Mhm.
That's for sure. And I have, and it's just interesting as a side commander, army commander, that I don't have a lot of control over things. All I can really do is give sort of mission orders and tell my guys go here, go there, and that's it. And then what happens happens. It's it's up to them to do well wherever they go. And that's been interesting to see how that works out.
Right, right. And so you've run your game via email, right? Do you see a difference there with Discord? Is that more convenient or less convenient, or?
Well, the advantage with Discord is that it seems to be, I mean, you guys have gotten good at it, is that you have the option for creating images and sending images. Well, I suppose you can do, I did some of that by email, but only a little bit. You're using PowerPoint, right, to create images. And then you have the opportunity to talk. What I did in my game, because we were doing 1-day turns, if the commanders were close enough to each other, I would just let them communicate on their own and say, yes, you guys go do that, and just counted on them to be on their honor. Don't talk to somebody who's too far
Right.
away, that kind of thing. And that seemed to work out all right. Although we had to rejigger the communication rules because they got to be very clever about maximizing their ability to talk. You guys are talking a little too freely, so we had to adjust things in the middle of the game. But that's how I did that. So it was a little different. But with the 1-day turns, it's a longer time span, and so it's a little bit different, perspective. But one thing one battle I was interested in doing is Brandy Station. I don't know if you know that one, the cavalry battle. And that one I thought would be really conducive to something like this because it's about a division on each side. It's a day, you come together, and in this kind of setup where you have the multiple channels and the ability to create visuals for people, I thought could be really conducive way to doing that. I don't know, would you guys be interested in being involved in something like that? But that's something that occurred to me, while I was running my campaign, and also knowing a little bit about the battle. It's like, yeah, this would be a good multiplayer, for a Kriegsspiel setting, because the commanders were separated and they didn't always talk to each other, and kind of chaotic, and so it seemed to lend itself to that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I know that we have run that at least once. There might have been more because I can't keep up anymore with all the games that are being run. But I remember that it has been quite a while though. So there would be, I guess, quite some interest in putting that up again. So we should have some maps and assets available. Can't quite remember who ran the game. Paul, do you? I guess that was before you joined the IKS. Brandy Station. I tried to look that up and get you in touch.
That'd be great. That'd be great. I had the opportunity to go down there. I think it was last year, if I remember right. Went down there and got to see the battlefield, and so that was
cool.
Fun.
Yeah, I always wanted to do like a round two through Germany and maybe northern Italy to visit the Napoleonic battlefields. Haven't gotten around to do that yet, but it's not all that far away. So
yeah, we got to go to Waterloo last fall.
oh, nice. Yeah.
So that was a lot of fun. I had never been before. I'd never toured any Napoleonic battlefield actually. So that was a lot of fun. We went to Waterloo and Quatre Bras, where what we did, and we went to Havre, although we didn't really focus on the battle. They were just there. We did sort of a little driving campaign, if you will, where we had players playing Grouchy his forces, his wing of the army, trying to intercept the Prussians as they were coming over from Havre to Waterloo.
Yeah, all right. I remember watching those. Let me put a link in the chat for everybody to check out Mark's game room.
Oh, thanks very much.
See if I find the videos you were mentioning.
And they were a lot of fun. That that sort of driving around, running the battle that way. That's the way we did the Gettysburg. Hood goes to the right battle the same way. Driving around on those roads, those little roads west of Willoughby Run. With Hood throwing his right hook around the Union Army. They're fun to do.
Right, there we go. Yeah, I had the pleasure to visit some years ago. I was running a course at university about battlefield archaeology and 30 Years War and so on. And we drove down to Leipzig and met up with basically the lead archaeologist who surveyed the battlefield at Lützen, focusing on the 30 Years War battle, of course, where Gustavus Adolphus died, but also, of course, that is sort of overlaid with the expanse of the Napoleonic battlefield. So that was quite interesting. Was deep winter with snow, which we don't have that often anymore, but that was interesting to walk the battlefield through the snow and have someone there who knew the place very well and had just finished his dissertation on the battlefield.
Oh, nice.
So let's see, how is the battle going here? So it seems, not quite sure if the Confederates are pulling out even more forces here on the Wolf Hill, but in the center, that's the interesting position. So
Reynolds is still going at it.
Apparently, yeah, his line is beginning to thin out. So very soon he will be encountering Stuart again, I believe.
Yeah, Stuart stays there. And then they've got the troops, and it was that Johnson's division is the last Confederate reserve in the center.
Yeah, those are up here, yeah. Johnson's. Right. Who's coming over here? McLaws. Okay. And Pickett is still attacking over here. Yep. But the Union is extracting, so.
Yeah, it looks like my guess would be that the Union will probably hold successfully. I'm not sure the Confederates have enough to roll up that flank. Well, they still have McLaw's guys coming, but
Let me have a look. Where is Meade? It's over here. Okay. So apparently the Union has, after losing some of their batteries, have brought up more from the, well, center right here, and managed to rout some of the Confederate batteries.
Oh.
So there isn't that much left.
Yeah, so and the Confederates have looked like they shifted some of the units back from their far left.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Okay. Yeah, more units breaking here.
Falling back in the center now. Yeah.
Might be interesting to talk to Stuart what his impression is with so many Confederates routing his way.
Yeah. How are you feeling there?
Let's see, where is he? Where is he? Stuart, is he with Johnson? Is that right?
He should be in the cavalry, right? Was it Confederate cavalry?
Hill, Lee. Oh, that might be an interesting.
Gentlemen, I'm back. Thanks for your patience.
Sure, no worries. That might be even more interesting to go first to see what Hill and Lee are thinking about, because they are here with this battery.
All right. Why don't we?
So they're not at the Lee headquarters, though. They are.
Oh, they're down here with Pender. Lee's with Pender.
Yeah, so maybe they have not been relocated as they should be. So let's wait a minute, or use the time to talk to Stuart. Where was he again? Stuart with Johnston.
Hello.
General Stuart, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing just fine, or at least I feel I'm doing great, which probably means that disaster is unfolding around me.
Okay, so.
But I don't feel a thing. I feel fine, so I don't know what everybody else is complaining about out here.
Right. So, what are you currently seeing?
Well, I'm seeing trees and fields of gold and fluffy clouds in the sky. That could also be just smoke from the artillery firing at me, but what do I know? I think that to our front, things are very precarious, which is why I formed a double line here to serve as a backstop and a rally point for anybody who needs to fall back and reorganize and recuperate. Honestly, I don't know if or how long I can hold. I ordered breastworks to be thrown up, and I've been told that for whatever, reason in the infinite wisdom of the umpires, that's a no. So we can't dig dirt mounds or stack up fence rails or gather rocks, apparently. And so, okay, either way though, because I don't believe I can hold against a determined infantry assault. However, I think if we stand here and look very Confederate with muskets, then maybe they'll be dissuaded from attacking us, So we'll see. And by God, I hope reinforcements come up soon. So that's the situation. So, yeah.
Very interesting. Yeah, maybe we hang around with you until you receive your next screenshot.
Oh Lord. I was going to fall back to almost to Gettysburg, behind Cemetery Hill, behind Hill. I think it's 424. Yeah,
Yeah, I
424.
see that.
I was gonna fall all the way back there and just kind of wait for Lee to give me something to do. But as I fell back, I looked behind me and saw that everything's kind of turning into a mess without my steady hand to calm the nerves of all the soldiers there. So I decided I would just hang out here and form a line. And, hopefully we've kind of recovered our disruption and we're forming a nice, good looking line. The only problem I have is how short it is, because we all know that the longest line always wins, and instead I foolishly arrayed my troopers in double line formation. I foolishly kept a reserve, which I don't even know if Kriegsspielers know what a reserve is. I've heard of it before, though. I think I saw it in a movie somewhere, and I thought, well, I'd like to try it.
Oh.
So, really, I just think it looks like railroad tracks or something, so it's kind of cool. All right, I just got a screenshot. Let's see my screenshot. So my screenshot looks like not so bad. Everybody in front of me is in retreat, but they're still in front.
At least you're going to have a lot of friends pretty soon.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're still in
right?
front
A
of
lot
me.
of friends over pretty soon.
Yeah,
right.
Happy to see you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sheer massive panicked humanity.
I've
How
always
do you say Schwerpunkt in Confederate, Marshall?
Yeah, Schwerpunkt.
How do you say it in Confederate?
Warpunkt. But this is great. I've always wanted to feel popular, and so for like 5 minutes, I'm going to feel very popular, and maybe they'll want my autograph or something, and I don't know. So now we're in a hell of a fight. I'm afraid, and
I'm right back to you, hadn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're gonna have to try to hold and buy time, and hopefully General Lee has some kind of situational awareness. I don't even know where the dude is or what he's doing.
He might have a wonder weapon,
right? Well, aren't we Confederates? Aren't we supposed to march barefoot uphill both ways all the way to Washington D.C. without getting tired? I mean, we're
absolutely.
Isn't that our national characteristic, or some other bullcrap idea? But whatever. So,
hardy country boys.
Yep, hardy country boys. That's right. They're not like these city folk who run away at the first puff of smoke. So, yeah, Lord knows. So we're in some trouble, that's for sure. I'll probably be losing my command next, but we have to try to hold. We have to try to hold, and maybe, maybe we'll get lucky. I'm certainly not good, but I don't need to be good. It's better to be lucky than good. And well, all my money's on luck right now, which is a strategy I also have every time I go to the casino. It doesn't work though, but one of these days it will. Any day now, my number will come up.
Right.
So yeah, luck is my strategy. I don't know what else to do.
That's my strategy.
Yeah, I don't know what else to do. So, oh Lord, where's General Lee and the reinforcements?
May the dice be with you.
Amen, and also with my fellow divisions out here that are getting mauled by the Federals. Holy cow. Holy cow. You know what? The good news is at least they'll be tired when they get here. You might see all the Confederate bodies lying around and think, wow, that's awful. But wait until you see how tired the other guy is.
Right. Okay.
Oh, you'll always have Bull Run, Marshall.
That's right. I'll always have Bull Run to think about fondly. We rode them down that day, but not today.
Okay. Let us jump down into Heath's voice channel.
Oh, absolutely. Where is he
He-
located, though?
He's about 100 yards north of us.
Oh, I don't know why he's not co-located, but okay.
Yep, I can see him. He's on the block. So can you just go talk to him and get him to go destroy the Federal Cavalry, please?
The one that's right in front of us.
Yes, the one that's right in front of us that has been attacking our infantry for the last 40 minutes. If Johnson can repel the first corps attack against our center, and if Stuart can actually fight the enemy cavalry, please, then we can stabilize this position.
In
which
space,
case,
Where's is that Anderson also falling back too?
Anderson to our west.
It looks like it's Archer and Davis, mostly.
Yeah, Anderson is currently facing elements of 3 divisions, and it sounds like General Hood has attacked recklessly and without orders and gotten his command shattered.
Well, that's great.
I don't have more information on where the rest of Longstreet's flanking attack is, but Anderson is on ground that Anderson was never meant to stand up to 3 corps where he is.
No,
So
he
I'm
was
having him
not.
trying to disengage and get behind and reinforcing Heath's flank. He was only meant to be a temporary fixing action to hold them until Longstreet was engaged. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna order Pettigrew into Alamo positions around the artillery.
Okay. And yeah, just I guess get the battered formations out of the way, trying to recover so that
So that Johnson can come up through Stuart.
Johnson can come up and Stuart can come up, which they both must do.
Okay, I will. I'll tell Stuart to get into that position of the line there. He's not going to like it, but I think we have to hold this spot.
He doesn't have to throw everything in. I mean, if he can, he probably has the force to smash through that line and get to the enemy rear. But yeah, he has to come up.
I don't think you don't want him to push in though. You want him to take some defensive ground, if I'm not mistaken.
I want him to ride down and destroy the Federal Cavalry.
Oh,
if he can then, whether he does it on ground or whether he does it, I don't want him to face up the infantry because that should be suicide, even though the Federal Cavalry seems to be doing it. But I would like him to destroy the Federal Cavalry, and then if he can force them to fall back by getting in their rear, that's good. But just at least get the Federal Cavalry off my front.
Fair enough.
And how should I attack? I mean, which frontage? Generals?
I think
you should attack down on the left bank of Cemetery Hill, down the Emmitsburg Road into the front of First Corps.
Okay.
Agreed.
Johnson, I'll take you another channel, get your orders individually, just to make sure I'm clear.
Generals, you might want to not be this close to the front, if I may.
Yeah, I'm going to go speak to Pender, but when I come back, I recommend being at least on the north end of this hill.
I agree with that. I don't want anyone here to be killed unnecessarily.
There are a few commanders I could strangle in other parts of the field, but
I look forward to hearing your thoughts afterwards. Do you need me to send over? You know what? I'm gonna talk with Stuart, and then I'm gonna go over and see what's going on with
General Lee. Can I have your orders, please?
Oh man, that was so much, so much on point again. I mean, we can see the cavalry moving and the infantry, of course. Lee and the officers haven't given their personal orders yet, so they will probably be moving away right at the moment that the cavalry hits those guns, which is just another very beautiful Kriegsspiel moment right there. It's amazing. and I think we have gotten a very good impression of what's going on communication and command wise, and how the Confederates are assessing their overall situation. This is quite interesting.
Oh.
That was super interesting, I thought.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. It.
Who are they
Wow.
feeling animus toward in terms of strangling on the field, and they feel like someone let them down, or what's the?
I think that was
an
about
interesting comment, even if it was kind of, I guess,
about Hood's
drama,
attack.
That was my guess would be they were unhappy with Hood, because that was sort of a forlorn hope.
Yeah, and maybe also Longstreet for allowing that, for turning around and not being in this position. Because they were mentioning Anderson.
But the original. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
They were mentioning Anderson, which they apparently wanted to have available as a reserve or in the first line in the first place. So they didn't want Anderson to stick around the Seminary Ridge for that long, because Longstreet was supposed to take that position. But then wasn't able because he decided to split his command and go in piecemeal.
Yeah.
Well, now it looks like Reynolds may have run out of steam down the Emmitsburg Road. Is that right? It looks like the Union is sort of fallen back on the left there.
Yeah, I mean the center is spent, I would think. Also quite on point here, the assessment of Lee until talking about moving back right at the moment as the cavalry shows up and tries to overrun that position. But further to the left here, the Union is establishing their new defensive line. They have some fresh troops here in the center, but those guys further to the left along the, what's that, the Pitz's Run, those are spent as well, so I guess both sides are now out of steam.
Right.
We still got, is there an attack, Union attack still going in on Cemetery Hill there?
Yep, they keep pushing. 1st Brigade and the cavalry are going in. But yeah, okay, they are now counted by, what's that? Pettigrew's brigade.
Pettigrew.
So I would think it won't take long to reach that point of exhaustion for both armies, and then they have to rest for the remainder of the day.
Yeah, I think Greg's cavalrymen are going to say at the end of this, we didn't sign up for this.
Wouldn't it be nice if one of them had one of those fresh core?
Yeah.
The Union have that fresh core to punch up through there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and that will also be.
Cavalry.
Sorry, go ahead. That will also be very interesting to see in which shape the troops will be on the next day. So how much of that disruption and those hits can they replenish? But yeah, overall, with those 2 fresh Union corps coming in, wow.
Yeah, they could throw a punch somewhere. It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah.
Right. Were the rule sets around reconstituting the rule sets make all the difference, right? Ready
Mhm.
for next week.
Yeah. The Confederates are losing more and more batteries on Wolf Hill.
Rule sets I'm shooting is going to be the right. So when they zoom the day, yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, crazy.
In the very center, those guys leading the attack, is that still First Corps or those 12th Corps guys that have gone in?
That is 1st Brigade, 3rd Division, 1st Corps.
They're still First Corps.
I guess that's about the last fresh forces they have. Well, they have here
Those
2nd
guys.
Brigade and the Iron Brigade still in a good shape. Johnson. And the Union is now relocating some of their batteries again back to the center, which they probably will need once this portion here collapses.
Yeah, boy. And is that Johnson's division in the Confederate center that's now coming up?
Yes, Johnson's division. Yep. Yep.
The umpires are over there just resolving away.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no tone of bringing this to a close for the day. Keep grinding it down.
Okay.
So. Talking about a 5 p.m. turn or 1700 turn. So. Actually, what would be interesting is if the Union pushed Confederates all the way back to the historical line. All they have to do is push them through the town. Don't put a unit on Culp's Hill and do the fish hook and they're good. It gets in the right spot.
It would be funny. That would be funny.
Right? You get this historical outcome on day 2 and 3, but you're not sure how you did it.
And Meade is still over on the right. Be interesting. Well, let's keep a close eye on the fighting in the center, but it would be interesting to know if he's actually aware of what's going on here.
Yeah, wow. I mean, I'm sure they're cannonading as fast and as furiously as they can.
Slocum and Hancock are next to each other. Where is Meade? You mentioned the right. Counter.
Meade is slightly south of Slocum, south of Powers Hill, with 1st Division, 2nd Corps.
Got it.
Wow, and the cavalry.
Yeah, Lee's now with Stuart, so he will order the charge.
There's Stewart's guys and Greg's guys are still in there.
Yeah.
I still see them exchanging fire.
Third Corps routing. Basically, right?
Confederate Third Corps.
Yeah, Confederate Third Corps, although they do have some units on the flank
They,
over here.
they still have Johnson's division,
Anderson.
right? Still in good order. Oh,
Yeah,
that
Johnson is
second,
second,
yeah.
right? And yeah, Anderson is I guess the only.
Johnson and Anderson. Johnson of 2nd and Anderson of 3rd. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Two divisions of decent order, and then the Union got Bernie still hanging in there. Looks like the Confederates stopped their momentum on the west side, right?
Yeah, they apparently couldn't really keep up with the Union.
And they had some of McLaw's guys crossed the creek to the headed east.
Yes. So they have some of the forces here of what McLaw's is one of Hood's division in between. Maybe that's just a mistake. Yeah, so that's McLaw's division here. What else? Those guys are part of McLaw's Pickett's division. I think the rest here is Pickett.
They're just trying to run down those last
Mm-hmm.
Union units. Yeah, I think the Union has recovered enough on their left that the Confederates aren't going to have the mass to really do damage.
Right. Meade is arriving in the center. Let's try to listen in on that. He probably has not arrived yet, but let's see with whom is he currently. Caldwell. Who's Caldwell? Oh, that's still over there. Okay, so
Caldwell voice, yeah.
let's wait until the umpires move him. Then he will have a conference with Reynolds and Howard. So maybe we can... Howard voice, where's Reynolds?
Yeah, you look like the Union's got some guys on their left there, shoring up their line.
Yeah, those are... oh yeah, the third corps units, which were in between things here. Oh, and apparently, if those arrows are correct, McLaws is actually retreating. Pulling back to Seminary Ridge.
Must have gotten news that center's collapsing. Which is super interesting because and the Confederate center retreating.
And I would have thought that Johnson would have been enough to stop that, but maybe not.
Well, there you go.
They find more troops to throw in up the Emmitsburg Road. They've got a line of brigades there, column of brigades rather.
Yeah, but those here, that's...
They look like they're beaten up.
Yeah, they are pretty much beaten up.
2-1. Although one doesn't have any morale hits. It's got to just damage. A lot of kill, but not a lot of morale.
Yeah, I believe they have been rallying in the rear for a while, but... yeah,
There's like
quite
one company
depleted.
left. Listen for just a sec to the umpires and see what the mood is there. Okay, the umpires are taking it down. The umpires realize that the guys can't continue, and so they're going to tell all the players to pull back.
Okay. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think this is good. Okay. 5. So in terms of wrap up, what do you guys think about a? Of course, we'll take the stream till they call it. But what do you guys think about a little bit of the recording here about us talking about the whole day?
Well, it's been certainly been interesting. I think that, as we were discussing earlier, what we saw, I think, were mostly sort of piecemeal attacks because the players weren't able to communicate and coordinate. We didn't really see a big coordinated attack. I mean, you had individual divisions going in some cases, individual brigades going in, and this attack in the Union centers with Reynolds seemed to go well. I mean, a little better than I thought it was going to go. I thought the Confederates were pretty well, poised to receive it. But I don't know what the total casualties are on the armies, but it seemed like there's been a lot of fighting, and I would wonder sort of how much of a punch both armies would have tomorrow. I know that the 2 fresh Union Corps are coming in, and they could be important, but I'm just wondering what the other forces have left at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I totally agree with that assessment. I would think that the Union has the clear advantage here now, even though Reynolds' corps is spent, and they won't be able to contribute much tomorrow, I think. With those, who's coming up in the center, that is, they're already lined up here, that is the 5th Corps and the Sykes.
The Sykes and Sedgwick.
Yeah, Sedgwick is coming up though from the southeast, where Pleasanton, I don't know, he's apparently riding down the Baltimore Pike trying to find Sedgwick. Yeah, very interesting. The
Yeah,
Union
so day
needs
two, a couple things that they've got to, the umpires have to think about is but you don't have the strength anymore. So if if it's a half a brigade, brigade's 1,000 men on paper, get these brigades attrited down to, that's really going to change the cut. And then you've got the 2 fresh Union Corps, which are 10,000 each roughly, so they're going to come in. So really, if Meade can focus those 2 corps in a way that it hits one of the already depleted Confederate corps, that'll be decisive. So there's kind of one big decision, I think, or one big planning step for the next one is if Meade can, how Meade deploys those 2 corps, because if he deploys them across the line and we'll get another line fight, we'll just get this massive attrition exercise, and then it becomes a matter of how many, at the end of the day, how many are left. But if he can concentrate, regardless of where the things land, then he has an opportunity to be decisive and defeat one wing of the Confederate army completely, and then that'll with a Union victory.
Yeah, that sounds right to me. That sounds right to me. It'd be interesting to see where that might be. When the 2 sides sort of readjust things overnight. But I think that's right.
It'll be interesting to see how they game the ability to scout the enemy positions overnight.
Mhm.
That kind of interim planning bit, so that Meade can take those two fresh corps and put them in the right spot at the right time. And what's good about it, will make this an interesting second day, is there it does matter on the planning. So if Meade and his staff can flub it by spreading too thin, or they can create a very effective punching power and hit a part of the line. So that'll be fun to see the next phase of this.
Right.
Does Buford's cavalry appear in this game, or are they out of it?
Don't think Buford was
I
here.
think Buford's out of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Buford is the steward for this. Yeah.
Yeah, and the Union doesn't really have any cavalry left, right? Because they expended Kilpatrick and Gregg have both, taken some pretty heavy losses.
Right.
I have to believe, looking at all the red tokens on Gregg's unit, that it's Gregg and his aide and 5 bloody troopers on horses, and that's about all left of that.
Yeah, it will be interesting to get a final assessment from both Meade and Lee, and see if they have plans for tomorrow.
Yep. Cool. General Meade is with Call.
Yeah, they still haven't been relocated.
Yeah. Want to pop down there?
Sure, why not?
Probably too early.
You know. Yeah. I'm pretty sure your horse is also getting tired.
Yeah. General Meade.
Hello.
So, you have conducted the grand tour from...
Yeah, and I'm going back now. I'm going back to meet with First Corps again, but well, that's what being a CNC is. You gotta keep up to date with what's going on, especially when no one's sending me dispatches. Although that
saddle sores, the saddle sores and
umpires
confusion. That's what being a CNC is, right?
Yeah.
Saddle sores and confusion.
I don't know if the umpires are just overworked or my corps commanders have just completely. I don't think I've received like 2 dispatches all game or something. So
I've sent you more than 2 dispatches.
Well, it's from the corps commanders.
Oh.
But yeah, and also I've only got 1 from you. So
what?
It's the umpires are overworked. It's fine.
I'm pretty sure I sent at least 4 or something.
Yeah. I hope they sent my dispatch to the corps commanders because it's pretty important. But anyway, but do you just want my general thoughts or anything in particular?
Yeah, general thoughts and plans going forward from here.
Okay. I think I'm not 100% sure that the rebels are probably either have launched or are preparing to launch an attack sort of down the Teeny Town Road, because that's sort of a gap in our line. So I'm throwing Caldwell's division up to take Hill 472 to hopefully prevent that, and then I'm going to hopefully they'll hold them off long enough. They're not a great, no offense, they're not a great division, but they
are great. They're just exhausted.
But hopefully they'll hold them off for a little bit, and then I'm going to go grab First Corps, and hopefully I don't know exactly what's going on the left, but they're starting to withdraw, I think. So hopefully they've withdrawn enough to have some divisions nearby in reserve that I can then bring over, bring out 1 or 2 or maybe 3 divisions over and commit them into the center, and then that should be able to hold them till nightfall. And then overnight we reorganize, basically. Probably fall back onto this ridgeline here. and sort of hold that our overall position will be sort of if I
Mhm.
sort
And
of
you'll be having two
this-
fresh corps coming in tonight.
Yeah. So I'm contemplating launching a full attack on this hill tomorrow to use that as a defensive position. But that's still just I don't know if it's worth it really because
I might need Meade, I think.
Well, just to interrupt everyone, General Meade, can I, and maybe the commentators might want to follow us. You have met with General Reynolds of First Corps. Can I drag you up there, and the commentators can feel free to follow
Absolutely.
us up to Reynolds' voice chat.
Absolutely.
Hello, Meade. All right, can we have a moment of quiet? Can we have a moment of quiet for me to give the report out?
Yes, please.
All right. Yeah, you mostly end up falling back to the positions you were planning, like along the line you were planning to fall back to pretty effectively, as the Confederates don't make any attempt to disrupt you in this. On the right, the first line of the charge ends up being broken. It basically, but it forces the enemy cannons to go back, and the second brigade doesn't go in. It falls back to the line to hold there.
Which charge?
There was like an infantry charge done by.
why
some...
did you advance without orders or even without telling me you were advancing?
To who?
Is there any? I'll let the umpires finish the report. But
Yeah, okay. Could you please, Meade? Could you not disrupt me, please?
Sorry.
Please. No problem. But yeah, but is that about? Oh yeah, sorry. Yes, I almost forgot. You're like all of your men are incredibly exhausted from like a hard day of marching, shooting, being in traffic jams. It's hot. It's a hot field filled with hot ash and everything.
Pilot, just a question. Who is this for?
It's for the exhaustion thing is for everyone.
Oh, okay.
Everyone is exhausted. It is very late in the day, and the men have been fighting for an incredibly long time. And a lot of men are dead as well. A lot of men are dead.
I noticed that.
Yeah.
Can we talk now?
Yeah.
I just want to say to General Meade, you've also, as you pass down the line to meet with General Reynolds, you're getting reports from your officers, and they make no effort to hide this from the generals assembled nearby. You're getting reports from your quartermaster, your chief of staff, General Butterfield, saying that the situation is quite grim. Looking at the men and the brigade commanders, the regimental commanders he's been talking to the past couple of hours, they are dead tired, and supplies are running, low. And he's suggesting that perhaps it might be time to pull back and limit the amount of full frontal assaults that he just witnessed First Corps do. So just keep that in mind.
Hmm.
are the umpires finished their briefing?
Yeah.
Yes.
We'll come back.
Why did you order a full frontal assault upon the enemy when I'm pretty sure I explicitly ordered you not to do that, and you didn't even notify me that you were going to do anything? I believed you were still at the Peach Orchard, as far as I knew.
No, because we saw a massive weakness in the enemy center,
Yes,
and like
so
we
what
checked
I
it out for
feel-
a trap as well. Like we made all the precautions.
I
and
had no.
ultimately decided
And
to go with it.
I had no.
I
dispatch
have
about
been
any-
sending Meade. I've been sending you a lot of dispatches, pretty regularly.
Oh, maybe the
I-
umpires are forward then. I've not
But we
received it
haven't
yet.
gotten a single dispatch from you. I
You
haven't.
haven't been. So, Meade, have you not gotten a single one of the dispatches? I've sent.
No.
I sent the first one. The first one of the huge chain I made was at 14:20, That was the first of the really big chain of dispatches I began.
I've not received a single one of those.
I also have not received any dispatches from General Meade, other than one.
Well, then I guess
maybe Reynolds
I guess-
wasn't getting my dispatches either because I was trying to talk to you earlier. But
Oh, well, I suppose it's a big game. The umpires are probably overworked.
yeah, no, I mean I'm not blaming them. Just saying that might
But-
explain some of the communication issues.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay, I
that-
don't blame
and,
you then if you did notify me. Okay.
General Meade,
Greg
though,
was,
we had Robert E. Lee on our sites. We were basically near him, so we had to do something.
Okay. Well, what's done is done. Do you have any information on what's on your left?
No,
On the left, I remember I saw the left moving forward. I know, Mom. Yes, but I saw. So on the left, I saw the left moving forward, and we all kind of saw the left moving forward. And so that was where we started moving forward a little. Then we got into a very big Confederate firefight with the Confederates, and we didn't. I would like to say that at least I myself did not realize how far we had moved forward until I saw Cemetery Ridge, because I
Yeah.
mean my vision has effectively been the Confederates in front of me and the Union behind me. That has been just about it.
Okay.
Yes,
And,
and we did see the Third Corps marching behind us, so we suspected that you were moving forward to support us.
The reason for the full frontal assault was we saw a mass break on the Confederates, as in the entire infantry line, which we were having a firefight on, literally just broke. And then we looked across and we saw A, exposed cannons, and B, literally General Lee. In sight. General Lee.
Okay, I
and
don't
a-
blame you. You know what?
And a
I
bunch of his
commend
other
you
command
on the
staff,
initiative.
and I'm like, we're going now. We're not missing this chance. Oh, unfortunately, he did barely get away, and this is it's kinda driving me crazy.
Capturing commanders doesn't really
Yeah,
work.
but yeah.
Well, yeah.
But you have actually gained the southern hill here. This is like, I wish you notified. Well, I wish the message that you notified me passed on. But all in all, I think you have demonstrated.
The dispatches fell into Rock Creek.
Yeah, I wish. Yeah, I wish that didn't happen. But considering that you did notify me, you have actually demonstrated decent initiative here. And now I want you to sort of hunker down. I want you to reinforce and hold the sort of southern hill here, hill 484. It seems to be called. Am I still streaming? No.
Yeah, I see it. All right. And I presume the next day will be.
Okay, very interesting. So a shame about the dispatches. I'm not quite sure. It doesn't look like they're using the dispatch bot, although to be fair, I haven't been looking at the channels here. No, so they don't have been using the bot. But anyways, even if using the dispatch bot, you need someone on the back end who takes care of that. But yeah, Meade has been constantly on the move, so there would have been a massive delay anyway in trying to find him. But I guess he has grasped the situation quite well and now ordered his men here in the center, Reynolds, to consolidate their line, fall back, and rest overnight. Which makes sense.
Here we go. I think we have to give Blazer Trail some great credit for complete chaos, utilizing this line in pushing forward even to excess. So you didn't even know, but if you think about when the situation was when the Meade the first replaced with Blazer Trails, a pretty amazing turnaround. That's great leadership demonstrated. So this part we will edit out because I don't want him to get a big head. But I think he did a great job.
Yeah,
I agree. Really, I mean that's an astonishing turnaround to go from where, if you recall, the early reports where he doesn't even know where the first or the 11th and the 3rd even were.
Right.
And now he's got a pretty much a contiguous line. He's got the Confederates pushed back. With some consolidation tomorrow, he's got 2 fresh corps coming in. Pretty remarkable turnaround. So nicely done.
Yeah, agreed. All right, and then it would probably be very interesting to hear what Lee has to say about the overall situation.
Yep.
Let's go.
I'm gonna have to run at about 7 o'clock,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, it'd be great. It'd be great to hear what General Lee has to say.
All right. And let's
So maybe we'll
pop
do
down.
5 minutes of lead, and why don't we come back together and just kind of caucus before we have and get ready for next week.
Sounds good.
All right.
Lee is in Hood voice.
Yep.
To swing too far south because it'll leave his flank open. If I bring him up through the seminary, he'll get a direct route east right into Cemetery Hill.
Okay, whatever you think is the best.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a dumb decision to bring him in from the south. He needs to swing up toward the seminary and then attack in toward Cemetery Hill.
I see.
Where his other flank can be covered by troops on this side.
And you're saying, and Pickett's not engaged currently at the moment.
Oh, he's wrapping something up down there. There's still some smoke. For all I know, he's just trapped. Because last I heard, he had almost no resistance. He pushed something out of there. And if there's still fire going on, well, that means he's got a bunch of troops trapped up against the creek.
Maybe it's not worth moving him. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's just Hood. Maybe that's all we can do.
I mean, because it's... Damn it.
Frack.
Where the fuck did Anderson go?
He's somewhere.
He certainly
He's just like,
is.
nah, fuck this fight. We out, boys. And he didn't say shit to anybody.
Commit Hood. I don't know what Pickett's doing, but Pickett might be holding our right. At least Hood has some parts of him that are still alive.
Oh, Hood's mangling somebody down there. I'm not going to stop him from doing it. I'm going to let him have his bloodbath.
Well, you see all of most of Hood's division just mangling around here. They're done for the day.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pickett.
I'll pick it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to let Pickett have his bloodbath.
Well, just as long as you could relieve Stewart along the he's west of Cemetery Hill along the Tannytown Road.
Let's see.
He's actually west of the. Actually, you can see my screen. He's right here.
If you want to go anywhere, Longstreet.
Okay. Nope, I'm gonna sit tight right here. I have to send messengers.
No worries.
Okay, actually, that's good for Hood. He can swing in from the seminary on an angle. Okay. Damn it.
General Lee, can we just briefly get an assessment of the overall situation and maybe how you plan to approach the next day?
I'm going to mute because I'm kind of fuming right now.
I would say that every single one of my corps commanders is pissed and just exasperated with the situation, and I do think that we are facing some pretty tough circumstances. I'm not entirely sure what's going on our left with Ewell, but I think he's being slightly pushed back. Obviously, our center appears to be breaking unless we can plug it with whatever we have left. And the right seems to be doing okay-ish. But I think that the Union has bloodied us, and they have definitely dealt more casualties to us today than we have dealt to them. So we are in a bit of a pickle, honestly, because we do not have the men to spare. I think we're going to have to play a little more conservative in days 2 and 3, and we're going to definitely need to rearrange the position of some of these divisions, because some of these are not going to be able to withstand any attacks, especially on our flanks.
Mm-hmm. Are you aware of any enemy reinforcements arriving?
My guess is that we're going to get 2 corps coming in on day 2. Is my thinking, and I think we're going to see them hit us on the east flank, but I'm not entirely sure.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm probably the happiest person in my command group. But
you don't want me talking. I'm just.
Well, there you go.
Okay. Yeah, super interesting.
So the Confederates feel like they've lost this day.
Mm.
Maybe on the merits, let me get my camera on.
Which I guess would have to count the red icons here. But I mean,
yeah, he said he thought they suffered more casualties than the Union did.
And especially, I mean, if they are expecting Union reinforcements to be coming in from the east. So he didn't specify which road that would be, but if they can't come up Baltimore, they could potentially also come up the Hanover Road with a little bit of a detour. Then the Confederates have to think about repositioning, I guess.
Yeah, that would be a serious problem. And they don't have
the old discounting reserves. The Confederates don't really have any reserves, really any formations that haven't been pretty severely damaged, and the Union has 2 corps coming.
Yeah.
We go into day 2 with a Union advantage for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and if the Union were able to redirect those like 6th Corps, for example, instead of coming up the Baltimore Pike to come in, what's that up the Hanover Road, they could potentially hit the Confederates in the rear, and that would be a problem for them.
Yeah, so it looks like all the fighting has died down now, other than some artillery bombardment still going on.
Yes, 5:20. Right.
Let's have a look at the clock.
Gents,
Yes.
shifting gears. Do you think this is 2 videos or 1 video? What are your thoughts in terms of like wrapping this day up for? And
yeah,
maybe techniques we can use the next time. What I belatedly started doing this commentator text channel, and I kind of like it. So I think next week I'm going to do it from Go map and just kind of track over there, because those are actually our screenshots for the video. Right.
Yeah.
So I'll go back. You did a great wrap up at around 2 o'clock time, my time, which is on the East Coast. So I'll go back on that wrap up and then go actually create a couple of screenshots we have there. Go get it down to maybe shots of the action.
Yeah, I guess
I think maybe it's one.
Yeah, it might be just one video. Yeah, I agree. Depends on how much we can condense the recordings from the interviews, but yeah, I can see that being just half an hour.
Right. I think so. So I have a time track. So we went to talk to Longstreet on the flank at 3:32 Eastern time, so I can find things that way. We started exactly at 11 and kind of find the track in there. So we'll take the big video that is currently downloaded from YouTube.
Okay.
Great. Somehow we can get that. I can take an editing software and I'll go chop the interviews together or into individual files. For having kind of 6 interesting player perspectives.
Yep.
I think cavalry action was something we all agreed was interesting. The way those were handled. Reynolds' attack was kind of interesting.
Yeah.
And I think Longstreet's concept of the operation and what happened there with that kind of just all, I mean, spread out is really interesting. I think he's angry because he realized that he lost a lot of strength and ended up being a piecemeal attack.
Yeah.
And did they? He said something about Anderson. Did they lose the Anderson player, or was just Anderson's division just not handled the way they wanted?
So, Anderson was in a weird spot today. He was supposed to be in the center way earlier. Instead, he held Seminary Ridge, or this position down here around these woods, for a very long time. And then after Longstreet committed Hood's attack here and the other ones over to the west, and then tried to reform his command over here now, he's wondering, well, out of a sudden I'm left all on my own here. Hood is in no position to fight. I'm not quite sure if he's already aware of McLaw approaching him in good shape, but Anderson has now eventually shifted over to the east to protect the center, which has collapsed. So Anderson is currently here screening the cavalry.
Yeah, he's actually been well employed most of the day. I don't see the player in the. We did speak with the player early on about him during at the Union forces across the creek. So, yeah, I think it's just a function of more and more troops. More leaning towards your second point, which is they wish that brigade or that division had been deployed differently.
Right.
And obviously Hood, that attack just didn't work.
Yeah.
He sort of went in by himself.
Well, when you try to do a coordinated attack from two different directions, only the best of them pull that off, where you try to coordinate a pincer movement and the pincers come at the right time. So I think the third moved up there and slowed down Pickett, really hurt Hood on that one. It ended up going straight into the teeth of the main force to the south, which had artillery. So that didn't work out.
Yeah, Longstreet should either have turned south immediately when he arrived, or he should have stuck with, let's assemble my whole corps between Willoughby Run and Seminary Ridge and then launch it southwards.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right.
Two divisions up, one reserve going down that western side could have turned the Union flank. Caused a lot of damage. Instead, he straddled the creek. It allowed, it allowed. Interesting.
Yeah,
good stuff. Well, I really enjoyed students today. It was good.
Yeah,
that was fun.
How this would go.
It was great.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Sean, for joining us.
3 sets of eyes on it. Yeah, there's something about 3 sets of eyes on it. I tried to do this for one game. It was a shorter and less complex game by myself. There's a kind of a frenetic feel to it where you always feel like you're behind, but the three of us kind of looking at it with different perspective was super helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I thought it worked out great.
Cool. Well, I'm gonna jump because I like you. I have a family waiting downstairs. Where I promised I'd be down at 7. So call it. Jan, if we can coordinate on, I know it's late there, but on Discord about how to get in the file, then I'll start chopping it up. And
sure,
we won't be able to show it to anybody, but I'll have just something that I can show you guys specifically, hopefully for.
And then the next Saturday, it will be the 3 of us again, or?
Next Saturday, I'm available. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm in. Yep.
Okay, perfect. Well, looking forward to that then.
Guys, okay. Right. Thanks, man. Sean's good.
Good, guys.
John, thank you.
Thanks a lot. Have a good one.
Right. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. All right, everybody. I can leave the commentator channel, I guess, unless I want to do a last interview with one of the umpires, maybe. Where is Nick? That might be, for the final impression, that might be interesting to have his perspective on the day. I'll drop him a message. Okay, so Nick will be joining me in a second. Great. Now we can wrap up the stream. There's, I mean, not much going to happen at this point, but very much looking forward to next Saturday. Oh, it's closing in. It's actually 1 a.m. here, on my side of the world, and I guess I need to grab some food in a minute. Should be done in about 20 minutes. Oof. No, I'm not going to wait 20 minutes. I'm sorry, Nick. Okay, then I will leave you guys here. It has been very exciting day. A lot of back and forth, as has been mentioned in the chat. Super interesting developments and so many Kriegsspiel moments, right? Where we had one guy coming up and the other side totally overreacting, or then both sides sitting next to each other and doing nothing. And yeah, and Nick is here. Hi.
Hey.
Just wrapping up the stream. Paul and Sean are already gone. So what is your overall impression of the day?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of went back and forth there a couple times. It looked like originally the Confederates had the upper hand, and then it went back to the Union, and then there at the end, it looked like maybe the Union had pushed itself a little bit too hard. And now I'm not really sure. You know, it seems to be at the end of day one, it's, I don't know, it maybe a little bit of a I don't know if I want to use the word stalemate. I mean, I think the Confederacy might have lost their chance of winning the battle now that the Union's going to have a couple more corps joining tomorrow. But yeah, it's hard to really say how the first day went, just because it went back and forth, and you know, there really wasn't any decisive action.
Yeah, but that's our assessment as well. Those two fresh corps, if they are used in a concentrated manner, then they should be able to, I guess, break the Confederate army. But it will be very interesting to see how both sides relocate overnight and reorganize. Because Lee was also concerned that the enemy reinforcements come in from the east. So I don't know if he was taking Hanover Road into account there as well as a potential route of approach. But if so, then he would certainly have to relocate the corps over there in the east. But yeah. Super
well, the original plan for Stuart was to have a cavalry brigade watch the Hanover Road. So at least they thought there was going to be some infantry coming down the Hanover Road, and maybe they still think that.
Yeah, super interesting. So then they'll certainly have to redeploy some of their forces down there.
One interesting thing to note for mechanics between the 2 days, a lot of Confederate infantry or cavalry units were taken out. A lot of artillery were also shot out. They'll have a chance to get fresh horses for the cavalry and the artillery, but also the Union's pulling back and the Confederates aren't. And so the Confederates are going to be able to replenish a lot of those artillery batteries that they lost, just because they still have the tubes on the ground. They still have the destroyed locations that the batteries were destroyed. So if the Union had taken those positions, it would have been pretty disastrous for the Confederates for day 2. But it's going to be a little bit less of a sting, just because they're going to hold mostly that stuff in the east. The Confederates had lost a lot of artillery batteries over there.
Yeah, quite a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's super interesting, and I'm just taking a look at. Well, yeah, I guess
you can see
Sedgwick
over
is
here on the right.
bringing up some fresh batteries, but yeah. Anyway, pretty cool. Yeah. A big congrats and thank you to the Umpire team, I guess, for keeping up for that amount of time. And we are certainly looking forward to next Saturday.
Yeah, thank you to you guys for doing the commentating and the live stream throughout. It'll be good to see how it plays out on day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, all right then. I'll have to look after my bat, I guess. So have a good one, and thanks again.
See.
All right, so there we have it then. That's the assessment. That was a very interesting point indeed. Of course, the Confederates do still hold those hills here south of Wolf Hill and can maybe repair their guns or recrew their guns or whatever is necessary to get them back into action. Of course, not all the batteries, because you're not able to repair the guns that quickly, but those that are only lightly damaged that will be back in action. That is a very interesting point. The Union is spread out thinly here, especially in the west, but with 2 fresh corps coming in, that will be very interesting to watch. All right then. I don't see any more questions in the chat. Best way to stream a live game. Yeah, I agree. Earlier on, we mostly did the streams all alone, and then we found that having a commentator team is pretty cool. Having folks to chat, especially if you have to sit here for 8 hours. We are running for 8 hours and almost 10 minutes right now. And only had a short break of 30 minutes in between. So there's that. Well, glad you enjoyed it, or hope you enjoyed it, and see you next Saturday with day 2 of Grand Gettysburg 2. Good night, goodbye, have a